the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to another time. We are traveling without gravity, reaching the horizon. We just keep on rising. We are traveling without gravity. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Taco waiting to try and get a gank off down in, or up at the top. Meanwhile, it's down in the bottom. Kriscata rarely left on his own, but he might still be able to get a 1v2. Look at Blaze already going down on the last hit after the Moonlight Vigil. This Jace starting to push pretty heavily. I don't think Quiet's really been able to find the answer against him as he goes to the skies again. Still the level advantage.
This is a good
Does
opportunity.
Get pinballed. That was
go.
really good
Yes,
there.
yes.
But Quiet is going to get knocked away. Oh, into the flash dash.
Overton Unity forces ICU here, and Bank 2. Whoa, flash over the wall into the kill onto Blaze. Doesn't even need his support, and how flashes. Absolutely massive. Allows them to know the exact timing of people coming down the ramp here, but they're not able to hold it, and the fight starts.
Engage from Kaiwing. Oh, that's huge burst right now. Do they have enough damage? Enzo is going to go into stasis. Driver, though, dropped. Lilvi as well. Massive damage as Unified. Don't look cool. Driver's caught, but I don't know if it's going to matter here. He's got a massive level advantage on everybody.
He
no,
just
and
healed
World
Infinite.
Ender. Yeah, he did. And they're all 5 on top of him while the Baron is going. If he still gets these kills, I'm telling you. Now the screen's a little frozen for me right now, but I tagged right back just in time. And Driver is still alive. They shut him down.
Okay, do
Here's
it.
Unibroid
Do it.
going in for round 2. Deletes one. Goodbye, Clayx. Gonna try to find
no, he
Villia.
missed.
I did miss the second, so unfortunately can't get that one. But he's gonna take down Lazar. Looking for the quadra kill on his own right now. Oh, Uniboy on to Shiramini. The flash, the triple. Kong beat the scumbag and steal.
Oh, they don't have CC.
He's out.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. Ah, my favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols makers, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glasc. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glasc, if you value your life.
Renata Glasc climbed her way from rags to Chemtech riches, becoming the most powerful Chem Baron in Zon. Now her eyes are set on Pilto, and as a master of persuasion, she knows exactly how to get what she wants.
It's just business.
She's a proactive enchanter who weaves both sides of the battlefield to her command. But whose side is she really on? Her own, of course.
I'll make you kill your loved ones is a more effective threat than any gun.
Welcome to the Renata Glasc Champion Spotlight.
We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind.
This boss is used to having the upper hand thanks to her passive Leverage. Her basic attacks apply a mark that deals bonus damage, which her allies can detonate, dealing even more damage.
I'll make a killing off of this.
Like any business deal, be sure to choose your targets wisely. Only one can be marked at a time. Her Q, Handshake, sends out a missile that damages and roots the first enemy hit. She can then recast the ability to nudge her competitor in the right direction, which is, of course, whatever direction she chooses. The Hapless Fool damages all enemies hit, and if she throws a champion, those enemies are also stunned.
I said jump!
Put her there! Renata Glasc's always willing to lend a hand so long as there's interest. Bailout buffs an ally with increased attack speed and movement speed toward enemies.
You're welcome.
Allies who manage to kill an enemy during the buff will reset its duration.
High-class Chemtech.
If her investment would die while buffed, Bailout grants her ally a fresh, full health bar that quickly decays before finally dying. However, allies that get kills or assists in this decaying state heal and stop the decay, saving their life. This health bar reset won't interrupt channels or abilities, as they don't die just yet, so teammates at Death's Door can take full advantage of Renata Glasc's incentives.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need.
With her E loyalty program, Renata Glasc fires a missile that detonates at the end of its path, damaging and slowing all enemies encountered.
Your values dropped.
Similarly, allies affected by this missile receive a shield. Better sign up this deal won't last forever.
I'm a giver.
With her ultimate, Hostile Takeover, Renata Glasc sends out a cloud of toxic chemicals. Enemies caught in the fumes succumb to her influence and go berserk. While berserk, their attack speed increases and they'll attack the closest target, starting with their own teammates.
Don't think, just do.
If other enemies aren't around, they'll go up the chain of command, starting with Renata Glasc's allies and ending with herself. Everybody wants to be my enemy. In the early game, Renata Glasc should rely on leverage to punish poor positioning and help her business, lane partner, win trades.
Make them pay.
Create opportunities for kills with slows, roots, and pulls that dominate the market. If you chain your CC, you'll win the fight before it's even begun.
Ready to take control.
Teammates need a bailout? No problem. Rescue your assets at the right time and you can always turn a fight around.
A worthy investment.
But stay away from risky investments. For what Renata Glasc boasts in Engage, she lacks in mobility and escapes. So wait for the right moment to secure the deal, and you can watch Renata Glasc's enemies destroy themselves.
Time to make some new business partners.
Set up plays for your team with opportune buffs, shields, and roots. And when they succeeded, make sure you take all the credit.
I'll bill you later.
Don't underestimate the pull of Renata Glasc. One way or another, you'll be working for her eventually. Ready to invest in the Cam Baroness? Check out the links below.
Ambition isn't greed.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Waiting to try and get a gank off down in, or up at the top. Meanwhile, down in the bottom, Krskana rarely left on his own, but he might still be able to get a 1v2. Look at Blaze already going down on the last hit after the Moonlight Vigil. This Jace starting to push pretty heavily. I don't think Quiet's really been able to find the answer against him as he goes to the skies again. Still the level advantage.
This is a good
Does
opportunity.
Get pinballed. That was
go.
really good there.
Yes.
But Quiet is going to get knocked away. Oh, into the flash dash.
Over to Unity. Forces ICU here, and Bank 2. Whoa, flash over the wall into the kill onto Blaze. Doesn't even need his support. And how flashes. Absolutely massive. Allows them to know the exact timing of people coming down the ramp here, but they're not able to hold it, and the fight starts.
Engage from Kaiwing. Oh, that's huge burst right now. Do they have enough damage? Enzo is going to go into stasis. Driver, though, dropped Lilvi as well. Massive damage as Unified. Don't look cool. Driver's caught, but I don't know if it's going to matter here. He's got a massive level advantage on everybody.
He
no,
just
and
healed
World
Infinite.
Ender. Yeah, he did. And they're all 5 on top of him while the Baron is going. If he still gets these kills, I'm telling you. Now the screen's a little frozen for me right now, but I tagged right back just in time. And Driver is still alive. They shut him down.
Okay, do
Here's
it.
Unibroid
Do it.
going in for round 2. Deletes one. Goodbye, Clayx. Gonna try to find
no, he
Vilna.
missed.
I did miss the second, so unfortunately can't get that one. But he's gonna take down Lazar. Looking for the quadra kill on his own right now. Oh, Unibroid on to Shiramania. The flash, the triple.
Come
Will
in.
Kongyan
Don't
be the
get in the
scumbag
way.
and steal?
Oh, they don't have CC.
He's out.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We are just about ready to close out the regular week of play, the regular split, as it were, before we get into the playoffs. Of course, there might still be some tie breaks on the horizon. A lot of fuzzy math we got to do. Hey, everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics. He is Clement Chu. And, of course, our wonderful sponsors and organizers. I do want to take a moment to thank them before we get underway. CTBC Bank and Caliber, thank you for sponsoring the PCS. And, of course, a massive thank you to our organizers and broadcast partners, Riot Games, Very Live, and Garena. Now, Clement, we've had a long ride. It feels like it was only yesterday, just after Lunar New Year, that we got underway. And here we are on the precipice of the playoffs.
Time definitely flies when you are having a good time, but for some of these teams, the good time might just be ending today here. There's still a lot to be decided on our very last day. Only one playoff team has actually secured their position, and we could still have up to 4 tiebreakers being played tomorrow. So it all comes down to the very last day in our last 5 games.
Absolutely. You know, we've been looking at all the scenarios and what can happen here. So many playoff spots, so many positions are still up for grabs. All of the teams are locked into playoffs, but where they're going to slot in, that is just so much up in the air for these 5 games. And to see what happens over the course of the next ones, let's take a look at yesterday's results and see how we got here, because we started off with a 40-minute absolute barn burner of a matchup between Meta Falcon team and Hurricane, and it was so close. And Hurricane, they needed every win just to stay alive, but I don't think it even mattered anymore because they'd already been knocked out. They still gave MFT hell. After that, Impunity beat Frank Esports and are now in the running potentially for a 6th place seed if everything goes their way. Afterwards, J-Team beat Deep Cross and a bit of revenge from opening day. CFO beat Sem9, and PSG won their second bout against Beyond to split that record at 1-1.
And that was the most important game yesterday for PSG because they secured the top spot in the PCS. Nobody can contest them for first place as they are out of reach for even J-Team. And then we have a big congestion coming from 2nd to 5th. All of these teams, obviously Megabank can't catch up to J-Team, but the top 3 here, they really want to get the 2nd seed because you don't have to play PSG Talon if you get the 2nd seed in the first round. Later we go down. 6th to 8th is also very hotly contested here. We have 3 teams with only 1 game difference, and this is really crucial because one of these teams can start in the upper bracket while the other 2 will drop down to the lower bracket and will get eliminated if they lose one single best of 5.
Right, and you see the difference in record as we start to separate between our top 5 and the remaining 3 teams down there. A little bit indicative of some of the skill level. Teams would probably want to be locked into a 3rd place seed to have to face one of them instead of each other. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We got to talk about today's games. We will start off with J-Team versus Impunity. Big playoff implications for both those squads here. And then, of course, Sem9 versus Deep Cross. Deep Cross looking to rebound after a bit of a rough week. A couple losses under the belt already. And then, of course, the game in the middle. When PSG's on, usually people want to watch, but this one actually doesn't matter at all for playoffs because, as you mentioned, PSG are locked into number 1, and Hurricane, they're locked into number 9 and out of playoffs. But we might get to see some fun fireworks all the same. Meta Falcon team versus Beyond also has a lot of implications for both those squads, and almost the same story for Frank and CFO to close out the day.
Yeah, today, if you're looking at the schedule, it is a top 5 versus bottom 5 sort of day, but I feel like these closers are the most dangerous ones because everyone gets lulled into a false sense of security. They think the standings are locked. They think that, oh, it's just the higher seed beating down on the lower seed, but what do you know? Like, a lot of times, because there's so much to play for on the line, especially for those 6th to 8th place teams, I feel like they are going to come up with a lot of special sauce. And in our first matchup today, it is J-Team versus Impunity, which, as we have said, is probably one of the most important matches of the day in terms of standings. J-Team still looking ahead for that 2nd place team slot, and Impunity looking for that upper bracket slot. So if we go into this matchup here, I think Quiet had a great game yesterday. The most important thing that we have to really look about is that top lane matchup. A lot of people haven't been looking at the top lane for these 2 teams, but they've both played a ton of champions. Driver going for the Jaxes, going for the Aatroxes. He's showcasing his fighter flair. Meanwhile, we could see what Quiet can do on the map when he actually gets a winning matchup here. So I think with J-Team going on the blue side, there is some chances for Quiet to try and counter out Driver here.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Top lane matchup can be very important in this one if Impunity want to weigh into this to make things a little bit more interesting. Because again, J-Team can just lock up that 2nd place, seed with a win here. And you have to think Deep Cross CFO, they're all going to be cheering for the opposition to give them more of a chance in this one. Other matchups we're going to have to watch out for as well. I think Taco has been making some waves on the Impunity side, but he's up against the likes of Kongye. Let's take a look at the rest of that roster, though. Quiet, Taco, Faith, Blaze, and Kralix will be back in the roster for today. Something we hadn't pointed out before. It's been a while since Kralix has been on the Rift, and Pinway, I don't think has particularly been a problem, but clearly Impunity disagree.
Yeah, this has been interesting. I feel like it could be... it does feel like Kralix is probably closer in the gaming house or something, where it's always a huge benefit, especially for bot lane duos, to actually be playing on the same locale. So I think that could be a reason for them, and they do want to test out which is the better fit heading into the postseason. Talking elsewhere on the map, Taco has definitely been one of those players that I've been very interested in. I think mechanically he's been great. Does get caught out here and there quite a bit, but he's definitely the more interesting player, and him and Kongya are two eminent Viego players. Elsewhere on the map, the mid lane matchup is also super intense, because Uniboy has been absolutely killing it for the past 2 weeks. As we all know about, his KDA on that Zoe is still 49, close to a 50 KDA on a single champion, and his goal difference at 15, one of the best in the mid lane. This guy really has that Maple effect coming back from the LPL.
Absolutely. He's been just stacking it up. And not only has he had an insane KDA on the Zoe, the Syndra's come in with a pretty respectable one, too. 46, I think. And we've also seen Azari tearing it up. So those three champions definitely looking incredible. He likes to get the burst on. On the opposite side, Faith has definitely not looked as good. But to be fair, I don't think anyone's looked quite as good as Uniboy in the mid lane of late. And he has been better in recent weeks, so if there's a chance, he's certainly ramping up in power. We're going to pick some bans, though. Aurelia off the board. That's something we've been seeing start to make it through, and Quiet has played it. So that's off, and so is the Xayah, followed up by two Uniboy bans, the Ahri and the Zoe.
And I have to say that Aurelia ban does make a lot of sense. It's probably one of Quiet's best champions, and Driver is that sort of a guy that will pick into your blind Jaces and your blind Nars. So the Aurelia does pack quite a bit of threat against him. On the other side, Impunity, no surprises here. They are going to ban out a lot of these Uniboy champions, but they do leave the Zeri up. And yesterday we did get the answer. In fact, Lil V does play Zeri. He debuted it yesterday, had a great performance on it, and we see that Zeri really shapes the way the game has to be played. You can only deal with her with massive lockdown or tons of burst. It's impossible to really outplay her if you're going for a sustained type of fight, and I feel like Impunity have to keep that in mind. They do have to look for hard, single target crowd control, and preferably lots of burst damage coming in from plays, as Jinx has been taken out.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting with two of Blaze's most played champions already gone on the J-Team side there. What are they going to do up against Lil V Zeri, just saying, hey, but you can't play it twice? So far, the answer is Ryze and Elise Sin. These are two staple picks of Taco and Faith, so no changes to their normal game plan. Let's see what the J-Team follow-up is here. Not a lot of jungle bans, but they've been hovering on that Volibear, and Kongye has been on tank duty a lot of late, and he's certainly looked pretty good on it.
Yeah, I feel like his Jarvan play is probably the strongest that we've seen in the entire league, especially with yesterday. Really understands when to play defensive or offensive with it. J-Team, when they do play with Zeri, I feel like they do go with a more defensive setup. They just want to make sure that people can't approach her, can't lock her down. In the meantime, Impunity will be trying for one of these standard Zeri counters. We have seen this actually work in lane quite well. The Tristana and Alistar combo can limit Zeri's mobility quite a bit, but they swap at the last second. I don't feel like this is as strong of an answer. Caitlyn, after the nerfs, not really as strong pushing, but of course, if you look at leagues like the LCK, they still love this champion. But we really have to see Impunity set up for that bot lane push. I feel like if you're a Caitlyn and you don't get an early push on and you get those turret plays on, she's not really worth the pick. So we do have to see what supports they're going to bring. And I love this ban from J-Team. They just take away the most common answer, the Karma, and the double pushing lane to make sure that you're not going to get value for the Caitlyn and she goes directly into that mid-game power trough.
Yeah, so bans on both sides for supports, actually, as Enzo hasn't been picking his champion just yet. And they actually take the Alistar themselves away in addition to that Nautilus. And Yeah, this is going to be curious to see how these two supports handle things. I mean, typically, Enzo, while he's played, I would say, significantly better than he had in previous years, and well, in a previous split that he had been a support player, as that Lux is taken away as well. Kralix hasn't played since February, so there's a lot of question marks going on the Impunity side.
We just honestly don't really know what he's going to go for this time around. Impunity, this is an interesting pick. I had said my piece about this. I don't really like blind Renatas. I feel like Renata's a great counter pick to certain defensive champions like the Braum, like the Tom Kent, but showing her blind is very risky because she is super gank prone, and they are running an attempted push bot lane. So, you know, J-Team, if I was J-Team, I'd be pretty happy to just pick range. We saw this yesterday. They do want to play keep away on the other sides, and I would just go for a hard engage here.
There we go.
Yeah, with the Volley Bear coming in with a single target crowd control, there's not much that Renata can actually do. If you're pushing the lane constantly, and you kind of have to push the lane if you're picking Caitlyn, then that puts you in a little bit of a pickle. So if this gets locked in, I feel like Taco has a very difficult task. He has to protect his bot lane at all times. I expect a lot of 3v3 action to come through.
Yeah, Faith would be able to get down into bot lane relatively easily after 6 as well on the Realm Warp, so maybe that's the game plan. And into the Jace is Quiet going to opt into another Scion pickup. Didn't see, did have success the last time he played it, in all fairness. So that is going to get locked in for a little bit extra front line here. And for Impunity, they're going to hope to try and stiff arm this J-Team push, but with range in the top, with a couple of very reliable ball delivery systems for Uniboy, this does have a lot of burst potential. I kind of feel like Skirmish is the name of the game, though, when you're J-Team.
For J-Team, they're definitely more about sieging and just setting up shop in front of your towers. They're incredibly difficult to catch. You're running through the Ori ball. That's just going to stop people. And if you don't respond to their kind of siege poke, they can just disable your turret and kill you underneath it with the Stormbringer ultimate. So there's a lot of good combos right here. This is exactly how they like to run their composition. However, on Impunity side, they have a very different game plan. They want to be the ones that actually set up the siege first. So they have this super strong pushing bottom lane. And I really like this last Scion pick. The reason I like it is because you don't need to give it any resources whatsoever. It will operate absolutely the same, up 50 CS, down 50 CS. That doesn't really matter. So they can fully tunnel onto just shoving out the bot lane and making sure they always are the ones setting up shop. They deny the strongest point of J-Team's composition. And, you know, like J-Team, they're not a comp with good engage. This is a comp that has very telegraphed engages or almost no engage. So if Impunity are the ones that get on, like move from the bottom lane first into the mid lane, that would be a super strong play for them.
Yeah, that's a big if, right? If they can execute it. Now, this iteration of Impunity, worth pointing out, you know, compared to previous splits and even in the summer of 2021 when this team actually missed out on playoffs, this is a much better version of them. They have been finding success in recent weeks, but they've yet to secure a win against one of these top-rated squads.
Yep.
This would be a statement entering into playoffs, giving them an opportunity to contest for a 6th seed, avoiding a start in the lower bracket, and it'd just be massive. It'd shake up the playoff picture quite a lot. But for J-Team, it's very simple. Win and get that number 2. And that way they get themselves a first-round bye and get to dodge PSG Talon for the longest time in the playoffs. Let's see if they can pull it off, or if Impunity have a little surprise up their sleeves here up against the Siege composition as we get underway for our first game of Day 3 on Week 6.
The most important thing out of this level 1 is Impunity cannot afford to let JT get a vertical jungle. If they vertical jungle on the bot side, the game is actually just over. So Impunity have to be very careful about their positioning here. I do want to see them, you know, I like this from Kralix. He's, you know, setting up a ward deep into the bottom side, making sure there is going to be no invade. And it looks like J-Team aren't really going to push their chances. They're kind of going with the reverse psychology and setting up on the top side. Now, I want to say in terms of win conditions, it is a lot more narrower for Impunity because of that massive power trough if you do not get Caitlyn ahead. So I feel like the thing we have to look for is how will Taco protect this bottom lane and make sure they can actually get tower plates. If there is a gank pre-6 that results in Blaze and Krelix going down 2 kills, I think the game is effectively over.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough against Alexa, Lilvi, and Enzo because they've been showing up a lot lately. Lilvi certainly has proven to be competent on a number of champions, including this Zeri that we finally got to see him on. So I think it was a bit of a gamble for Impunity to allow him on this champion, but clearly he's been pretty strong on a lot of other things too, so why not try your luck? Blaze, this is going to be his first Caitlyn of the split. Let's see if it fares a little better, and see if maybe the practice sessions that he's been hitting with Kralix are going to pay off here as they start off, getting a little bit of poke down with the Renata.
The laning phase is absolutely important. I actually don't feel like Renata has a very good matchup in the team fight this time around. If you look at Driver and Lil V, their champions are super mobile. They're very long range. So Kralix doesn't actually do that much in the 5v5. He has to get all of his value out of this pick solely in laning phase alone. And, you know, we do have Taco, who is starting up from the top side, heading towards the bottom. I like that Impunity instantly cleared the red side ward as well, because they know how important this first rotation is to them, to keeping their bot lane alive. So they have a good setup here. However, Faith is losing a lot of HP, and Comer is right there.
Ooh, blindside checking, and there's the flash follow-up. He knew he was a dead man. Oh, that's not good for Impunity's chances.
Yeah, that was... You know, I feel like he just went a little bit too close to the ledge and over-traded earlier on. He must have known that, well, he might not have known that Volibear would be coming from that angle, but he does know that Taco is actually on the other side of the lane. So it was really well played here by Boy, actually, just forcing Rise towards the top side and giving him a false sense of security that there could be a, you know, pincer movement coming in from Taco. But he actually just, like, out-mind games Faith right there. Very easy kill. And, you know, if Kongre gets to go into that jungle, that could be very detrimental. Also in this bot lane, Taco was spotted here, so J-Team should have a very easy time, and they might even try to bait an over-aggressive play from Impunity.
Yeah, Kongre is here as well if they want it for the 3v3. They do get a little bit of trading damage onto Enzo between the Handshake and the Peacemaker. And Blaze and Kralix not going to push too far forward just yet, though. Got to be careful. They have to know that Kongye could be here. There's the flash into the Facebreaker, and Blaze is caught. Taco tags in, but Kongye has come, and there is the shield on. Taco could be losing his double buff soon. Instantly, Blaze pops the early heal, but they are going to be down a summoner. It is traded for Enzo's, however.
That was a bit of a fumble here coming in from Enzo. I don't believe he actually got the stun on Facebreaker, so Impunity was able to walk out relatively safely. They are actually up one flash in that trade, and all in all, I feel like Impunity are actually fairly happy with that situation. They burned a very important engaged tool. They also, you know, saw where the jungle is on the map, so Kongre can't really afford to try this one again, and Impunity buy themselves quite a bit of time to just continue to poke onto the bot lane. I feel like that was a little bit of a mechanical misplay on J-Team's part.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to buy Impunity the freedom to just push this up, dare I say with Impunity, as Lil V and Enzo are just getting poked out between the Caitlyn and the constant handshakes from Kralix there. Let's see what Kongye can get done elsewhere on the map right now. Probably not going to be taking a trip up top anytime soon. As you mentioned, Quiet's job just to be a big old stat stick up there. Also running the Unsealed Spellbook build as well, so not necessarily going for that Grasp of the Undying that we see sometimes.
Yeah, we have seen this build get a lot of surprise kills. You level 6, shift to an Ignite. You take a lot of damage, but you do a ton of burst. The jungler comes by, and just a small breeze will kill the enemy top laner. So that's kind of a kill point that we want to look forward to. It should be coming up in the next back. So this lane is, I'll be honest, Driver isn't really one of my go-to Jace players. I don't feel like he's actually punished lanes super hard on this pick. But I will say for this laning phase, because he knows that the Lee Sin is not coming top lane, he's been doing a very good job in the CS department.
Speaking of Lee Sin, he's down bot again. This time pops the sweeper before he wanders into the brush, and doesn't need to, but he didn't know that, so doing his due diligence now as they back up and away. I feel like this is a little telegraphed, though. Kralix and Blaze have not backed up until this point, but Lil V didn't get the memo. He's sniffing right up into Taco, who didn't even need the Q right away, but that's going to be the insta-turn on the dash. Now Enzo has to sidestep around, so a really good bit of chip damage is going to force the J-Team support out of lane, and yeah, Kongye may be here, but this could be another plate.
This is a super crazy gank coming in from Taco. If you look at his items, he actually foregoed a back just to get that extra summoner, 2 summoners, excuse me, out of Little V. I'm not exactly sure it's completely worth it, to be honest, because He is going to be falling behind in tempo quite a bit. I feel like if you're going to go for a play that is that incredibly risky and actually miss out on your Krugs, which is the camp that gives you the most experience, you do need to get a straight-up kill for that. Like, that was a very big investment coming in from Taco. Like, even though he got the summoners, to me, it's still not completely worth it.
Yeah, that was interesting for sure. Now, Enzo actually going pretty deep in here, and he might just be going for getting a ward out for the time being as they guard, knowing the timing window is open. It is going to be a uncontested Mountain Dragon here for the J-Team side, and yeah, I feel like this could still pay off, but you have to come back very quickly.
Exactly. You definitely, like, I feel like the way you make this work and the reason you blow the double summoners for such a suboptimal jungle path is if you know that Realm Lord can secure you a kill. Like, that's the only reason you would do it. If it doesn't happen and Lil Lee gets his summons back up, definitely not worth it. If you looked at his jungle pathing, what he did was he actually looped top, skipped his Krugs, did Raptors, and then came straight back down bottom again. So if you think about that movement on the map, it's actually terrible. But we do have another gank here.
Yeah, into the ultimate from the Volley Bear. They really wanted to finish off Faith as Driver came through to be able to help secure him and cut him off at the pass. That was going to be enough. So 2 deaths on Faith now. And another kill now, this time into Kange's bucket.
And that was huge because of what we were just talking about. This means that, you know, Faith most likely isn't going to be getting that Realm Warp into the bot to pressure once again. So we'll see this once more. You know, honestly, Faith didn't take all that bad of a pathing here, but Kongre just caught him off guard. Driver was there for the alley-oop there, too, as well. Beautiful stuff.
Meanwhile, Uniboy is going to walk out of a potential kill there. Quiet actually going to look to get a little aggressive on a Driver. This is just zoning, though, for the time being. Not a lot of kill pressure on the Scion just yet. He does have Ignite, though, as you pointed out. So that's possible. But Impunity actually going to have a Krelix roam to start off on Herald. This is happening in plain sight, though.
Yeah, this is actually pretty good on the timing. We do see Little V, he's still in lane. There is no contest here. They traded super hard on the top lane with Quiet because they knew that they had more members rotating onto this side of the map. And this is actually a completely free Herald based off of just, you know, Faith's death there. So it's kind of a consolation for Faith's death. But if you look at the bottom side, they also didn't give up any push whatsoever. So I think this is a very strong play on the map. And they can potentially use that to set up a very prolonged siege, stack up the minion waves a couple times, have Taco come down here, and, you know, just make sure that at least Caitlyn will move into that mythic item a little bit faster and not have such a painful mid game.
Yeah, for Lil V's side, he has at least been able to keep the farm game going here as he has that advantage from Blaze just not being there quite in time. Ultra Shock Laser dodging out of that a little bit. This time, Turnabout's fair play on the poke game, so Blaze and Krelix going to have to walk back just a little bit. They do have Taco as well, but there is, in that brush, see a control ward, and Enzo actually waiting and baiting, 2-level disadvantage, but Konge's got his back. This could be dangerous. Uniboy also moving to cut off Faith, and Taco does take the safe path. Meanwhile, up in the top, Quiet trying to trade onto Driver, and early decimating smash there. Just going to chase him around the rift. I feel like the range advantage is going to be one. Quiet really wanted to get the all-in, but didn't trade effectively enough.
Unfortunately, just missing the ultimate there means that there's that's going to draw Taco up to top lane for sure. Driver does have sustain with his build already, so he's actually going to enlarge this HP differential. But Uniboy could be in a bit of trouble right here. Oh, I can't believe Quiet is still there. What?
He's dead. Oh, no, he flashes. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Can he dodge enough? Oh, my goodness, he actually stayed alive. And look at all the tanks. Driver was on there. Holy moly, that was close. Meanwhile, back to the mid lane. Konge, Taco, both here. Here comes the Stormbringer, but Faith stopped under tower into the Shockwave. Taco just not in the right position. He gets the flip, the flash, the kick, but Uniboy, he's not going down just yet as Konge's covering for him. Enzo's here. Taco, he needs to make this work, but he just can't do it.
Oh, and that was such a painful 2v2. Taco has been waiting around the mid lane for so long, but Kongre just comes in and pulls the trigger. They don't have the burst damage to take down Volley Bear first, and they don't get the ensuing trade either. So this is absolutely disastrous. We'll watch this again. Taco was actually here first, but Kongya just has a stronger play in hand. And unfortunately for Taco, he doesn't get the correct angle on this kick. He really wanted him to go deeper into the tower, where if Krelix, if the angle was a little bit better, Krelix could have used the hostile takeover, forced the aggro onto Orianna, and at least equalize the kill. Doesn't happen, very unfortunately. And J-Team they're just rolling away with this game. Like, we were talking about setting up shop in the siege for mid lane. It's going to be very difficult, but this is Impunity's big play. This is what their entire comp is about. Here we go.
Herald popped down. Instantly, though, Enzo flashes and brings back the Lee Sin. This has already gone a little bit sideways before it began. J-Team were clearly ready to tussle on this one, and Faith just absolutely gets chased down. Nothing he can do, and even insult to injury as Lil V picks up a kill.
Oh boy, this has to be Faith's probably most tragic game of the split here. He realms warp in, the play is developing. He actually doesn't realm warp, excuse me. He walks in, the play is developing. By the time he gets here, it's already over. I love what Enzel did right there. Super decisive. He read the play coming from a mile away, and unfortunately Impunity weren't able to react. He gets the double stun on the Facebreaker, breaks the siege completely, and let's just watch this again. Looking for his angle, Facebreaker onto Lee Sin, instant kill, and the rest of the play just kind of fizzles. You know, Faith is kind of shaking and baking, but I'm not sure what he was staying there for so long for. It really didn't look like he had much of anything to do after the Lee Sin kill went down. I felt like he just hesitated on what he was supposed to do right there, and J-Team instantly punished him.
I think that was way too telegraphed of a setup, and unfortunately Faith commits after things have already gone bad. Unfortunately. A really good read by Enzo, though, to just come in and be like, you know what, Taco, you're coming with me. Brings him back into the lane, and then, yeah, now we're going to see Impunity try for another dive up top, but Driver seems to have sniffed this out. Let's see if he can get away in time. Kick into the side. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Blaze trying to 1v2, but nothing doing. They needed to make it work, and Driver will go down. But they've got to push for this one real fast right now. Turret plates are about to dry.
Yeah, strong win, but Kongya comes in.
Whoa!
Easy kill. Wow.
Oh, that shockwave went so fast I blinked and missed it. Now Krelix is walking through. Oh no, he's got a bailout, but unfortunately I think Glasc Industries just ran out of funds. A double kill for Uniboy. And now even Quiet can't go anywhere. Stormbringer, all the stuns. Uniboy free firing. They do get smashed, but it's not as much decimation as it is tickling. And that is Uniboy with 3 for 3. Oh, dear.
This is why J-Team has just been so strong lately. It really is because Uniboy can play 4 champions and you can't ban him out in the first phase. This is just absolutely ridiculous play. Great combination here. I do like the play from Impunity. They have to find something on the top side to equalize things out. Bottom side's kind of lost at this point, but unfortunately they do overstay their welcome. Taco going for the Gromp right here, to be completely honest, was a little bit way too greedy. He gets punished for it super bad. The bailout, you need to get a takedown in order for you to get your HP back, so unfortunately Krelix was a dead person. And I like this cheeky play from Quiet. He holds onto the heal for so long and actually nearly just baits everyone out. You see here, he gets the heal down. It's like, I'm alive. But then Uniboy crushes his dreams and hopes and still takes him down with the tower.
Yeah, so 15 minutes on the clock. You know, it was a nice start in some cases for Impunity, but things have just gotten out of hand, and they find themselves down 7,000 or near enough gold here. 2 dragons as well. It's a Cloud Rift, but I don't even know if we're going to be getting to Soul Point. And Impunity will still be a playoff team, but this certainly dashes their chances to try and compete for a 6th seed, and most likely going to be locked into that 8th spot, but you never know. J-Team, they can see that 2nd seed in their eyes. It is in their control. They just need to knock down that Nexus, and they will get to dodge PSG Talon and honestly do the best they've done in the regular split for a while.
Definitely true here. You know, J-Team was one of those teams where, Uniboy might get caught here flashing.
He does. Okay, Rune Prison he goes, and there is the lineup. Now they get the chase down. That's big shutdown gold. It goes to Taco, though, and you'd think Faith would have liked to take that one.
Yeah, but hey, if he's getting away, you got to get the kill right there. A really well done. Lil V looking for more.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice net, though, from Blaze. Oh, he flashes and dodges. Has Ace in the hole. No, he doesn't, in fact. And Kongye coming to body block for anything coming through here. Man, that was actually a really nice play by Blaze. Did have to use a flash for it, though.
Lil V actually coming in with about 40% HP on that play, to be honest. So it
Risky.
was a lot closer than I thought it would be. I feel like Blaze could have almost gotten the kill. It was incredibly close, down to about 2 auto attacks difference right there. But he does hold his ground, and they will get a very strong push here into the bottom side. You know, going back to that top lane play, I just felt like that little ledge. Love this play from Blaze, flashing the G-Rex signal for Lil V as well.
Old school, man, old school.
Yeah, you know, I feel like this was kind of lucky from J-Team on multiple angles. That play on the top side could have gone a lot worse for Uniboy. He could have died sooner and given over the kill to some target more important like Faith, getting him back into the fold. But that little ledge prevented the stun actually coming through on Quiet's end, and he only gets taken down by Taco, who, you know, it's very important still, but not exactly your primary carry here.
Yes, indeed. All right, ace in the hole popped onto Lil V. That does almost nothing. Tickles in there. The shields is Zeri, definitely one of the champions. A little tricky to deal with. Here comes Taco around the side, fishes for a pick, but unfortunately, this is what the J-Team comp is designed to do. Just set up shop and siege, as you said, and not a lot they can do. Meanwhile, Enzo looking to cut off Quiet here. Estimating Smash gonna knock him up for a sec, but it's all about buying time because look at how fast they shred that tower. They might have pulled in Enzo and done half his health bar, but they lose an entire inner for it.
I like how greedy Enzo was playing with that. There was no real chance for him to actually do anything to the Scion. Scion can just go unstoppable with the ultimate right there, but he knows that there's 2 other members on the lane that are desperate for farm. You look at the top lane, you look at the mid lane, Impunity are not rotating the carries, so they can play in that fashion where it's just, I will take a ton of damage for that tower. They do make the trade, and they also go up 1 by the Drake. Impunity are really in a dire spot right now. It's a 23-minute Dragon Soul, a Cloud Soul at that, which means that if J-Team get it, it's almost impossible to catch them out whatsoever. It was already pretty difficult for Impunity's comp. It's going to get super hard with that extra movement C coming in.
Absolutely. So they better move fast if they want a chance of saving this game, but it has gotten very far out of control, and you can get all the near outplays you want. You're going to need a lot more than that. Oh no, Kralix takes a maximum range shock blast. The hands of Driver. He's going to be able to heal up a little bit here, but right now J-Team moving in to Impunity Jungle. Not much they can do about it. Faith has got to be careful. He tried to grab a few Gromps, does manage to get one, but he's playing with fire here right now. Konge might just be trying to bait him. Blaze does walk away from another shot blast, and he will be able to clear the wave a little bit, but not fast enough for Driver and Lil V to get there. Enzo as well to join. This just starting to look like a little bit of a slow burn for J-Team to turn things out. Not that slow, it's not 20 minutes yet, but still.
I'm trying to picture the perfect team fight for Impunity here, and one of the interesting interactions I've thought about is Zeri is probably the champion that is least afraid of hostile takeover, because her auto attacks basically do no damage to her allies, and she won't use her
little advantage.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, here's the push. J-Team, Taco going to look for the flank side,
Taco?
but he just doesn't find a good angle on it. Oh, he finds a minion. There's really nowhere to go here, and the inhibitor is straight up open. Konge goes in, looks for the sun. They've managed to take Blaze down, targeting him on the shockwave. Driver ends up with a kill credit, but it was a team effort. And now, on the second wind effort, Taco goes down, and with only 3 members remaining, J-Team set the win in their sights. They can rotate for inhibs if they want. Got to be a little careful, though, as Konge does get pulled back for a second. A little low, has some shields to work with. Meanwhile, Quiet, decimating smash. Faith is here. Does he have the damage? No! Flashes away, just stays alive for a second, but not enough for Lil V. Takes him down, and with everybody but Quiet dropping, you have to think that is going to be lights out soon enough. Taco coming up in a few. Blaze is back off cooldown, so they are going to be running back and away from this. No. They just let the Scion run right through them. Quiet, I don't think he was expecting that to happen, and he's still trying to push them through. But the Roar of the Slayer will slay absolutely no one.
Incredible movement speed and footsies coming in from J-Team. They just get away with absolutely everything. Impunity, a little bit desynced on the start of that fight. Blaze dies first. Taco then goes in without any real help. They both fall, and that allows J-Team to take essentially the majority of the base right here. Just unfortunate that they're not able to sync any of the abilities or engage together. They did have the sort of a sandwich position here, but they were unable to strike before J-Team took really a killing blow onto Blaze. We'll watch this once again, how Blaze gets caught out right here. He is the most important carry since Fate is extremely unfed. And
Flash stun.
wow, that was there was nothing he could do right there. Just flash stun coming in. He doesn't have a flash of his own. No reaction time given whatsoever. A little bit too easy for Kongyue to just walk up like that. And unfortunately, the rest of the fight doesn't get much better. They don't lock down Kongyue. Quiet just drives by everyone. I have to give props to J-Team. That was really beautiful. And you can tell that J-Team kind of playing with their food right there, just trying to bait Impunity out a little bit more so they have a chance on just finishing up the game on that push. They're going to get another chance at it, and they're going right back to the base.
Absolutely. Man, I got to tell you, I haven't seen a Flash Bear Slap look that good since Hooter did it. Kongyue making this champion look like a whole lot of fun right now. 22.5 minutes, close enough as it is. Big lead for J-Team, have the win set in their sights, aiming to get that number 2 seed into the playoffs. And Enzo is caught, but will he go down? Flashes over the base gate and still staying alive. Maybe that's a chance, maybe that's an opening for Impunity here as they run through. No. Taco's gonna drop though, and Kralix denies the To the Skies of Driver. This is the best fight they've had in a long time, but it may not be enough. Quiet soaking so much damage, gets a bailout, but he needs to make it count. He's going to have a second zombie mode, but I don't know if it's going to matter. All right, Kongyue, how much more can you do before you go down? Faith just gets destroyed by Uniboy, and that has got to be it. Blaze and Krelix stuck on Fountain. Lil V even confident that he can take the shots, and with the teleport back in, that is going to be GG, and J-Team will secure themselves the number 2 seed in the PCS Spring Split.
Congratulations to J-Team. They had a really rocky start of the split right here. They looked like the lesser of the 3 J-Team squads, but by the end of the split, they prove they are the original is the best. The OG J-Team is the best J-Team, and they made the correct roster decisions between CFO and also DCG. So they are feeling incredibly happy right now. You can see Uniboy, he's strutting his stuff. He knows what he has accomplished right here. I'll be honest, I didn't think it would end this way. At the start of the split, it looked like a ton of question marks. We were asking, why did J-Team keep this roster out of all the possible iterations that J-Team could have developed in? I think now we have a really solid answer. Uniboy, the best mid laner out of the 3 of Nesty and Mission for sure, hands down in my eyes. And Driver also showing
in the league.
Huge.
Yeah,
in the league.
I mean, it's certainly a conversation I think worth having. I mean, this is a roster that's looking good. They were slow and steady to build up, but they got it in the end, Clement. You know, what's interesting is looking back at all these iterations of J-Team, all the people that have passed through their ranks, many of them playing on these other teams. They've now seen so many players come and go, and this is the roster that ends up doing the best since summer of 2020 when they got the number 1 seed but couldn't take the entire playoffs. If you remember, they lost to Machi at the time. And you know who was still on that roster? That's right, it was Lil V. He's the one who's been there the entire time, all the way back to the LMS days, man.
This has been an incredible journey for him. We also saw the G-Rex emote flash coming in by Blaze, just knowing that he's kind of an old-timer. Taking a look at this draft again, I feel like Impunity, this was a super tunnel strategy. I think they drafted incredibly well to make this strategy work. Unfortunately, it was always going to be an uphill battle. It was going to be, they had to play the super tight. They could not make any mistakes. And I think the biggest problem with them running this composition is just Faith simply got caught out way too many times. You know, we had 4 deaths before the bottom tower even went down, so they weren't really able to get any value out of the Realm Warp, and I feel like Taco was exposed a few too many times trying to cover for the mid lane right there. So, you know, Uniboy, once again, I feel like his herding in lane was just so amazing, making sure that Faith was always playing at a bad angle and was very prone to ganks. So, you know, props to him. I feel like Impunity, they had the creativity, they had the idea. Unfortunately, Uniboy, just with the raw talent and the coordination between his jungler, was able to completely thwart this competition.
Yeah, I think they knew how to pick apart Impunity in the right moments, and also Impunity didn't do themselves a ton of favors by missing some coordination, and I think just suboptimally setting up plays. I think that push down bottom was just, it was so telegraphed, and then when it was clearly already over, Faith just seems like he's on a bit of a different page than his jungler, and I think that's a bit of an issue for this squad. Going into playoffs, they need to clean up communication a little bit in my mind, and I feel like they were looking a lot better as a team earlier in the split, so a bit of a relapse going in to postseason. That's a little bit of a roughie, but Impunity are still here, and a big part of why J-Team won this game was certainly Ponge setting up and making the plays. He was there, he was here, he was everywhere on the Rift as that volley bear, and he earned a fantastic MVP performance.
What I loved about this Volibear game is all of his ganks were basically 2 seconds and over. So he was super efficient on all of them. If you think about the first 2 kills onto Faith, he just pops out, he flashes, no hesitation, instant gets a kill. Second time around, he knows that the flash isn't there. He has his Stormbringer already, because kind of the same play, and he was probably the most effective ball delivery system you could ever ask for. Volibear plus Orianna honestly isn't that common of a combination, but they pulled it off flawlessly. They used the unstoppable factor of Kongir's ultimate to great effect, and they were always able to just shut down carries right at the start of the fight.
Yeah, I think really on highlight here has been the coordination between Konge and Uniboy, and there's a reason that there was so much fanfare about this duo signing on to the J-Team roster. Clearly, in the final weeks of the split, it has been an excellent decision as J-Team earns that number 2 seed. I honestly can't wait to see how this team does in playoffs. It's the best time we've seen J-Team in a while, and now we've got a few more games to play for ourselves, but don't go anywhere when we come back from this break. Sem9 taking on Deep Cross Game.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6 but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
The waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
I'm taking it by the reins, I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back, if something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
These waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of
The
time.
deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
obsessed with something out of control. You're a cheating liar, and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
All right, everybody, welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split. We have 4 more games to go, and then some tomorrow, because we do have ourselves some guaranteed tiebreakers, at least one of them, and we'll have to see what they're all going to be. But before we get into that, hey everybody, I'm still Pyra, he's still Clement, and our sponsors are, of course, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, we do have to add a little bit of extra detail, too, that we neglected to mention last time, which is that with that loss, Impunity guarantee lock themselves into number 8, which in the PCS is still good enough to make playoffs. So there we have it.
Exactly, but they will have to start on the lower bracket, unfortunate for them. And for J-Team's side, they are locked into number 2. Now coming into this matchup, we have Sem9 versus DCG. And the big question on everyone's minds is who will make history? And I think everything has culminated for Sem9 to make a final glorious stretch. DCG are currently on a 0-2 slide into the postseason, and Sem9, they do want to avoid making this history books with a 0-18 split. 0-18 has never happened in the PCS, and I don't think it's going to happen now either. Sem9, you've got this. Get one for Malaysia.
Ooh, all right. I think there is a lot of confidence coming out there. Hey, if it's a possibility, this will be the day. You talked about Deep Cross on a 0-2 week so far, and things seem to be getting a little bit loose over in that camp for the Malaysian representatives. We did see Arashi yesterday showing quite a lot of promise on that Viego despite a loss against CFO. Maybe he can lead his team to victory, but it's going to be tough against Deep Cross Gaming, Leaky, Hana, Nesty, Kriskata, and Woody. And I think for this team, some of the issues are a little bit clear, right? We were really wowed and razzle-dazzled by their creativity, but it seems like some of their creativity is a bit too much for their own good. And the man in the mid lane, Nesty, seems to have a little bit of issues when he is not allowed to play his game.
What we've saw from DCG this week is that both of their losses, in my mind, were composition losses. You could kind of tell that it was going to be very difficult to execute after the drafting phase was over. There weren't very clear win conditions, and a common thread through both games was that Nesty, on some of his, I would say some of his lesser champions, the Seraphine and the Galio, because they couldn't leave lane early, we didn't really feel his impact. He's, not really the style of player as a super late game carry. He needs to have map presence to really showcase his own talents. So I feel like Deep Cross Gaming, they are caught in a crossroads, and it's not a good thing to be caught on a crossroads on your absolute last day of the regular season. They need to find a more cohesive playstyle. I think either they all in onto Leaky as a potential side lane split push threat into the top because he's doing so well there in the top side, or they double down on making sure the matchup for Nesty is always a matchup where he can roll. I feel like one of those two things needs to be true for DCG to even stand a chance in playoffs.
Yeah, I think right now they can try one way or the other. The top side should be a little bit easier for Leaky, of course, here, as he has had no trouble tearing it up against most of the league, and Shiramine is absolutely no exception. On Shiro's side, he's really tried to find some footing in this league, and he's had a couple of games where we've seen some glimmers of potential there, but I think this is going to be a rough ride for the top laner on Sem9 to really get an edge. If they really wanted to try and counterpick, I think that's, blue side. You're not necessarily going to get that if Deep Cross don't want to give it away. I think they will probably want something for Nesty, but we'll see. Will Sem9 avoid the 0-18 fate, and will Deep Cross Gaming manage to get themselves a little bit better in the playoff position as we enter picks and bans? No Tryndamere, no Galio, and then, of course, 2 mid lane bans thrown out. No Vex, no Ari for Lazar.
A pretty interesting way to draft for DCG. Usually what Sem9's strategy has been throughout the split is just to rush at you with super aggressive compositions. So DCG are just taking away all of the tempo picks off of the table. And Sem9 could possibly be responding with the... I wanted to see the Bard, but of course...
It would have been funny. All right, so Zeri locked in instantly. The Kaisa comes through now. Neither Kriskata or Nesty have actually played it, so I'm curious to see whose hands it falls into. I feel like it's Kriskata just because Nesty doesn't feel like a backline dive assassin player, but we'll see. It's possible. Volibear rising in priority, of course, could be Hana's pick this time around, and it is, as well as a quick Viego lock again for Arashi. I really liked what we saw him do on it yesterday against the likes of CFO. Still hasn't found a win, of course, but there is a lot of damage here, some reset potential. Let's see what they pair it with.
And Arashi's Viego is actually very dangerous. We saw even against CFO, he started the game with 3 kills and I think 2 assists. So it was a great beginning for him. He plays very safe with this champion. The one thing I love about Arashi is even when his lanes, a lot of times they are just losing, he will make sure that he doesn't overextend and try to fix things that he can't fix. He looks for his opportunities, but he's pretty patient with those picks as well. And Sem9 are still going to be going for a tempo play here with Lazar and as LeBlanc. On the other hand, DCG setting up for a strong kill lane in the bottom side. And this really has been I would say the major weakness of Sem9 is just their bot lane has not been able to avoid getting 2v2 kills. So they have to play extra careful against this one. There's a lot of potential just in the level 1. We've seen Halo Blades, Kaisa, plus the Nautilus be a staple from Season 8 onwards.
Yeah, I think we might see it do quite a lot of damage in the hands of rookie Kriskata. A lot of support bans thrown out there to try and soften up that bot side without the Alistar or, of course, the Leona. Deep Cross go for here. I would be very surprised to see the Draven, but it is Deep Cross. He's got a flashing Jinx, his most played champion. And of course, we did see a Samira once already. Is this going to be that mid lane Kaisa with the W? I guess it's a poke champ.
Leaky doesn't seem too happy with the pick, though. That's pretty interesting. I will say this is super risky. I like Samira as a champion. I feel like she's super fun to watch, but I don't like her against this competition. You're playing up against a lot of kite potential coming in from both the Zeri and the LeBlanc. You're not going to be able to deal a lot of sustained damage in team fights against these targets, and also you're going to be in close proximity with Arashi, which to me is very risky here. I actually I don't know what to think about this this Samira pick.
Yeah.
She was buffed on this patch, so she does have a lot of extra HP to brute force trades. That is true, but in team fights, I feel like she's a little bit too much of a risk to actually pick against Sem9's comp.
Maybe a bit of disrespect there. I don't know. Well, Sem9 round their composition out. They go for a Rakan to pair up with PlayX's Zeri, and then a Scion up top for Shiramine, which is going to prompt Woody to take something that can bully it, of course. Or Leaky, I should say. Top lane might be a little bit rough, but as you mentioned last time around, Scion, he's going to be okay if he's down CS, as long as Shiro can just hang in there. The rest of the composition can do its job to try and pop off on the kills. And we see the full comp executed there for Deep Cross. A lot of damage here with the mid AP Kaisa, the Gangplank up top, and a risky Samira in the bot side.
Yeah, we'll see how they do in this one. There is a lot of kill threat coming all across the board in a lot of these lanes for DCG, as we have seen the Kaisa, when there isn't a minion wave and she gets to use a Cathian Rain on you, there's tremendous amounts of single target burst damage. They're actually very good in skirmishes as well. They're not as weak as people think, though on the other hand, I do think it's fairly possible for Viego and LeBlanc to find the first strike in. It's a lot easier for them to get the first crowd control in compared to the Volibear and the Kai'Sa combo. So I think for this game, it mainly still hinges on the mid lane. If Lazar is able to get out ahead of the lane, then Kai'Sa doesn't have a lot of recourse there. She's an AD carry standing there. If LeBlanc gets fed, Lazar flies in and you're instantly half health and you have to back out. So if that happens, I could definitely see DCG being in a lot of trouble here.
And one of the things that happens in those games that Deep Cross end up losing is when Nesty is in trouble. You know, if he can't roam or he gets set too far behind, doesn't manage to get himself into a position where he can safely traverse the map, that's when Deep Cross start to have issues. If Sem9 can crack that code, if they can get kills on the board and they can get that tempo composition online, they can avoid the dubious fate of 0 and 18. But for Deep Cross Gaming, they would love to stave off going 0 and 3 the week into playoffs. I feel like losing against a team that's otherwise winless, probably a tilt factor. So definitely pressure on them as we come into this game. Arashi flashing the J team at Deep Cross Gaming. A little bit of manner coming in there after watching what happened earlier this week.
I love that flash. If there's one emote that will tilt DCG, it's telling them that they're actually the worst version of J Team.
Oh no! Yeah,
because they
she's
prided
a mind game
themselves.
master.
Exactly, they prided themselves on being like the best version of themselves. And Criscata, throwing out some manners, just throwing that gold away. I don't think it has gold to throw, but it's still very interesting to see Samira try to use that. You almost never see it actually being used in a combo and stacking up her style points, but you know, inside of the river at the start of the game, definitely a valuable way to kind of put the tilt back on the enemy team.
Yeah, no, this is a little bit of spicy back and forth with the emoting, with the flashes, all those sorts of things for both squads here. And despite the fact that Sem9 are nowhere near playoffs, this is a game that has a lot of stakes for both. And this is a early invade level 1 for Deep Cross to try and take away the red buff. And the question is, was this spotted out?
Well, they definitely will be spotted out now. So
yeah.
Felia down to the tactics as well. Criscata can be taking a lot of damage here, and to be honest, I don't think this is all too bad for Sem9. Their top lane might be hurting quite a bit if... it honestly doesn't feel that bad for Sem9 at all, looking across all of these lanes, you know. They are pushing in the top side, which, to be honest, they probably would like to be pushing on the bottom side, but the bottom side saw the early invade, they're playing super safe, and the most important matchup here is still going to be the mid lane. So with Hana going for that camp and falling behind, Diego's actually pretty happy to see that. You know, that just gives him more opportunities to get a good 2v2 onto the LeBlanc.
I think that's going to be a big test, I think, to watch here. Arashi, of course, doing a bit of swap side jungling on the vertical as he goes and takes the Krugs away, knowing that Hana's down bot, who is looking for an opening, but Tribrush is warded here. Ilya and Klax, they're going to continue to flash those emotes. The question is, can they stand up to this dive here? Teleport going to be spent to try and dissuade them, but Woody caught on the wrong side of it. Maybe they have an opening. Ooh, gotta be careful. Stormbringer there.
Yeah, that was an insane Sky Splitter coming in from Hana. He actually gets the triple slow there to dissuade any of the action going down. Good play here by Shiromine to actually stop that action into the bot side. A very common vertical jungle gank. It's the 4 camp, 3 level 3s versus the 2 level 2s. Could have been super dangerous, especially with Woody walking all the way down there. So the flash was definitely warranted. The teleport was definitely warranted in that situation.
Yeah. And he's, of course, got the Unsealed Spellbook as well, so it doesn't necessarily cost quite as much as it would have otherwise. Shiro is going to be okay with getting a little bit less farm. He's up against a Gangplank after all. But Criscata and Woody, they are going to try and keep the pressure on. Hook is dodged. Just goes a little bit too far to the left there from Woody. And turnabout is going to happen as Philia finds Criscata, ignites on. That's a lot of damage, and Klax running forward. This is why it's a risky pick here, Clement. Philia is going to have to back away, and now Hana comes in to make this a 3v3.
Filia
1v2.
doesn't
Roots on,
ignite?
Plax is here. Nobody else in the position. Filia could try to find something else, and the Ignite will burn him down. Arashi arrives a bit too late, but it's a 1-for-1.
I feel like Filia could have actually dropped the Ignite a lot sooner. Level 3 Ignite would have put Woody within... not Woody. Criscata within like 40 HP there, so the Flash could have gotten the kill. But they do trade 1-for-1 in the end, and overall this is not so bad for Sem9. I feel like this is actually one of their better early games, all things considered. And if you look at the... Man. Yeah, if you look at the mid lane, LeBlanc, as we mentioned, Mage versus AD here, will be able to push, as Shiromine finds himself in a bit of a pickle, though.
We're back once again on the bot side. Filia going to try and make something happen here as the tag in comes through. Criscata gets one. Hana so low. Can he walk it out? No, the flash. Arashi gonna go for the reset now.
Stun.
And he does manage to find two. Arashi's on the board for Sem9.
The J-Team emote, I think, is working. They're getting to DCG. They're in their heads. If you're just a worse J-Team, what does that actually make you? And now we have Lazar trying to roam in onto some of the action. And this was what I was talking about. I really feel like Samira as a pick is so damn risky against all these champions. If you watch her in that trade, like, she couldn't get away from Viego at all. Like, Viego always could have that reach onto her. He does have that massive auto attack range just in these trades. And, it's going to be an uphill battle for DCG, I feel like, in the next couple of minutes, because we're still very far away from Kaisa being able to roam across the map on herself. In the meantime, though, Shiromine was taken down in this trade. A really bad position for him to be in with Leaky chasing down, and Leaky just has way too good of a footwork.
Oh, he should have flashed that.
Yeah, he flashed on a ward, too, so just easy pickings.
Yeah, a little unlucky. At the same time, though, I do think Arashi picking up the 2 kills, certainly looking pretty good, and he's going to make a repeat down to the bottom side, this time in plain sight. But can they get away in time as he moves in on the hard path? That's going to get him into tower range. However, so much damage for the Zeri Clicks. Would love to get the kill here, but it might be Lazar that cleans it up. He is ready to hit those chains, and round 2's coming. However, Nesty is here as well. Lazar might have found himself a little bit caught. Only level 5, too. Doesn't have the ultimate available to him yet as well, so they decide to back out of that one for now.
Yeah, critically does not have level 6, so unable to use double chains or double distort to just pick off that kill. I like the idea for the roam, but timing was a little bit off here, if I'm being completely honest. No level 6 on Lazar, very little kill threat happening in that situation. Also good blocking from Woody. He did have the flash, so he could take the stun here, and now it's DCG's turn.
Okay, let's see. Cannon Barrage does come down. They're going to back away from it, however, and this does leash Dragon. I feel like there's nothing you can do about that if you are Sem9. It's kind of a giveaway.
Yeah, Sem9 were way too greedy with that play. Hana stuck around, and Woody, even with low health, because he has flash, he's pretty okay just walking in and challenging this at the same time. I would say the only thing that Sem9 really got out of that is they did burn the ultimate on the top side for Leaky, so maybe that opens a bit more opportunities for these gank kills that have happened in the bottom side. We do have to remember Viego is pretty far ahead in this matchup. He's already 2 kills up, is going to be going for the offensive item in the Divine Sunderer. So, once again, Arashi having a good start on this Viego could start to change these lanes.
If it's going to be enough for him, right? Arashi, I think, probably considered to be the best player on the Sem9 squad. We talked about Caspiel also coming in, but unfortunately they can't both play at the same time. A little bit of a red takeaway coming in here as Hana doesn't have any idea necessarily this is happening, does throw down the Sky Splitter, but red's going away. Shiro going to try and bait it out. Nope. Really good control ward here as he gets stunned up, but the rest of Sem9 are here to respond. This would be a 4v4 situation, maybe 5 if Leaky joins the fray, and he will. Oh, that hook hitting would make a world of difference.
Good retreat coming in from Sem9. If you look at the map, ClayX is still in the bottom side here, so they don't have the numbers to really contest. DCG fishing for the kill here, and on the other side, Sem9's strategy is just to make Zeri fed, which, I'll be honest, is not a bad strategy whatsoever. However, in doing this trade, because they don't have the Cannon Barrage, they can't do the usual game playing thing, which is kind of equalize on the weak side. It will be up to Shiromine to defend the wave. Never mind.
Oh boy. Well, that's going to get some gold back in your pocket, but I do think with all the pressure Sem9 are putting on, we might actually see first brick early on. They're full committing to this because there's just no answer. as Deep Cross had already taken down the Sem9 top lane.
Yeah, I really want to see how many plates are we down into the bottom side, but wow, it looks like it's still very far away from going down for Sem9. Still 4 plates in the bottom side. Gameplay
We're gonna have
coming
Shelly.
in. Yeah, this is going to be an easy first brick coming in from DCG. So they're still sitting pretty, and they're also forcing a ton of gold onto Kritzkata, which is playing a champion that needs to stay ahead on this Samir.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Well,
no.
it looks like Deep Cross, they stuck around a little bit too long and gave up a kill. Nesty's still in this one. Klaex is going to chase him down with the help of Lazar, and they might actually get something out of this after all. They may have lost Philia, but look at the stun chain. Look at the double kill coming in. Arashi once again. And now Leaky caught out in no man's land, gonna try and back to base. Doesn't get hit by the W. Oh boy. What a spicy game we've got here, Clement. It's 5-5 at 10 minutes.
Suddenly, I'm not feeling so happy as Kritzkata here. He really can't get away from Viego, and that's a 4-0 Arashi barreling down. He should be getting the Divine Sunder very soon. Yeah, he's getting a 10-minute Divine Sunder as a jungler right here. So Sem9 definitely investing well in terms of where they want their gold to go. Beautiful play by Felia here. Gets the 2-man knock-up. And even though Nesty comes in, still gets the kill. He gets slowed down by the exhaust. Most critically, flash in from Arashi. Wow, that was
Great
such a
Spectral
long flash. Whoa, that's a max range Spectral there for the kill. And yeah, the equations really have changed this game. Wherever Arashi goes, Sem9 actually just straight up have an advantage. It doesn't even matter how far ahead the lane is.
Yeah, this is huge right now, and like the gold lane may be in Deep Cross's favor, but it's only like it's only 2,000 right now. Like that's actually very manageable. The kills are on the Viego, and the Zeri's just been trying to power farm to catch back up with the Kritzkata. Lazar hasn't gotten rolling, but he doesn't necessarily have to, and the rest of the power players there. And speaking of, Arashi's found Hana, a level advantage on the jungle. Not going to be able to take him down here as there was backup incoming. But yeah, this is, I want to say far and away, this is the best game we've seen out of Sem9 all split.
For sure, and if you look at the map here, this is the same issue that we were talking about with Nesty. When he plays some of these more gimmicky picks, it takes a while for them to actually get going, and he's going into a really bad matchup. We have to remember this is a blind pick Kaisa, so there definitely could be... I could see a scenario where Arashi is just able to cut off all help that Nesty might have gotten into the mid lane, and this means that Lazar should always be able to roam. That bot lane is looking mighty juicy for a destination here, and if we think about the composition, this is looking a bit shaky for DCG. They are running 2 super short range AD carries that are going up against 2 assassins.
Man, not only does Sem9 have all the support of Malaysia behind them, and of course, definitely been seeing a lot of chatter in the chat about how they want to be the Avengers of Liab as well. But on top of it, you have to think CFO and Beyond Gaming are going to be cheering for him this game, and it's just, that's a lot of pressure, I think, put up against Deep Cross. They are going to try and open up on a Dragon here. This would be number 2, but Sem9 are looking to try and contest, or at the very least find a fight. It is going to be Woody going in, but the rest of the team is not on the same page. Arashi gets another.
I have no idea why Woody went in for that. The rest of the team, yeah, didn't want to go.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, the rest of the team was walking away. That was, you know, I feel like we didn't get a chance to touch on this. Woody has made some very questionable decisions this week.
Yeah, Woody's
Kritzkata. Okay. He's out. It's cool.
Okay. That was unnecessarily risky, but I guess he did have his cleanse, so... Okay, this is getting kind of weird. Woody, recently, yeah, we had seen a lot of gaffes from him where he just... I remember just walking in front of his Kritzkata and letting him die to a hook on the Alistar and just general positioning mistakes. There was no reason for him to try and engage there because, honestly, DCG already got what they came to the Drake for. They burned a TP, they secured the objective. It was a very clear call to, you know, just let Leaky farm it up. But instead they engage and give over a kill in a tower. So it was... These mistakes are actually incredibly costly if you look at the overall view of things. You know, the gold lead has been cut in short, and they're giving gold over again and again to Arashi. That's the 5th kill to the Viego.
Yeah, you, even though Viego's not the same champion he was in 2021, you still can't give that away. Lazar's still sniffing for a kill, does get rooted up, but instantly they turn their attention to Criscata again. Klaex on the front line, but it is going to be Arashi that claims the kill credit. This man cannot be stopped, as Nesty is going to take the blast cone to safety, but oh boy, this is starting to turn, and I think we might see Sem9 with a clear strategy at hand. Head Viego to win.
I'm really not sure what DCG were doing right there. If you look at the map, they actually had full vision of Sem9's collapse. They had wards across the lane to spot out where Arashi was coming for, and they still just got caught out. This was, you know, it wasn't even an information mistake. They knew that this was coming. They walked into the play anyway, and now Sem9 are getting a massive punish. With this Herald and it being dropped most likely down mid, they could equalize.
Two-man quickness instantly turn their attention to Hana, take him out of the picture. Shelly's still aggro, but they want the fight right now. And it's going to be a big Kathy and Rain to turn back. Philia still staying alive. Arashi a little bit low. They can no longer contest this. And there could be a potential follow-through. Philia goes down on the cannon barrage. Suddenly it's a 4v4. They caught Leaky, but who is catching who? Arashi down, and that's a triple kill for Leaky. Seemingly out of nowhere, he gets a quadra kill.
Oh, Leaky to the rescue. He was looking at his teammates. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he is putting an end to the madness right there. Great barrel chain to stop the advance coming in from Sem9, and man, the cannon barrage was pixel perfect. It just killed Philia right off the bat. He didn't flash for it, and then it also tagged Arashi to his death, which is a massive shutdown. If you look at the bounty, now Leaky is sitting at 700 gold. We're going to watch this one again. Watch how Leaky plays this one. He's very, very calm with the engage. Kites back, gets a good barrel chain down onto the back line, and walks away, holding on to his orange right here. He knows that there is no threat onto himself, has a ward in the vicinity, is able to chain them down, and I feel like Arashi just... Arashi unfortunately just gets caught in a very awkward angle, has to walk back in to the cannon barrage, giving over the triple, and then the quadra to finish the fight off.
Yeah, you saw Lazar trying to make up for it there at the end by finding Nesty with the double stort and the chains. Didn't quite get him at the end, so honestly, everything we've been saying for the last couple, as Shiro's getting caught, everything we've been saying for the last couple of minutes, I feel like it's flipped again, Clement. Still not the hugest gold lead, but all of a sudden, the momentum, the tempo swings, and with a heroic team fighting effort, Leaky gets his team back into form. Shiro makes a mistake on the side lane. Nesty pockets the gold difference. And Sem9, let's see if they can de-tilt from that one.
If there's one player that hasn't been slumping on DCG, it definitely would be Leaky. This guy has just been going up and up and up. Honestly, super impressed with his range of champion pool and just how consistent he's actually been. We were not that impressed with his laning ability overall earlier on into the split, but the fight, Arashi.
Yeah, there's the catch. They got him right now. If they can delete him, it would be tough. He does go through unstoppable. That's going to be the turn. Hana backs away. Nesty will finish it off, and they manage to take down Philia as well. Here comes Lazar, but not quite enough to get the deletion. Criscata still hanging in there as Nesty is firing it down, but he overstays his welcome. In comes Shiro off the back of that to try and push them away, but Sem9 have gotten too greedy before, so they do get one back, but all the same, favorable trades for Deep Cross. Inferno is on the map as well, and I think that's where they're headed.
Yeah, that was a great start of the fight for DCG. They actually managed to catch a 4v2 versus Sem9. Sem9 were the ones that were thinking that they were trying to bait out, but they were actually in vision the entire time, so DCG set a beautiful trap, and unfortunately for Shiromine, he actually was a little bit short on the onslaught right there. Wasn't able to catch up to more targets. Could have been one extra kill, I imagined. But at the end of the day, another solid win for DCG. Though we do get a good shutdown onto Lazar here, so there is some gold still going to those assassins. It's definitely still playable for Sem9. However, I feel like DCG are starting to pad to the point where if they're going into a 5v5, you just kind of expect them to win.
Yeah, the Drake stack's certainly going to help them out as well, as it is an Infernal. Getting a soul off of this next one would be pretty huge, but at the same time, you have to think Sem9 are going to be willing to fight for those as well, as it gives them just as much of a boon as well as cutting off the stacks. Deep Cross going to try and take some standing gold on the Rift here by finishing off the bottom tower. Leaky has been absolutely on a tear this game, and let's be honest, most of the split as well, as a very, very solidly performing guy. Out of the laning phase especially, I think it is worth noting. As he sits there now on a couple of items, the Triforce and the LDR, as well as a serrated Dirk. Very dangerous, and he can be coming from downtown. So, back in the mid lane we go. Deep Cross going to flex in here, and they have Shelly incoming for the charge. It's going to prompt a rotation from Lazar and Arashi. Might be a little too late, though. And meanwhile, Shiro's kind of locked up under tower down bot. I think he might die as he used the unstoppable onslaught just to try and get away. Tower actually going to help. It's a 1-for-1 trade. That's big. But meanwhile, what is going on in the mid lane? That's a massive quickness. Is it going to be enough to take the kill? Hana can't get out of there on the Sky Splitter, and he's going to be left for dead. Another double for Arashi.
Oh no, Hana uses an NA Stormbringer, doesn't get over the wall, and just dies there. This is what I was talking about, the Samira pick. She is so vulnerable to the enemy composition. Sem9 see that the cannon barrage is used in the bottom side. There is no disengage coming, and they just rush the members down. Nesty has to be the hero right here. Woody can't really do anything or survive against this top. He can't even go near.
No, they have to back up in a way. I know they can't do it on this one. With the teleport committed, bringing Shiro back into this one. Also, Shiro has Smite. This is the power of Unsealed Spellbook, right? So now they can go ahead, secure the Baron. A big swing for Sem9 at the 20-minute mark. Early on, getting that buff off the table. And it's only 1,000 gold difference. What an absolute back and forth this game has been, Clement. And again, it's the pressure on Deep Cross Gaming right here. You don't want to lose to the last place team. You don't want to give them their only win of the split. And you don't want to lose out on being able to contest for a better playoff spot.
We're going to watch this engage again. So the go button is the bot lane. Cannon Barrage is down. Kriskata just gets caught instantly. Flash used by Felia to secure the kill. Hana here misses his ultimate over the Raptor wall.
Wait a second.
Dies for his sins. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, big fight coming through.
Oh boy, here we go. Sure, looking for the setup. Look at the burst damage. Lazar starts by taking down Kriskata. They're looking ahead on the board right now as Woody, Hana, Nesty running for the hills, and there's just so much mobility. Shiro is going to go down after all's said and done, but it's a quick trade. You'd much rather have the 80 carry off the board, and they will actually turn a shutdown. Nesty somehow got Arashi. Didn't see how that happened, and again, they're still hanging in here. A bit of a split focus coming in as Sem9 couldn't quite make it happen at the end. Nesty somehow picks up a couple kills. That was weird.
Oh, DCG just out-kites Sem9. They started this fight going down 0-2. Leaky dies, Kriskata dies, but unfortunately Sem9, they just... Oh, their chase was so haphazard. They really should not have gone for Woody. Woody at this point is just not very important here, so I feel like ClayX actually over-chases on the support. If they went down and finished off Nesty, it's been a much better play. We'll watch this again. Shiromine goes in as Sacrificial Lamb. He doesn't care. He's a Scion, and look at this beautiful burst damage. Again, coming in from the quickness combo. They get Leaky again before an ultimate is able to make an impact, but this is where things go awry. I feel like they went ahead of themselves. Don't chase Woody. He's really not important right here. Go for Arashi. He is your main carry, but they actually turn a 5-for-3 team fight into one extra kill for DCG. That was a huge momentum swing, and I really think DCG with that morale booster is going to be on solid footing coming into the Infernal.
Oh, I feel like every one of these fights, it just completely turns, and now everything is back to square one, Clement. 23 minutes on the board and 30 kills between these two squads. It has just been such a game of PCS League of Legends. I love to see it, but I want to see Sem9 just coming together a little bit more here. Deep Cross trying to set up a trap, and they will rotate around the side. As Dragon has hit the rift, this is going to be opened up, but already a fair amount of poke peppering them here. Kriskata doing a lot of those W's. They will secure that one. No, it gets stolen away. It's Drake's Soul stolen away. Now can Deep Cross Gaming completely delete Sem9? The answer is a resounding yes and a clean ace.
Oh, DCG.
Not Soul, sorry.
They get the beautiful surround, and I feel like Sem9 walked themselves into a massive death trap. You really don't want to get bunched up in a dragon pit right in front of Deep Cross Gaming, and the targets there were also split focus. They wanted to go for Nesty in the back. Cascada sees that, and he just has open rain onto the entire back line of Sem9. So we're going to watch this again. They go for Nesty to start things off, but Cascada charges forward, gets the resets. He can gap close again into the back, and in the meantime, Sem9 have to deal with the cannon barrage raining on top of their heads. Sem9, they were playing such a good game up until this point, but I have to say the last teamfight positioning was really the worst case scenario, and they just kind of walked themselves into it. It was they didn't clear any of the ramps, they didn't have vision control, and they also didn't have a solid engage angle. They instead funneled themselves all into the Drake pick, giving a beautiful concave for DCG, and it was just honestly, I don't think DCG even have to work for that. DCG just said, okay, if you're going to position yourself that way, we will fight you this way.
Yeah, they took it all of a sudden now. It's looking real dire. Deep Cross, Infernal Soul, a lot of items in their pockets, and look at where the kills have started to spread out. We already saw Leaky doing well, but you know, in the last couple fights, Nesty's slowly been creeping up, and he's now sitting on 3 items on that AP Kaisa build, and yeah, his W's are starting to sting.
We do see the half HP W starting to come out. Those Void Seekers, if they hit Clay Axe, they could just prompt DCG to go for a Baron right off the bat.
Rashi. Rashi's caught, but that's the isolation from Hana. Do they have enough damage? As the Cannon Barrage comes down, they may leave Shiro for dead here, trying to wait this ultimate out. Down he goes. Another kill for Nesty. This has now become the 5v4. Oh, gotta be careful. That Sky Splitter. Clayax is a dead man as Leaky goes on the rampage, and the rest of the team gets a bunch of mops out to clean it all up. Lazar looks for Cascada, can't find too much more. Little bit of prestidigitation right there, but Nesty deletes him off the map.
Oh, just the long-range damage coming in. Great barrel from Leaky, and then we saw the Void Seeker from Nesty just bursting down Clayax. But Clayax should be very mobile in these team fights. He does have the exhaust, but he can't really exhaust anyone coming into that one. Just long-range snipes from DCG. And unfortunately, Sem9, I just feel like that one team fight was far too costly. Leaky extremely fed at this point. Has the Infinity Edge, has the crit. But we're going to watch this again. Arashi gets caught out. And you know, even though Arashi had a great start of 5-0 starts of the game, he's an assassin that can't really get over these tanks. He's taking down half HP before anything starts. Shiromine trying to ward everything off. And then you have the Death Charge, a guaranteed landing on here. Watch Leaky get this great barrel across the wall. It's almost an insta-kill onto Clay X. And wow, I feel like Sem9 right now, their only chance to win is if they can somehow find Cascada and Nesty caught off from the rest of the team. Like, if DCG just walk together into the base, they should dust this one off super easily.
Yeah, after what's been a really back-and-forth game, things are starting to look very, very dire indeed as Deep Cross just charge as 5 up top lane and try to poke them all you want. But it's going to be dangerous. Woody able to move and walk away from this one. Shiro on the front of Rashi. They're looking for Cascada. Do they have it? On the ultimate from Clash, but no. Cascada comes right back in. Lazar will open up to get the kill. Instantly, Leaky turns 2 more as he ults on top of himself into barrel chain. Woody going forward. And Nesty getting too quickly. It's Clay X against the world. But there is nothing you can do as this team is just going to be moving their way down the Rift, and Sem9 nowhere to fall down the standings, but unfortunately it looks like they will be making history after all, as the first team in the PCS to drop all 18 games of the regular split. They certainly are going out with a bang, but you would have loved to see them get a W on the board. For Deep Cross, this is huge. They could have easily lost this game, but not for some key mistakes. But they will be in the race for those playoff seeds, with the Nexus exploding right there.
Yep, DCG are securing themselves a chance to get side selection, at least, for the first round of playoffs. A very close game in this one. I'm honestly a little bit disheartened because of how good of an early game that Sem9 was actually able to get, how good of a compositional advantage they had against DCG. Unfortunately, you can tell that a lot of times the difference between our bottom teams and our top teams aren't necessarily from individual mechanics. A lot of it does come from the understanding of how to team fight around objectives and in team fights. And 7-9 just gave DCG way too good of an opening. They were completely funneled. Criscata wasn't punished in the last team fight. And, you know, I honestly just feel like DCG, they dodged a massive bullet right here.
That they did. Sem9 absolutely gave them hell on the final day of regular play, but unfortunately they will be going 0-18 for Deep Crossed. Definitely some things to think about in the off week as they will go to prepare for the playoffs, but they still have an opportunity to contest that number 3 seed. No chance for a number 2 now, as we talked about with J-Team's victory earlier today. But I think they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board because some of these issues still very much on full display. I think you were right that the Samara pick was a little bit risky, not necessarily the hugest problem in this game, but you know, the Kaisa eventually got rolling for Nesty. It was fine. They got back on the board. Leaky was the absolute hero. I think that game honestly could have ended a lot sooner and in Sem9's favor had it not been for the Leaky Quadra.
Yeah, exactly. Leaky was huge this game from start to finish. The laning phase, he got the solo kill. The quadra kill turnaround was beautiful. And also just catching Clay X with the barrel and flash over the wall was super critical in getting the Baron as well. So we see DCG's dynamic here. I'm still very unimpressed with their drafts. I feel like their drafts actually a lot of times play into the opponents. Like that draft,
a little too creative.
Let's be honest. If they were against any other opponent, I think they would have lost that game. I don't think that Sem9 or like any team outside of Sem9 would have allowed them to walk away from a 5v3 team fight and somehow eke out a win. I think most teams would have gone with Hirashi and be able to secure that. I don't think that any other team other than Sem9 would have walked into the Drake in the fashion that they did. So if I'm DCG, I can't be happy with that game. I feel like in their final week has been their absolute weakest. So going into the playoffs, I hope that, you know, a team like DCG, because they rely so much on creativity, this is probably still not a terrible situation for them. They are going to have time and scrim blocks to prepare unique strategies that no one has seen before. But so far, what we've gotten from them is that they are not very good at answering enemy drafts. This is, I think it's beyond fair to say that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's a team that knows exactly what it wants to do. The problem is they're not very flexible when they get confronted with something that's suboptimal, so they force it a little bit. I mean, yeah, they're. Like, I think Nesty just wants to like play all the champions, to be completely honest. But I do need to see this team like stretching out a bit, like beyond just Leaky having to save the game. I also think that bot side could have gone a lot worse for them as well. And while Criscata has been flexing quite a lot over the course of the split, his mechanics have looked a little bit up and down in this week, and that has been cause for concern. Again, it feels a little unfair to criticize a rookie on making occasional mechanical mistakes, but his ceiling is clearly so high that it's happening, as you said, at the worst possible time. But you're right, a lot of draft wonkiness, a lot of weird plays in that regard, and I think Deep Cross are going to look to tighten the nuts and bolts here, because you don't want to be the air quotes worst J team, right? You want to be the best one, as they looked on day number 1, and they very clearly were prepared for it. But, you know, they may very well end up in a tiebreaker against CFO for a third-place seed. Beyond Gaming could get in the mix as well. It all depends on what happens today. But they need to come in with the plan, and if they end up with the lower seed, Clement, they're going to have to really go back to the drawing board in the intervening week.
Yeah, I feel like this is a team where if I'm the coach of DCG, I want to nail down at least 5 champions and actually drill how we're going to play these compositions, understand what our compositions are actually good against, what our weaknesses are, so we can actually preemptively play around those points in the game. That has been the critical issue for DCG a lot of these times. Also, they will need to look ahead at how they want to guarantee Nesty priority. So far, Nesty, after the Smite roam meta, he actually hasn't been doing a great job at finding chances to roam. Vygar was also nerfed down, and I feel like both the kind of Smite meta and the Vygar nerf really put him in an awkward spot. He hasn't been going for the more traditional mages. He still wants to get priority on these picks. He's gone for the Seraphine, he's gone for the Ivern, he's gone for the Galio, but frankly, none of these picks have actually guaranteed him the ability to leave lane at will. So this is something that I have to be very concerned about. Like, if you're going into picks and going into matchups that presumably your opponent should have no knowledge of and still not being able to leave lane, that's a huge problem of how this team operates.
Yeah, and you just gotta take a look at how this game went to see how close it truly was. So many moments, despite the fact that Deep Cross did have a gold lead for almost all of it, it basically was negligible a number of times, and it was just M9 chasing a little too far, going a little too deep, not being on the same page with the targets they wanted to chase down that allowed Deep Cross to come back in, and then the nail in the coffin was just going in for the dragon. They lost out on the soul. They lost out on the fight. The target prio wasn't there. This team has the potential, and I feel like they are better than an 0-18 record suggests. But unfortunately, they have run to the finish line for this split.
Yep, what is written in the history books will stay there. 0-18, it's the first time in the PCS that we have that record right there. However, I do hope that Sem9 do stay around with us. I still want us to have a Malaysian scene and an LST team in the PCS. MVP, of course, goes over to Leaky. No surprises here. 12 kills, including a quadra kill, 75% kill participation. And I think the important thing here is just how much flexibility this guy can really bring to the team and how consistent he is with the amount of picks. I feel like he's just like Hanabi, but with more range in terms of champion pools. With Hanabi, he plays about 6 champions, but with Leaky, he plays a lot more than that. So it's going to be super interesting to see maybe a strategy more tailored around Leaky. I think this is a step that DCG has not been able or willing to step to yet, but with the Nesty kind of plan shutting down, I feel like they should throw more resources to Leaky, try to play a 4-1 game at times, try to have more of a dominating laning phase by just giving him more jungle pressure and then moving him across the map. I would want to see what DCG could do with that.
Yeah, I would like to see them really put a lot more resources on his side as well, because Leaky has clearly been the one to save the games when things go south, and he certainly did this time around. Really well played from him. Deep Cross definitely going to look to be tightening up those nuts and bolts as we head into tiebreakers. Them for sure probably going to have one, but we'll have to see. PSG Talon facing off against Hurricane up next. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Wake up in a different room. Mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar, and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. just the same as me. Dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies.
All right, welcome everybody once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. After that last game, a very close call, but DCG getting the win in the end. Our playoff picture is narrowed a little bit, and we still are guaranteed some tiebreakers, but it does seem that the number is going to be a little bit less. But before we get into our next matches, I do want to take a wonderful moment. And for our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber, thank you so much for sponsoring this league and making it possible this split. Now, Clement, this next match is the only one that doesn't have anything to do with tiebreakers, because PSG are locked into first seed and Hurricane Gaming are locked out of playoffs in 9th. But that does mean that we could have some fun.
Exactly. I will petition for PSG to be removed from the league if they do not showcase any unique champions this game, okay? Esports is about entertainment. So PSG, please get something unique on the board. You can just have fun. It doesn't have to be relevant. You don't have to have practiced it. You know, I want to see Hanabi just taking Aurelia, trying to like throw it down with ICU or put him in the ICU and just have like a fun and crazy bloodbath.
Oh my goodness, the gauntlet has been thrown. I hope PSG are listening because I would love to see that happen. I think this is a squad that has just had such an impeccable macro sense. It's how they've gotten to this point at the top level, and they still have incredibly strong mechanical players in just about every role. Very few points the teams can attack them on. With all that certainty, why not do something crazy? Let's roll for an ARAM comp and see what happens against the likes of Hurricane Gaming. And for Hurricane 2, you know, the pressure's off. They're already out of playoffs. They're not the last place team. They can kick back and relax. I want to see some crazy stuff coming out. Olio's been playing all sorts of weird jungle picks all season long. Let's give him something absolutely out there. Let's see if ICU can get another Aurelia game in if it doesn't get taken away. And honestly, I want to see Bang 2 just styling, because obviously he's up against Unified, but he's been the most consistent performer on this squad, and I would like to see it happen. But here is PSG Talent, our blue side team for today. Hanabi, Juhan, Bei, Unified, and Kaiwing. Still the kings of the PCS, you have to say. Until proven otherwise, they are top of the league, have themselves a number of titles under their belt consecutively, and they have always gotten that number 1 seed going all the way back to the early days in 2020. Was the last time they didn't get it, I believe, was their debut split.
Yeah, like, PSG has been very consistent as an organization, and I think they've always made great player and coaching procurement choices here. Corgi, for me, is the most important cornerstone of PSG. Honestly, I was not very impressed with PSG's game yesterday. They had a massive lead, but they still played the longest game of the PCS at 46 minutes. Mechanically, this team needs a shakeup. I think they've been playing way too macro-focused to the point that it's actually degraded their mechanics, and that definitely is a thing. Like we've heard from you know, like EDG coaches or some of the LCK staff, where if you play too macro oriented for too long of a stretch and you don't just throw down here and there, it actually makes you play worse because you're not always challenging yourself. You're not limit testing. So I do want to see PCG get out of their comfort zone. I want to see Bei actually showcase some crazy individual mechanics. And against this team here, Cha-Cha, Alio, and ICU, Bang2 as well, I think there's a possibility for this to be a more scattered and a more skirmish-oriented game.
Absolutely. I think we could see it here if Hurricane can give a challenge to our reigning champions and PSG. They certainly should take it up, try to flex a little bit. They won't be one of those teams that has to play in the tiebreakers. So they get a whole week off to rest up, to train up, to get ready. And in fact, they get a whole nother week because they have a bye in the first round. So why not start your training now? Enter the hyperbolic time chamber and get yourselves some practice on some weird stuff. Unified versus Bang2 is going to be our featured matchup. And I think this makes so much sense because I think these are the best two players on their teams.
Yeah, it could be the case very much. I still want to put my vote for ICU. But
he's up there. He's definitely up there, and so is Hanabi, for the record.
Exactly. Bang2 definitely is close here. I feel like this split, we saw a lot of unique champions. He played the Twitch, he played the Tristana before anyone else. The big question is, what does his Zeri sort of look like? Will he be hopping on maybe the Samira train? Will either of these players be going in that direction after the 12.5 buffs? And also another champion that I think if I'm from PSG, I would want to show is the Draven. Because if I can pick the Draven, it puts a lot of pressure on people who want to first pick Zeri. That's a matchup that goes very poorly for the Zeri. But with the Zeri off the table, probably not going to happen.
Yeah. Worth noting, Hurricane did have a very close game yesterday against Metal Falcon team that also went very long. We had some very long games yesterday, actually. Not just MFT Hurricane, Impunity versus Frank took a while, bit of a pause in there as well. And then the men you mentioned yesterday, the rematch of PSG and BYG. So very long day all said and done. Hysterics and Nightstar can have a little bit of a rest on that. But into this one, Akali, Ryze removed. I do like it. PSG banning the Ryze, saying, Bay, you do not get to play this champion. You have to do something different.
To be fair, that's also Cha-Cha's most played. So
that's true.
That's just, I don't think they're self-banning as much as just kind of making sure that they have to play something else.
It's my head narrative, man. My head canon.
That's true. Okay, I do want to see Bay actually play a great Ahri game. I will say he has been winning all of these Ahris, but individually, his Ahri has been a bit lacking. Like, he's not been very good with the charms. So I like that they're giving him more practice time on this champion. This is one of those tempo champions that I feel like everyone has to be packing going into the postseason. For Hurricane Gaming's side, they could be going for Poke, and I actually feel like Hurricane Gaming's Poke comp is their best composition by far. They can go for the Jace early. Corki is available for Cha-Cha, champions that don't require a lot of coordination.
All right, so very pokey lane. We have seen a little bit of that yesterday. The Ashe came into play as well on the other side. Juhan, definitely no stranger to this Hecarim. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him pick it up here, getting those engages on and trying to help out. But they don't need to pick it just yet. Unified has had some really solid Jinx performances, as to be expected in this split, and they are toying with the idea of picking him up the AD carry early. The bot lane already going to get a roll on. As the timer ticks down, they do allow it to go, and will we see that Hecarim for Juhan, or will it be something slightly different here? Now they're going to round out their bot lane, it seems.
I just want to remind PSG, so far they've already are about to select 3 champions, and there has been no unique champions. I've said what I needed to say very clearly. If they do not pick something unique here, they should be removed from Summer Split, okay?
You're going to file a formal complaint against PSG
they
talent.
still have 2 picks.
They still got 2 more picks. They got 2 more. Hey, and Hurricane might give us one of those. We'll see. We'll see. Come on, ICU. What you got? What you got for us?
Oh, no, please.
No, it's a Volibear. Come on, Olio. Where's that Echo? Where's that Olaf? Ah, well.
To be fair, he does play Divine Sunder.
That's true.
So that's kind of unique. You could
comes
say
from the,
that.
He comes from the HKA Konge school of jungling.
Yeah, I feel like we're just going to see very standard bans here. Probably Lee Sin off the table. I don't feel like Hecarim actually pairs that well with Ahri overall. So Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, likely the bans coming in. For PSG side, I would definitely be taking away the Jace here. Like, the comp is pretty self-explanatory at this point. So you really don't want the counter Jace. Oh no, they're going to go for Blind Gnar, aren't they? They're banning the Sylas.
Yeah, hey, it's a Hanabi. It's a Hanabi special, right? I mean, I like to say he's the one player in the league that's allowed to do this. He gets a pass because he wins more often than not.
Yep, that is true. That is true. You can.
I know you hate it, and I understand. I understand, Clement. But it's Hanabi.
Oh, they still banned the Hecarim. Interesting.
Oh, okay.
I feel like
I mean, this is
Juhan's
probably Lee
recent
Sin then
is-
for Juhan, right?
Yeah, it's probably
Maybe Jarvan?
his better champion. Jarvan is... It's okay. I feel like the strong engage against this comp might make sense, but it is an Ezreal, so if this is a... there probably is a mid lane pick here, and then top lane pick later, so I feel like going for the Jarvan now is a little bit too... it's a little bit too risky, because, you know, Hurricane Gaming could still definitely pivot into something else. They still have the Camille to go for if they want to play it.
Ah, there we go, Cha-Cha. First Vex game of the split for him.
Ooh, this could be fun. We have seen this
Kinda
matchup
like
quite
this.
a bit. Ari and Vex dueling against each other, and you know, Vex, she can take a huge chunk of skill shots and still turn the matchup on her head. I feel like she has a really good matchup against Ari, especially in team fights, just because she outranges and has that AoE fear. Okay.
All right, Juhan.
Diego.
I see what you're bringing. Ooh, okay, Hanabi.
Let's go.
Do it. Let's go. Come on,
on.
give us a Camille. That'll be a unique champion. It's going to be a new one. I think they might have heard you, Clement. And I do like the chase down potential that this gives PSG Talon. And, whoa, okay. All right, I won't get
even
excited
better.
until we get the lock-in, but there's some interesting hovers going on.
Come on, Hanabi. I know you want this. Let's go. This is even better. I'm totally okay with this.
No, okay, Kennan's fine. There was a lot of stuff I was excited for. Kennan's
Okay.
fine. I want to see Hanabi get a Smebolt off this game though, and that is a last pick Lucian top for ICU. Okay, we got to watch that top side this game.
All right, thank you, ICU. He actually saves the draft right here and gives us something a little bit new. PSG side, this is a very standard. You just play around the Jinx composition. It's very easy to execute. Diego just waits on the side. Maelstrom, you just hold it right there. Hurricane Gaming, they are playing for a more of a poke and pick composition. They do have global with that Vex, and you should expect ICU to be able to leave lane whenever he wants to. You should be winning out that lane. Usually you do get some sustain on your build with the Lucian, and you just side lane split push. So I like the comp from Hurricane Gaming, very scrappy, skirmishy. On the other side, for PSG, I'm afraid this is more of the same. This is probably going to be a very stock standard way of just moving across the map and protecting Unified.
So how strongly worded will be your letter of contention to the league after this one, Clement? I guess it depends on the performance.
Yeah. Look, there still might be some chances I change my opinion. Like, if Bay actually pops off on the Ari, I'll give them a pass. If you go Blade of the Ruin King Kennen and actually use those additional 80 ratios on 12.5.
It's a new champion for Hanabi this split. I'll say that much.
Is it really that new? Is it
Not
all we
not
could
that
have
new,
gotten?
but it's newer. It's newer, you know?
It's
like every
better
one of
than
these other
NAR and
champions.
GP, so there you go.
Every one of these other champions, it's like they've been driving the same car, but this one's still got a little bit of the new car smell, you know? It's rolling off the lot for Hanabi. Or at least dusting it out of the garage. It's a classic. I don't know. I've got a lot of metaphors about cars, but that doesn't make sense to a whole lot of people. That's okay. Let's get on to the riff for PSG Hurricane. This one is all for fun, but it's all for pride as well. I think Hurricane would like to go out on a high note, and taking down the top of the PCS certainly would be.
Yeah, for sure. Hurricane Gaming going for a early level 1, and we have seen them do a lot of late invades this split. They do like to actually wait here sometimes and go in on the 120 mark for the potential red steal, but it looks like it will be more of a standard start this time around. Just getting the early lane war down, trying to get some extra gold. You always want to do that on the Karma. It's kind of just free gold if you catch anyone there, so you do see a lot of teams getting the deep ward, also making sure that they can just harass Kaiwing even if he is in brush to start off.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, I think we have seen Hurricane develop a little bit here, right? I mean, even though this team is out of playoffs and only has so many wins, I think we've seen them grow towards the end of the split. Just the two against Sem9, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the fact that this team has made a more concerted effort to play on the same page, which is difficult when you have players in different locations. We keep talking about this, but Olio and Cha-Cha don't play from the same gaming house, and it's always been a struggle for this team, even back when they were Alpha Esports. Same kind of situation there, and well, a little bit of an early move pushes them out of the brushes. The game is given up there, but we'll get the laning phase underway.
So taking a look at the early level 1, we have PSG with a much stronger map presence. They have wards on both sides, are trying to guard Ari. Ari is actually pretty easy to gank pre-level 6, so definitely don't want that to happen. Hanabi misses 2 melee minions already, which is not a good start for him, but we'll continue to watch on. No biggie. I always get so tilted when I miss the first 2 melee minions, so I always kind of point that out.
This is why I only play Singe Top, man. I can't miss once I have Q. It's just dot damage.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah. Big brain plays, but definitely not my meta for that one. I think for Hanabi, maybe he's just dusting off or shaking off the rust, rather. We'll see what happens once this game gets a little further underway, because I think ICU will certainly force the issue on the kill pressure, and I do love to see one of these skill matchups up there. Both of these players will go for the kills when given the opportunity. Juhan on level 3, looking for Cha-Cha. He has a full bank of mana to use, and here comes the Herald Path. Oh, the charm! No. The minion MVP! Blocking it out for Cha-Cha.
Come on, Bay. Come on. Come on, Bay. Oh, what is this? This 4th or 5th Ahri game? It's just... I hate to say it, but honestly, like, Ahri has been one of Bay's, like, weakest champions. Even when he's constantly winning games with it, it's just... He hasn't looked very impressive on it.
I agree.
And that was
he doesn't seem as comfortable.
That's true. That was definitely a gank where they could have played super aggressively with. They had full vision of Volley Bear. There was no chance that Alio could actually impact that 2v2. But, you know, they don't get a flash. And honestly, I feel like they should have gotten a flash in that situation, especially with Cha-Cha being so far out in lane. A little bit of a misplay on PSG's side, but once again, no biggie. They don't really lose anything. And Alio, this time around, he does get some extra tempo. We'll set up the lane gank. I like this coming in from Alio. This is interesting. He knows that his lane is very far pushed up. There is a possibility that Juhan could come over here. So he just wants to stay around and make sure that, at the very least, ICU will get a good back off.
Yeah, ICU should be able to get a little bit more pressure on this. Not going to be able to secure a plate just yet, but definitely can try to make Navi's life a little bit hard. And just going to put that ward down and back away. They are certainly concerned about a possible Juhan appearance up here.
You do see Juhan finally inching in between these 2 wards. Oh, wow. He will be spotted right now. I thought he was coming in after the timeout of the ward right there. But this is still going to put a lot of pressure on ICU.
Yeah, this actually is really helpful for Hanabi right here, just showing face, allowing the opportunity. So, correctly guessed that the back away has happened. ICU comes right back into this to try and pick it back up. And, you know, I think PSG identifying that ICU can be a threat. Certainly something they want to watch out for as he gets that Ardent Blaze into the double tap as well. And ICU has been one of those players that has game-making potential. I think Hurricane kind of excel when they're allowed to play a little bit more of a solo queue-esque style, and ICU, he's that kind of player. He wants to just get up in your face, get the kills, and then turn that into advantages on the map.
It's absolutely crazy that ICU is still gold positive in his own lane, despite the entire entirety of the map losing, which is so... Like, if you're thinking about the situation, your jungler is behind, your mid is behind, but somehow ICU still finds his leads necessary. Hurricane Gaming, in the meantime, are having a pretty good time in the bottom side. They are running a double poke lane. Ooh, good catch, but Bang2 still gets out of that one. So they have been pushing out against PSG for the majority of this game. PSG gets the push out with the jungle pressure here. Very standard play, and they will also get a good back.
I feel like a lot of the time we just talk about standard for PSG. However, that was the pickup. The arcane shift down, and Kaiwing, man, this guy just has an eye for those openings, and him and Unified combo up perfectly on the snap traps. Well played.
Yeah, the crowd control chain was beautiful as well. There was absolutely nothing Bang2 could do. He just dies even with the heal being expended right there. That was the line going into the staggering blow, into the flame chompers, just perfect combo into an insta-kill.
So, I do want to point out that Kaiwing's about to get his roam on big time because he just bought the Moby boots.
Ooh.
That is an interesting one. I'm enjoying this. I think they realized after that maybe Unified can be left alone for a little while.
Yeah, it's been a while since we actually seen the Moby boots. A lot of times people go for Swifties, they go for Ionians, or they just go for defensive boots. But Moby's has been a lost art as we have the 3v2 going up into the top side.
No one expects the surprise! Moby Nautilus as Olio is running for the hills, throws down the Sky Splitter to cover his retreat. ICU forced to back away, and they might still go for the dive. Juhan only has level 5, no access to the Heartbreaker just yet, but even with the full culling, ICU could be in some trouble. They are going to set up for this one.
Yeah, they're ditching him.
Oh boy. 4-man dive here. Here comes Bay. Who's going to get the kill? It's Kaiwing at the end of the day.
To be honest, if I was ICU, I wouldn't even bother to flash that. There was a slicing maelstrom and 4 people coming for me. I'm just as good as dead.
I feel like somewhere in his mind he was like, I can outplay this.
Not really sure that's true. I don't think that's possible, especially with the Ari there as well. It's
no, I don't think he could have, but I think maybe he thought so. I don't know. Either way, this does open at least a plate here for Bang 2 and Enhao, so they will be able to get some gold back for themselves. But of course, diving the Jinx is certainly going to be a little more difficult, and Kaiwing right back into lane. So really nice use of the Moby Boots as soon as he picks them up to pull off a quick tour of Summoner's Rift.
Yep, they get a complete 4-man dive onto the top side. In the meantime, Cha-Cha does get a little bit of farm as well, and with this bottom lane constantly getting pushed in, I think there is a chance where Cha-Cha just leaves lane and use that Shadow Surge to tag onto Kaiwing. I feel like that would be the best target for him. And what he would need to do is for Hurricane, for Aliel to come here and just kind of let him out of lane, though. So once after this wave happens, we could see that being played.
Holding it for a second. Looks like they are going to buy a bit of time. There's a back coming through here for Enhao, though, so I think if it is a trip down bottom, it might happen a little bit later. As we keep our eye down here. Unified, keeping the wave relatively even. They're going to clear away this control ward. Oh, I think they, just spotted on the sweeper the other deep ward place, so vision denied there. Meanwhile, Juhan starts off on this Rift Herald up top. This is happening in Hurricane Vision, though.
Does look like here Hurricane Gamer really want a chance of 3v3 at this point. I think in 2v2s they are stronger, but in 3v3 with the slicing maelstrom just setting everyone up, there's a little bit too much crowd control that they don't fancy themselves going up against. So Juhan will get just a free Herald. Very powerful to start this one off. I do expect it just to be dropped mid lane. It's probably best to kind of limit where Vex can go onto the map. In the meantime, Bang 2 tries to get unified, but only gets some backline minions.
Trisha Barrage, at least they cut the wave down a little bit there. Just tries to get that poke, that harass. That's what this lane wants to do, but Unified and Kaiwing going to be able to hold on pretty well themselves. They back into mid lane, and yeah, pretty even back and forth on that one. Has allowed Cha-Cha to roam just a little bit, but he's only going to be on ward clear duty. ICU comes up here, and it is going to be Oliao coming in for the lane gank, and maybe they can bait this one as he goes in. Flash on to the ultimate for Hanabi, flashing to safety, but no! Oliao jumps on top of him, and Cha-Cha, meanwhile, is going to limp out of mid lane. So here comes the rocket. Can Unified clean it up? It's coming down the line, and boom! Unified!
Oh, what a good angle for that one. It actually crisscrosses the lane and would have ended up on the inside of tower as ICU tries to run away. Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Juhan picks one up, so all of a sudden, 3 kills swung in exchange on the map for Hanabi. Oh, boy.
That's just the classical Hanabi trade. He dies for the team, and the rest of the kills just get picked up one by one. It was still a very good play onto the top lane. Good bait by ICU. They did get the stun a little bit slow, so Slicing Maelstrom was able to come out and actually stun Aliel before Aliel was able to land his own stun. So there was a lot of extra damage put into that trade, and that's why it went poorly for the cleanup on the side of Juhan. He's still holding onto his Herald, though, so I do think he will be dropping this mid after this blue buff. Will be very strong of a play there. And we are taking a look at the items across the board now, starting to funnel in. I do think ICU should be going for the Immortal Shield Bow. Will give him a little bit more sustained power against the cannon into the top side, but ooh, interesting. Juhan looking for the kill top instead, even without Slicing Maelstrom.
Right back in. Okay, may not be a Maelstrom, but pressure's here. The push is on. There's no flash on ICU critically, and here comes Bay on the roam. Oh, I think they are ready to snap the jaws on this one. Let's see if ICU can hold on. Fancy footwork certainly going to be required. The game's up and given. There's the stacks. He gets stunned and caught between 3. It is an ICU sandwich as Bay picks up the kill.
I just feel so bad for ICU. That has been the life for ICU, you know? Get slightly ahead in your lane, and everyone suddenly appears to just lock everything down. Unfortunately, after the blue buff, wave clear goes into the favor of Ari right there, and Bay able to roam up top. No charm even needed. for that play. Hanabi just gets the stun down. It will take the first tower. And Lucian is in dire straits. This pick doesn't do as well in 5v5 team fights. It's definitely more of a lane bully champion. I feel like his lane bullying days are over.
Yeah, a little rough here. Is with Oleo's help, they'll be able to take down Shelly before she gets a charge on Inner, but things are starting to look a little rough up in that top side, and most of the map, let's be honest here, for Hurricane Gaming. A little under, I should say, 3,000 gold is the lead. And now Divine Sunderer completed for Juhan, Rocket Belt completed for Hanabi, Mythic starting to come online across the board. Even Bay with the kill, too, is inching himself a little closer. As a Dark Seal with 4 stacks, too. I mean, we've been seeing Medjai's today. Maybe we'll get another one. As Dragon should be finished up. This is Cloud. A little bit late on the take, but it does come through here.
Oh, Hanabi's just
oh no! ICU! That's a lot of shurikens. Doesn't have the follow-through damage, but doesn't really need it. And look at this. PSG just muscling in to the Hurricane jungle and taking everything away.
It's not a good sign when your Lucian just straight up loses a flash against the Kennen coming into laning phase. ICU once again forced away from farm, and we haven't seen Chacha actually use this Shadow Surge at all, so Hurricane Gaming's greatest strength, those skirmishes with numbers advantages, is quickly diminishing. I don't think they're going to get a chance to use those combos for picks right now. PSG, we've talked about their game plan. They're just going to use their range advantage and sit in front of your towers and dare you to come into them. They have a lot of punishing abilities like the Charm, like the Slicing Maelstrom to dissuade aggressive plays onto Jinx. And I feel like we are getting to the phase where you are going to see the group more boldly, likely going to go for the Herald, and then just shift mid. And for Hurricane Gaming, I think their only recourse is to actually pick out members before PSG can fully group as a 5v5.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's going to be tough to do because PSG just plays so smart around the map and don't necessarily go wandering where they shouldn't. But maybe this team gets a little cocky. They are dipping deep into Hurricane Jungle. Oleo finding himself on the wrong side of things, and that is going to be the Mistral Bolt flying, not landing anywhere. Chacha, as you mentioned, has not been able to find a Shadow Surge this game. Push continues down bot side, but Unified's just holding on here by himself, and Bang2's trying to threaten, but like the kill pressure when you're running a poke lane is not quite that much if you don't have poke already landed, and they got to worry about where the heck Kaiwing is. He's certainly got some fast shoes ready for walking as he sits in that brush.
And he also has Bay behind him as well, so could be seeing a 3v4 develop as Viego also comes in. Can Bang2 run away?
Okay, nice. And how? And Bang2 able to dodge away from the hook.
I like the angle from Kaiwing. He was trying to do a prediction, but Bang2 was very smart on that play, waits for the dredge line to actually come out before deciding on where to end up, walks away from that easily, despite having zero vision into the river. Kaiwing might want to try this one again, but he's standing on a ward.
Yeah, this time they know. Unified making himself look a little bit tasty there, but Hurricane too smart for that one. Juhan does not want to take the hard path all the way in. Should have spotted or at least known that Oleo was waiting and baiting. So, PSG back to the mid lane they go. Juhan and Kaiwing here to try and get some more chip damage. Maybe even take this one down. A dive could come in. ICU's here for defense with Chacha, but ICU has lost out on quite a bit of farm this game. And even though he has a slight edge over Hanabi, he is not going to be nearly as useful. Gale Force as well, as he does not opt into the Immortal Shield bow.
Ooh, so this is more of an assassin build. He can't die for the backline and just kill Unified, who still is the most fed member on the enemy team. But that just means he doesn't have much power in the side lanes whatsoever. Hanabi should be able to leave lane and have priority whenever he wants to. They're also going to take a very easy second Herald here, which should leave into the mid lane tower going down shortly. And you're just going to see the entire map shift toward the bot lane and completely decimate whatever leads Bang2 has had. Ooh,
oh dear! That is going to be the pickup onto Enhow. Unified gets one, starts getting excited, looking for Bang2 as he dodges shot after shot and sends the rockets flying. Meanwhile, Hurricane Gaming going to have to contend with a Shelly and Juhan and Bay in the mid. This is starting to look tough. Hurricane Squad in danger being snuffed out here. Another charge gets completed. They couldn't quite finish the job. Should be able to get some serious turret damage. At this point, yeah, they can just shred this.
Yeah, and Hurricane Gaming, in terms of their team composition, they really don't have that much engage. So it's very easy for PSG to start these sieges and start these side lane split pushes. The only member they really have to worry about, I think, is actually Cha-Cha. Like, even with Olio, it's pretty telegraphed how he's going to approach. He's probably going to ult in, flash Q, you, and you can sort of get an idea that's happening if you just see him somewhere around. So right now, PSG, I think they are shifting into a 1-3-1 strategy, and it's a very comfortable one because there's only one source of engage on Hurricane Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy game plan when you know exactly what your opponent's capabilities are, and also just how far ahead you are, right? I mean, they're taking this one nice and slow. We talked about how the Dragon was a little bit late in this game. We're only just getting the Ocean to come up at 17.5. This should be absolutely free for PSG, but it seems like they've adopted the strategy of slow and steady wins the base.
Yeah, pretty much. They're just going to keep on stacking for Drakes. I like how they're keeping completely spread out at this point. The only way that Hurricane Gaming could have a realistic comeback is if they find a big team fight, Shadow Surge gets the reset, and they mow down multiple people. So they're not letting that happen whatsoever. Their lanes individually can push, can have priority, so they're just not even going to bother about grouping up against Hurricane Gaming. And this is sort of the problem when you're playing a semi-poke composition is if the enemy just goes for a split push and can out-trade you on the side lane towers, there's not a whole lot you can do. Your comp typically doesn't have engage, so... You know, outside of landing a couple lucky shots by Bang 2 and maybe somehow getting a kill on Unified, it looks really bleak for Hurricane Gaming. There's just not much that can sway PSG.
And it's going to be even easier for PSG to move around this map because the Hex Rift comes up, so now they can just rotate up top. This is a huge numbers advantage. If Hanabi baits out Olio and ICU for a while, they've got to know something's up here. Kaiwing and Bei actually setting up a little bit of a miniature death brush. Juhan gonna wait as well. And anyhow, he knows something's waiting for him there. He has to. So, PSG, I think they gave up what probably could have been some sure kills had they made a beeline up there, but instead they try to bait out another kill out of the bottom side, the bottom lane, I should say. It doesn't end up happening.
So we'll see if PSG fall into the trap of being too safe for their own good. Yesterday, they were about 2,000 HP from rushing away the Baron, and because they didn't want to 50-50 it, they actually made some terrible decisions and gave the Baron over to the enemy team anyway, plus a couple of kills. So it's definitely a fault for teams sometimes to play way too safe, drag the game out, and allow the enemy team to find ways back into the game. I do want to see PSG playing a little bit more aggressively with the lead they have, and here we go.
Talk about aggressive! Flash into the dredge line and lines up the rocket. It was a very cinematic kill onto Enhao, but that's all they'll get out of it.
Yeah, beautiful pieces coming in from Kaiwi. They're hurting the enemy across the map. They know where they will be preemptively, and they just go for the kill right afterwards. So that was a really nice use of map mobility and priority coming in from PSG. In the meantime, we do see the team starting to converge onto the Baron. All I need from ICU is just a straight-up solo kill. Let's go.
He's going to try. Oh, Hanabi does get him on the edge of the Maelstrom. Hanabi flashes, and ICU is baited into the waiting hands of Juhan. Oh, boy.
In my heart, ICU won that.
He should have.
Hanabi did not respect the laws of the duel. He actually asked for help there. So ICU, that's 10 points to you. I have massive respect for trying. And on we go into the PSG Baron dance again.
Oh, dear. All right. Well, Nabi buys himself a shiny new Void Staff with the proceeds of that one. 20 minutes. PSG up 8 kills to 1. 8,000 gold advantage here. Baron on the Rift. Would be a lot easier for PSG to get it, but because they've been so risk-averse, I doubt that they'll start it without a recent pick, probably onto Olio. But they can control this side of the map with relative ease.
Yeah, I feel like PSG are not going to start until they actually have secured a kill overall. Hurricane Gaming, despite their deficit, they could actually still do a lot of damage to targets inside the Baron Pit. The Arcane Barrage is magic damage, so with the magic damage shred from Baron, that could really turn the tides of war. Also, you have Shadow Surge into personal space, which is a ton of AoE magic damage as well, so I don't really see PSG chancing for it, not with the way they've played this game so far. I just think that they will continue to take away resources from Red, side jungle, and just look for opportunities as people try to walk into some of these brushes.
Yeah. Now, there is going to be a trade of towers, but it's an outer for inner, which usually tells you the state of things for one team or the other. PSG just so fast at deleting towers off the map due to Unified's Jinx, rapid fire cannon, of course. And they will actually start this Baron, knowing that there's actually two bot side. They're going to send a rocket from Unified just to try and AoE the minions down, and actually it's perfectly aimed. The Baron, though, is down to half its hit points. Bay's going to be careful not to get caught. Nice fancy footwork there, and he nearly finds Enhao on an Orb of Deception. So while the inner tower does go down, PSG opt for the trade here.
Yep, and PSG walk away with everything. You know, Bay chunks down Enhao, is able to survive Cha-Cha and his Shadow Surge, and there wasn't really much disruption. Hurricane Gaming, I felt like they did a calculated gamble, which was that PSG maybe are too risk-averse. They had two people taking down all of the towers in the bottom lane, which is a sizable chunk of gold. But PSG, they called the bluff. They said, you know what, if you're going to play us like that, we're just going to take the Baron. It's pretty much free anyway. It's not like we are afraid of potentially chancing things.
Take the Baron they do. 5 members strong, losing an air tower for it, but relatively easy for them to continue cleaning things up across this map here as Juhan just finds a very free Dragon. Yeah, okay, it was nowhere near going down there. True Shot Barrage, a little bit of a sniff there. Bang 2 is hoping to optimistically find an opportunity, but doesn't end up happening. So Drake stack building, like I said, a little bit slower than it needed to be, but PSG landed out nice and safe. Bay as well, not going to sniff too far into enemy territory on the top side. Meanwhile, the inner goes down in the bottom lane, and it's going to be inhibitor turrets. Flame Choppers preemptively thrown out. Unified does get hit by the Mantra Q, but they can shred waves pretty easily.
This will be a small gold win. Ooh.
Okay, that's going to be the ultimate, and into Bang 2. They find the kill. That's going to open up the base right here, and ICU and Olio might be pushing, but they are losing their own base. They've got to back away, Clement.
No hesitation from Juhan, the flash in. Really well done there to get the kill just off the hook. In the meantime, we also see Ari being able to chase away 2 members on the side of Hurricane Gaming. So this is looking like a double inhibitor take already as, oh man, Bay continuing the chase just makes it so hard for Hurricane Gaming to actually get back into their own base.
Stops the back, some ICU. ICU's going to try to outplay him here. That is a lot of double taps. Can he at least get the Ari for his trouble? And he can! ICU at least can claim the kill. A big shutdown. Only about 200 on the bounty, but still a lot better than what he's had this game.
Beautiful play there from Bay, from ICU. Bay already has expended his ultimate on the previous play. Hanabi,
oh no, I think he
does attack ICU with the rocket belt. He has nowhere to go.
ICU has absolutely nowhere, and man, Hanabi even hits him with the Flash Wolves at the end.
I feel the pain of ICU. He's really trying his hardest to get this game off the ground here, but so far nothing is working, and PSG are looking at a Baron plus a Hextech Drake Soul split on the map happening in about 3 minutes. If I'm PSG, I don't want to trade any of this. I'm probably just going to set up for Baron play in the meantime, force the fight out of Hurricane Gaming, and then I want to go for both.
You got 2 inhibitors down. All you got to do is keep the pressure on at PSG. I mean, it's just like clockwork that they can just repeat this over and over again without presenting too much of a target. Hurricane have managed to get a few scraps this game, and Bay being one of them, but it just doesn't matter. They're waiting, setting up a death corridor, as it were, just outside the base gate. As Hanabi baits, Sky Splitter hits him, doesn't really care about it, and oh, he's not close enough. Ah, the flash into the engage, they wanted it, and that's going to be the full back away here as Enhao going to be the target. Doesn't go down. Nevertheless, here's the turn. Skywing falls. ICU sets this one up. Hanabi into the back line, and it's a massive maelstrom. Olio survives for a handful of seconds as ICU and Cha-Cha will get melted, and I think this has got to be game over.
Yeah, ICU trying to run away, dodges from the zap, but Juhan is in close pursuit. There's also a red on Unified. He can't get away from the wall far enough. Dies the Super Mega Death Rocket, and PSG will crush Hurricane Gaming. This was a pretty quiet game from them all around, but they still showcase why they are on top of the PCS.
Just gonna wait for that final kill to go through. Let the ace happen for Juhan and finish the fight. PSG, all smiles. They can take themselves a win. And yeah, and it was just the game plan. I think Hurricane, they didn't have too much to play for there, so they're not too busted up about the loss, but they are officially done with the spring split. But for PSG, a nice couple weeks of vacation, maybe a bit of training, and then right onto the Rift again with that #1 guaranteed seat.
Yeah, bot lane winning out earlier on. They did find the solo 2v2 kills onto the side of Bang2. Kaiwing again getting some of those flashy hooks. He does this a lot of time. This is kind of like the PSG strategy where they will pretend they're backing, but they're actually still in the brush with their duo, and that's how a lot of their solo kills actually come from. Once the bot was snowballed, they were able to transition in mid, get a triple herald charge on the second one, and they were just so far ahead at that point that they could turn for Baron after the play.
I feel like Kaiwing competes with Kino for who can get the most aggro engages sometimes. It's really fun to watch those two.
It definitely is. I feel like the good thing about all of our top supports is they're all aggressive players. We don't have the super defensive plays coming out from each side. It's all blood for the blood god type of play there. And that's the type of play I enjoy in PCS.
Absolutely. So the best teams are able to do it. I think it should probably tell you something about the state of the league. And the state of things, not much has changed after that one because this wasn't affecting the playoff picture whatsoever. It was all for fun. And yeah, PSG didn't really show any cards. I would like to see, after they have a couple weeks away, what else they can bring, what they can surprise other teams with. And I mean, everybody knows they have to watch on the map rotations. You have to be able to play a smart game against PSG, but you're not going to be able to outsmart them. And that's what has been so tough. Teams have really only found edges by just getting that snowball on. We saw it with Beyond. We saw it with CFO. Maybe other teams can find that, and we have a few more games to play today to see if these teams can flex a bit of muscle there, riding on the playoff picture, I should say. But yeah, for this game, I think Hurricane, they tried for a few things. They just never really got presented a target, and that is kind of the PSG special.
Yeah, I felt like they had a good lead in the bottom side of the lane. Usually double poke lane against the melee of Nautilus, you are going to get a lot of chances to actually get tower chip in. But unfortunately, they weren't able to move any of the rest of the pieces successfully to the bottom side. We saw Bay, despite kind of fumbling some of those charms, he was still in full control of his lane, could push in wherever we want to. Vex never got a Shadow Surge into the bot lane, only into the later game team fights, so we actually see that ultimate even exist. And top lane was just dove consistently. 2 dives earlier, ICU down starting 0-3. There was really nothing he could do. It was just kind of vision game from PSG, making correct decisions on where to go onto the map, and that was enough to triumph over Hurricane Gaming without even any hard-fought battles. There was no pitch battles coming into this game. It was a one-sided slaughter and just one-sided catch from start to finish.
One exception, though, had to be ICU finally getting himself a kill, tryharding so much to get that pickup, and he did find Bay. And I do love this guy's mechanics. I do love the fighting spirit that he brings. It's just such like unbridled aggression, but also like he even though he's a top laner, he kind of feels like an old school like double lift or something like that. Like he just loves to go and make the plays. He's got a little bit of the Uzi eye for the kill as well sometimes. Maybe they should shift him down bot side. Who knows?
Honestly,
he's not a bad Lucian.
I would love to see ICU on a team where most of his other members are actually even. Like I feel like if a team was just even in the jungle position, ICU would be crushing it in the league. He's already doing it without a jungler, and he's already positive in his own lane. So
get this man a team is what you're telling me. Yeah, I agree. I think he's. You know what? After that game, I'm willing to concede to you that ICU is probably the best player on the squad. Bang2, he tried. I think Ezreal, didn't give him enough of a chance to do the damage, but all the same, ICU did a great job with what he could do. Considering that's how much damage he got off, and he was just constantly dove under tower, it would be unfair to look at his KDA.
It definitely would. I feel like Bane2 has shown a lot of affinity for this Ezreal pick. They are willing to just first rotation pick it a lot of times, so maybe that is an area where they could hone in onto. I would actually prefer them to see a kind of a weak side Ezreal play and focus more on ICU. In the meantime, MVP goes to Kaiwing.
Let's go.
The bot lane, the support MVPs. I love the way that he was able to get those hooks on to Bang2 across the minion waves, and people playing against PSG, please, 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 always remember this. If they are making obvious back right in front of you, that means they're actually in the brush. They didn't go
It's
at
a
all.
bait.
They
Yeah,
do this play
PSG.
so many times.
Such mind games, but Kai Wing, the mastermind in this one, does set up for some flashy dredge line plays, enabling his team to absolutely pop off in a well-earned win. So that's the last time we get to see PSG for a couple of weeks, but when they come back, it is going to be a whole lot. And speaking of breaks, we're going to go on one as well. When we return, Meta Falcon team are looking to take on Beyond Gaming, so don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We got 3 games down and only a couple more to go before we decide and find out how all those playoffs are going to look, with a couple of tiebreakers most likely thrown in there. Hey everybody, I'm still Pyra, he's still Clement, and our sponsors haven't changed either. They're CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now Clement, this one, we've had our fun. At least fun if you're a PSG fan, I suppose. But now we get back into the playoff contention, as Meta Falcon Team and Megabank Beyond Gaming both have a lot to play for in this one. Based on results earlier today, MFT can at best look to try and contest for a 6th place seed. They can't go any lower than 7th due to the fact that Impunity locked in 8th. And for Megabank Beyond Gaming, they can at best place 4th, and that would give them a slide selection advantage over a 5th seed, which they would otherwise get.
Yeah, absolutely huge for both of these teams. So talking about our playoff format, you only get side selection for the first game, and then the loser gets the side selections for the ensuing games. But, you know, one side selection is absolutely huge, especially when you're talking about the PCS, where the blue side has over 75% win rate. So
it's pretty insane.
Yeah, we could still see that trend going into this one. I've actually felt like Meta Falcon Team had a very good week. They had a close game against CFO that took all the way to 33 minutes. They had a 16 kill game from 665 yesterday in a win against Hurricane Gaming. So I feel like this is a team that's slowly getting back and finding their footing. Of course, there is a common thread between both of these games is that people have started to give Wen his Galio back, which I'm not sure why you would do that. It's his best champion by far. They have 4 wins on that, so I wouldn't do it anymore. But if they get Galio and they get another aggressive composition, the double AD comp has really been working out for them, so they're expanding their repertoire quite a bit. And for Megabank, we get to see Likai back.
Likai returns, yeah. He's only gotten 1 game, and I feel like it's a bit of a bum rap, right? Because he had a bad Gwen game, and then we just never saw him again. So on the final day of regular play, Liang is going to be the one on the bench this time. Now, Liang has been pretty strong overall. I think this is definitely a stage experience move. However, I do think he comes in against a relatively strong player in Taco, who has made some solid plays for MFT in the past, and it'll be a good test for Likai and see if he's been practicing those mechanics.
I miss Likai so much because I feel like Season 12 was the meta that was built for him. Hull breaker, side lane, split pushing. If you think about Likai, his best champion was the Camille. It was coming in at different flank angles, and he really was the master along with Jimian in that Machi team that was so fun to watch and so incredibly strong. We didn't get to see much of him in this split, and if you're wondering why the top lane feels a little bit worse this split compared to the last, it is because Likai and Ozzy went to some of the better teams, and essentially we had double ups happening in these 2 squads. Now taking a look at the mid lane right here, both of these players are very unique in their styles. Wen is a roam first, try to play for your jungler type of player here, very low in the DPM, but very good at following up. His best champion, again, Galio, 80% win rate, don't want to give it to them. And for Minji, I feel like he's been taking a bit of a downward turn. Akali is still super good for him, but his Ahri was very questionable yesterday. I feel like mechanically, he's just not as confident this week as he was in some of the previous weeks, so he definitely needs a strong showing today to at least alleviate some of our worries of Minji being kind of a one-trick and very inconsistent.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's the one who's definitely shown that he's a little bit dependent on some of his more signature champions, and even that Ahri that he's played more than any other, which gets banned away here, has been a little 50-50. A Zoe ban as well. I feel like the Akali is a little bit more of an obvious one, but let's see what Beyond do with this. A lot of comfort and signature picks removed already as the Galio goes away for Wen. He'll have to find something else. We did get to see the Camille Renekton come in before, so maybe that'll come back for this squad.
I'm really thinking about what AD carry could facilitate a double AD comp from Meta Falcon team. I feel like that's their best bet so far. Whale for me is still pretty inconsistent in the laning phase itself. So 665 going on to Graves and the mid lane being some sort of a tank bruiser has been the best setup for MFT. Beyond Gaming, very well aware of that. Just going to ban both of those bruisers out. He still has a set that he could go for, but I honestly feel like set in solo lanes is a lot less powerful. And
3 bans, Minji.
Yeah, Zeri makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah. Absolutely. So MFT, let's see what they end up locking in for themselves this time around. We won't get to see that Renekton, unfortunately, although there are still some possibilities. So clearly both teams recognizing that the mid laner is the linchpin of their respective strategies.
For sure. I would say in a weird kind of way, the mid laner has been sort of the limiting factor for both of these teams.
Also true, yes.
Yeah, they have very small effective champion pools.
They're both pinchable, yeah.
So if you pinch them, it forces them into really weird strategies, and we'll see what Beyond Gaming go for right here. Husha has been a while since he's actually gone back to the Diana. I feel like the pacing of the games they've played they've tried to move the pacing up, and because Minji typically doesn't have much of a laning phase there when he's playing things like Akali, they haven't been willing to go for the Diana as much. If they are going for Diana, it could signal that Minji actually has another AD mid laner pick that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to see this on the last day of play for sure. For MFT's side, they do see that Wako goes ahead and picks up the Xayah, try and deal with the Jinx that has been the expected answer for these teams in the shifted meta that we find ourselves in. Let's see what MFT end up pairing up with the Jinx. If they go for a big blocking support just like this, the Braum would be the play, although they did have an Nautilus available that's a bit more defensive for the MFT side. I think it makes sense when Whale and Renhao aren't expecting to win the lane against Wako and Kino.
Yep, and the question really is, what else does MFT try to play for, especially for Wen's role? If the Braum really signals to me that once again they're going for double AD. Braum is probably the best double AD support that you can get, because when you have two people with range auto attacks, it makes clicking and getting those concussive blows so much easier. Ooh. And there we go, Minji.
The Yone!
That is AD. I was warning what he was, and the Yone comes through.
Okay, all right, Minji, let's see if you can do it, man. This is going to be a lot of fun. It was just an absolute instantaneous answer to the Rise, so we are going to get to see that as, Megabank Beyond Gaming definitely had prepared for a little bit of a different pick.
How could I forget about the Yone? I was racking my brain trying to think of an AD. What I came up was Kiana, but honestly, Kiana is such a risky pick. I'm not sure that Beyond Gaming really want to run that in playoffs.
I mean, the Yone
is a little bit more consistent, I would say, overall, and it's going to be fun to see what their combo can bring. There's a lot of pieces. I feel like you have to ban set after this couple of drafts at this point because of the Wombo combo potential here, and Leona probably needs to go. But, oh no, they're going to ban Jackson. What?
Okay. I mean, well, that was a Lekai thing last year on Machi, so I still feel like they're getting a little caught up in the nameplates and not in the champion picks. We'll see what the answer is. Beyond, I've already banned the Xin Zhao up against 665.
I would ban the Graves here again.
You got a bench ability yesterday.
That is true. So
that was a wild game against Hurricane, man. That was very back and forth. Okay, Tryndamere.
Tryndamere makes sense after looking at the Jax ban. Jax has a decent matchup against the Tryndamere because he can block his auto attacks, and that's all the damage Tryndamere has, basically. So I do like that idea. I really like the set being banned here. Come on, NFT, ban the set, please. Ban set. Let's go.
Oh, it's worked
well. That's actually the more obvious answer. I can't believe I missed that one. So good call, MFT.
But Kino will play set here. Like he's been the guy. Holy cow. He's done this before.
This is an interesting one.
He has done this before. Last year. No, okay, there we go. He's playing with us. He's playing with us. That's top Graves. Okay.
Alright, this one's more standard. Top grades, good takeaway from MFT as well. They're most likely running tank on Wen. I don't see Wen going for the Seraph's Embrace type of build here. So MFT, they have to reveal both their jungler and their top at this point. What they're lacking, I haven't really seen MFT play a protect the AD carry comp. So I still think they need a secondary carry coming in from their top side.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, it's a Nocturne for 665. All right, so that, I mean, with the tank Nocturne build too, that's a fairly tanky comp that can set up some nice engages, keep people in the dark.
Top.
You think it's going top?
Yeah, top lane Nocturne actually has a pretty decent matchup against the Graves. A level 6, he actually just one-shots you. There's not much you can do as Graves.
That's a good point. Yeah, let's see. Okay, no, it is going to go jungle. We got a Darius. Okay.
What?
Oh, man, MFT throw us for a curveball.
Huh. All right, this is very interesting. I'm still trying to imagine how this composition will work because I just, like, the Darius and the Brahma, I understand. Those are champions that really punish you when you try to come in and attack them. Basically, Darius is going to have so much extra HP. The Decimate is going to get, like, triple heals all across the board. You're almost guaranteed to get a full blood, I think it's Blood Rage stack on the Darius. But then you also have the Nocturne. And I don't think the Nocturne actually fits this comp because no one's going in with the Nocturne. So I'm a little bit baffled at how they want to operate this one. It could be something very creative, something we never have seen before, or it just could be 665 saying that I'm just going to stomp on Lee Kai because he's great and I can chase him down whenever I want to.
Entirely possible. I think either way, right? MFT is that squad that is unafraid to bring out these really unorthodox and, like, complicated win condition compositions, which is quite the mouthful. It's not always worked, but this is a squad that did come in having played together for a while in collegiate and in semi-pro and amateur tournaments. So they had a lot of inbuilt synergy already, and we saw early on that was enough to take down some of the weaker teams in the league. The question is, now that Mega Bank Beyond Gaming are where they're at and have a lot to play for in this one, looking to contest up for a 4th seed, well, I wonder if it's going to be enough to work. On the Beyond side, I mean, they've brought some interesting stuff to bear as well. I think a lot of it's going to ride on how well Minji can pilot this Yone.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that Yone does have a decent matchup early game, but they are running with a Diana. So to me, this is going to be a slow game. Early game, nothing much going to happen. Level 6 is where all the sparks are really going to start and fly. And on the side of MFT, they should be looking for top-focused ganks. Bottom lane, a little bit harder to execute because of the Xayah there. But top lane, Graves is kind of a free kill post 6, so I expect them to go there consistently. And on the side for Beyond Gaming, I don't think laning kills matter as much for them. There is a potential for the Yone ultimate to get a kill and a chain into the Moonfall, but they are much better served at waiting for that for objectives. So I see Beyond Gaming's game plan. You push super hard, you get the lethality builds on both of your side lanes that almost guarantees you push, and you just try to play around objectives. While for Beyond, for MFT's side, they want to actually get the ganks in before objectives can be set up and kind of snowball after using the paranoia in lane, get a kill, go for Herald. That's kind of their strategy on the early side.
We'll see if they can pull it off. Remember what's riding for this one. MFT would like to secure themselves a 6th seed and be able to start in the winner's bracket rather than the losers that 7th and 8th have to in the playoffs. And if they do it, they need either Frankie Sports to lose, or if they win after that, it's a tiebreaker. It's kind of it's sort of, as long as the same result happens for both those squads, we've got a tiebreaker because they do have the same record currently. However, for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, the best they can do right now is a 4th seed, which would be one up from their 5th that they wouldn't secure otherwise. And that, of course, does mean side selection in game number 1. But kicking things off, standard array here. Not going to get a whole lot of shenaniganery out of Mega Bank Beyond Gaming in the early.
Yeah, and just looking at the potential matchups coming in from Beyond Gaming, I actually feel like, getting 4th, it's important because they could potentially draw someone like MFT or Frankie Sports, and that opponent would be significantly easier than someone like CFO or DCG. So a lot is actually riding on this game for them, and for them to lock down that seeding because of the massive gap that exists between whoever's going to come up into 6th place and whoever on top of the seeding it might come down into their matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Let's get things underway. I do want to always keep an eye on this Darius matchup into the Graves, but since we don't get to see it a whole lot, Clement, talk me through the Yone and the Rise, because you did say it could get an edge early in this game.
Yeah, we typically do see Yone doing very well in lane. It's very difficult trading against him because he does have that 3 cycle onto the Q, and he can charge in and knock you up. And as a ranged champion earlier on, you always have to be rather careful about that. And, you know, he does have that level 6 wombo combo potential. We have seen the Diana Yone comp being played across the globe in the past. Just the ultimate locking in people can be very deadly. So those are the main ideas, I feel like, with the Yone. It's just a combo piece and a strong AD champion that can allow Husha to kind of scale up towards 6. On the other side about the Darius, you know, we really haven't seen anyone else but Taco play the Darius. And the situations where Darius is very effective in is when the enemy team has to run at you. He is considered a juggernaut. That means he's super low mobility. He gets kited out super easily. So if you're running trying to chase against other people, that's usually not a position where you want to be. In this situation, Darius actually could work out because Husha and Minji are most likely going to be on top of you, and that is heaven for Darius. Darius gets to free decimates, he gets free apprehends, and then he gets to stack up, get massive amounts of ADs. I think it's like something like 200 AD on max stacks, and he gets the reset city going on.
That was a statement for the champion, right? Just say, like, don't come anywhere near me because I will ruin your day. Husha going to go ahead and get himself a Scuttle Crab here, secure it up, looking for that Viz, as it was traded, of course, on bot side. And yeah, neither of these junglers, well, I mean, the Nocturne could come in a little bit early, but definitely fairly ult dependent as far as getting a whole ton done, even though 665s would be a little bit more telegraphed. But, you know, all you know when that happens is that somewhere on the map is where he could be, but you have absolutely no idea where he's going to be going.
Yeah, just making sure that Lee Kai can push, just being uninterrupted. Taco is running with double offensive summoners here with the Ghost as well, so it does mean that Lee Kai has to be very careful. And in fact, Lee Kai is running with the Ghost himself too, but they don't want that push to stop. They want to clear up the top side, and they understand that the most likely target for a gank is going to be in that bot lane. Nocturne, I don't think is going to threaten Alistar all that much. As long as Alistar doesn't blow his WQ combo on the same go, like, there's not much threat that Nocturne can really offer into this lane. So top lane is kind of the only place where you really expect 665 to make a dent.
Yeah, meanwhile in this mid, Minji continuing to trade relatively evenly with Wen. This Rise, his next much-played champion after the Galio, but he seemed to have been fairly dependent on it, and I think it does make a lot of sense that Beyond wanted to remove it from his pool. I want to see how he's going to be able to play it. There's that apprehend. Ooh, and the Ghost is on for both. Flash burn by Lee Kai. He does not want to give anything up. There is no guillotine here. He's going to have to rely on decimates and gets it. Taco in the top with the first blood.
Beautiful stuff right there. Gets the initial apprehend, and that's just the go button for the all-in right here. He does run with the Conquerors, but is still actually able to catch up quite nicely. And it's always important to get the kill in first, because usually the Graves is going to go for the boots too and make that significantly harder. And I was just I feel like Taco just kind of caught Lee Kai off guard, because usually you don't expect the Darius to charge at you post 6. Pre-6. Without the Noxian Guillotine, he does lack a bit of damage here, but there is the combo.
Yep, and a Rune Prison. Minji goes in the back, though, and a little bit late for 665 to be able to make it happen. Doesn't manage to find any damage, but yeah, this is a good start for MFT, right? They are able to get the solo kill onto the Darius. It's one of those champions that can snowball, get his lane bully on, set Lee Kai far behind, and man, you got to feel for Lee Kai. He sits on the bench for almost all the split, comes back in and has to play into a Darius.
Yeah, it was very difficult to play against that champion. I feel like Darius is just such a punishing champion. When he does get ahead, he constantly stays ahead. In the meantime, MFT actually going to use this bottom lane wave to take down the Drake first as well. So this jungle pressure really being in the favor of 665 earlier on with the Nocturne. But I think this is where things will start to change just a little bit. You have both of those level 6 going online after this push. And with the serrated Dirk, we should have shove in the bottom side as well. So I do expect Beyond Gaming to start to venture into the red side jungle of MFT.
You would have to think. Continuing to try and push the lead just a little bit. Slim gold pretty much making up the kill gold that Taco had been able to pick up. And there's level 6 now for 665. Let's see where the first Paranoia is going to land.
Yep, should just be into the top lane. I feel like that's the easy answer. No sums into this top lane. You get the fear down guaranteed, and then Taco can finish up. We see the pings going down there already. They have the pink ward on their blue buff. I love this setup. They know what's coming. The question is, what is Lee Kai going to do about it? There's not much he can do about it. This is a pushing champion that doesn't do much if he doesn't push. So he's caught between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah, Taco going to try and zone him. Ooh, does miss the apprehend, though, and everything go in that soon. Minji now going to find a little damage onto Wen. He goes into Rune Prison, but he's able to snap right back. Ush is here a little bit late as well, and 665 going to stop for a cheeky blue buff turn.
Yep, and I do expect 665 to start moving up into lane at this point. Beyond Gaming, for them, they really want this fight to be more than just a 2v2 skirmish in the top side. I think their best play is actually to pull Lee Kai down, start an early Herald, and that means when you're grouped up as 5v5, Paranoia actually doesn't give you all that much value. Ninja putting Wen super low too as well, and that just means that he could be comboed down rather easily. I love this response. They're not letting Lee Kai hang out to dry.
Beyond Gaming sticking together. Usha onto the Rift Herald. Going to have a little bit of backup from Kino and Minji, but Renhao as well is here. And they can't really stop this one. So this is going to be free Rift taken by Megabank Beyond Gaming. However, Kino going to sound the alarm here. Husha's got to get out of harm's way as he gets tagged up on the Winter's Bite. Here comes the Paranoia. Where's 665 going to go? Finds the Alistar, knocked up, flashed away. And Lee Kai is going to come down a little bit late as the apprehend goes through. Husha taking a little bit low. Pulls in 3 of the Moonfall, but that is going to be guillotine 1. Lee Kai opens up. It's massive on the collateral damage. Can they clean up? That's another dunk. Taco trying to find them. Gets 2. Goes in. A 3rd. That's 1, 2, 3. Can he get Minji on the 4th? He can! A quadra kill at 9 minutes for Taco.
And that's how the Darius works right here. Beyond Gaming, even though they get the backline, they have to charge within melee range of Taco, and he survives through all of that with the Conquerors fully stacked, just getting heads one after the other. Absolutely beautiful play from both sides. I thought it was going to be over once Beyond Gaming landed that Quadra Moonfall coming in from Husha. But Darius at this point in the game, still incredibly powerful. We'll watch the combo pieces go down once more. Look at this. This is just great sense from Husha. I thought the game was going to end at this point, but Taco gets way too much HP back. The Decimate lands, the heal goes in. He's most likely running Triumph as well, so he's getting extra healing. And the blood stacks, he just puts that on, shares it around one after the other. Oh, that was just the dream scenario for Darius. I actually, like I said it in the draft, but I really like this pick going into Beyond Gaming's Wombo Combo.
Yeah, this is great, man. Welcome to Dunk City. 10 minutes in, 5 kills for MFT. All of them on to Taco. Oh, it's been a day for top laners to make a statement, I think.
Yeah, it definitely has been. Lee Kai's finding himself kind of the odd one out in this Wombo Combo position here. His only use is pretty much collateral damage, and then he has to get out of the way of Darius. And things are looking pretty bad here, as we most likely will get a Stride Breaker into the top lane as well. So an additional way to catch up to his opponent here. Let's see if Taco actually goes for that one. He could decide to... actually, I think his build is still going to be Gore Drinker this time around. Yeah, it actually is still a Gore Drinker, and I think he's just going to rely on the Ghost for this one. Interesting. I still actually like Stride.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities, I suppose, but we'll have to see. I think 665 is definitely due a trip up here, but Husha is already in play. Okay, Taco backing away. It's a big gold bounty to pick up, 500. Into the smoke screen, they're trying to bait this in. Oh, he realizes Husha can smell the gold. Dunk comes in a little too early, and that's a massive shutdown for Beyond's jungler.
Stack still ticking, but Lee Kai will survive in the very end right there. So this should be almost in the top lane completely taken. And there is no response play here from MFT. All of the lanes are pushed fairly far in. I don't expect a kill to happen. They see this coming a mile away. And they... What? What?
Got it!
Okay, I guess they weren't watching.
The rocket.
What a great cross-map snipe.
We've had 2 of those today, too. Unified does one, and Whale says, all right, watch me work. Shelly's going to get another charge off down in the bottom before she, or in the top, I should say, before she goes. So dust settles, and I mean, Husha's the one that comes out ahead, but MFT do pretty well for themselves as they not only get a counter kill with Whale on the cross-map rocket, but they also secure the Hextech Drake. And would you look at that? We've got ourselves our first Mountain Rift of the day.
Yeah, it's always kind of fun to see that one, and this one's huge for MFT because the extra sustainability, extra resistances will keep them alive through the Wombo combo, and will keep, most importantly, Darius alive, so he can finish up with all of the kills right here. Actually, a kind of a rare moment where you do see the Mountain Drake being pretty influential for MFT's side. Now, with the 2 Dragon stacks on MFT as well, they can decide to not engage in Beyond Gaming when they go for objectives. They can avoid the Wombo combo completely, still just play for top lane, still play for the very interesting slow build here by 665, and just not opt into 5v5. I think that's actually the best move for them. And Beyond Gaming, on the meantime, if that does happen, essentially they have to wait until a Baron play to catch people out with their full combos.
Yeah, that's it's going to be difficult to pull off. I think MFT recognizing, the opponent's win conditions as well as their own right now. We'll see if they're able to go far with it. Whale going to get a little bit of extra time on the Krugs as Wako leads the minions to secure a plate. This could be a dive here. Here comes Husha. Ren Hao going to arrive a little bit late. You got to know something's up here. And yep, the Diana has been spotted. Oh, Whale. Okay, that Gale Force. That did a lot of work.
Yeah, did get out of the potential Moonfall here. I don't think Beyond Gaming are going to fully commit. There is still a teleport on the side of Wen. So
Nocturne's up top.
Yeah, I just feel like they just hold their ground and take the tower rather than go for the full tower dive here. It's still going to work in their favor anyway. This should be first break gold over to Beyond Gaming, charging it down with 3 man a lot faster here.
Yep, they'll be able to get it. Turret plating does drop off, but not before Taco's at least able to get a bit back for himself there. Solo plate gold, not bad, but Beyond Gaming doing a pretty good job on plates this time around. So as a result, the gold game in their favor. Taco will be able to get a lot more damage. I don't know if he's got enough to finish it. I think he does. So that is going to get traded back at the very least.
Taco, interestingly, has just gone for the Gore Drinker. This will make him a lot harder to kill. I feel like his read is that he doesn't really need Stridebreaker when Beyond Gaming has the comp that they have. So for Beyond Gaming here, I feel like it's very important that they do keep Kino's abilities up to keep Taco away. He doesn't have Stridebreaker. That means there is no mini dash for him to get into position for good decimates or to follow up onto people. So if you keep the headbutt there, don't commit that into the full Wombo combo. Just use Minji and Moonfall. That should be enough. We'll see how Kino plays out these team fights here. They are going to go for the second Herald, and this is the point in the game where Beyond Gaming could just unleash their full potential. We do have the first mythic item completed for Minji already. He's going to be much harder to kill. He should be able to out-sustain if he still gets that 4-man like he did in the past. And I think smartly for MFT, they do not try to fully commit into this one. They have no vision there. We're very happy to just pick up the wave and continue playing a more scattered game and waiting for Drakes.
Yeah, I mean, they've already got a Drake stack brewing, right? You don't necessarily have to try and fight on a Herald at this point. And, you've already lost top tower, you've lost bottom tower. All you have to do is effectively defend the mid, and it's very unlikely that Herald's going to make a massive difference otherwise if you don't make the mistake and give up fights. Bit of a deep ward there, does give away a bit of vision. The Yone is there, so a little bit of rotation. Wen gets free hits on the tower here, while Lee Kai is rushing for it, and, not a bad read by MFT.
Yeah, really nicely done across the board. They also clear out a lot of vision.
Wako's
going to force something out of Wako.
Oh, they absolutely will. He's not using the cleanse. That's going to be the Feather Storm. Oh, the timing didn't quite land, and the rocket was whiffed. Oh, MFT, that was almost brilliant.
Yeah, it was so close. Just 2 pixels to the right, and that Glacial Fissure would have been able to finish off the kill. Meanwhile, 665 has just not been letting Lekai play the game whatsoever. I love this strategy so much. Like, Nocturne and Darius, these 4 and 5 picks coming in from MFT, netting them massive amounts of value. Honestly, I don't feel like Lekai is going to have any impact on this game whatsoever. Like, he's so far behind the curve. He's playing a champion that's lethality.
It's not even entirely his fault, right? It's all pick ban, but it's like Lekai is just... He's on par to having 2 bad games in the 2 he gets to play. Oh, I feel so bad for the guy.
Yeah, you definitely have to feel bad, though. I will say getting solo killed is definitely your fault.
That's on him. That's on him. You should know better. You're playing against Darius. Come on. Stop playing 101. All right, Beyond are going to be the ones to open up this dragon. Let's see if the 5v5 is opted. You see 665 waiting. Oh, Kino, he goes in. That forces the defensive flash, and here comes the paranoia. Where goes the Nocturne? Onto Kino, they find him, but it's all a ploy. They don't actually want the kills, or maybe they do. It's a bit of split focus for MFT. They get the apprehend and carving themselves off the side of beef, but here comes Husha. A massive moonfall, but isn't enough as Minji is isolated. He dashes, he dices, he slices, but he's shut down by the Darius again. And Husha comes around the side to take down Renhao, but the rest of MFT are much more interested in Wako and Lekai as they go in for 1, looking for 2, getting excited. Lekai dashes and dodges away, and MFT claim a hard-earned dragon to extend their stack.
Yeah, that was a very close fight. MFT actually fumbled a lot of the early engages coming in there. Paranoia was used on Alistar, not exactly the target you want to go for. And their flash-in also didn't catch anybody. But Beyond Gaming, they weren't able to manage their wombo combo either. We saw Minji go in with the Fate Seal, but there wasn't a Moonfall to follow up on that one. And also the Stasis was up already, unfortunately. So it was kind of both sides just kind of floundering around a little bit, and at the end Darius just comes in and just destroys everyone's dreams. Really good Flame Tromper on the side, I have to commend Whale onto that one. But look at this wombo combo. It honestly doesn't do as much as it needed to do. Wen was able to use Stasis. Taco is still incredibly healthy. Basically the 2 tankiest members were the only ones hit by the wombo combo. Whale was completely fine in that one, and 665 also does survive there. So a little bit scuffed onto the engage from both sides, but with Taco already being as fed as he is, he just ends up mopping up another team fight.
Yep, I think this is definitely Darius diff right now, as he's got the Death Stance in his pocket on top of the Gore Drinker. We did see, right before the replay started, there was a Shelly drop in the mid. Beyond were unable to fully take the tower, and MFT had to be pretty happy about this turn of events. And, man, you know, MFT have been 50-50 in this split. I think it's been hard to know what to make of this collegiate team coming into the league, but it is worth noting that they did beat Beyond Gaming the last time they met. Maybe they got some kind of kryptonite for this squad.
I'll be honest, there is a very easy reason to kind of read into this. Beyond Gaming is not a very strong laning team, and MFT, most of their losses do come from the fact that a lot of times their bot lane and their mid lane just sort of collapse underneath the pressure. Against Beyond Gaming, they get a free pass to actually play creatively and actually play their compositions out. And I feel like that's where MFT is the strongest. Their shot calling, their target selection, and their ingenuity. Against Beyond Gaming, you get to see all of that on full display because laning base doesn't matter as much against this team. So
I mean, it does if you're Taco.
True.
I still can't believe we saw a quadra kill at 9 minutes. That's illegal. Like that's not allowed. But
he's also just unkillable at this point.
Yeah, he's big boy. Yeah, I mean, he's saving these fights, right? Even if they're a little bit wonky. I do feel like 665's job is to just cause chaos right now. Like, just go in, keep them literally in the dark, and try to make the hero plays. I also want to shout out Whale. I think his positioning has been really good this game.
Yeah, the preemptive flash was actually super important, or else the Moonfall would have just landed onto him. Once he saw the combo come in from Kino, instantly able to get out, doesn't even wait for the Gale Force usage. Instead, knows at that second that if he dies, then the teamfight could go sideways really quickly. Oh man, that
he got one.
So hard for him.
He got one this game, and I feel like he's gotten a little. It's let it go a little bit to his head because he's had some very he was just going to stop a back, but like he's had some very optimistic rockets that have just whiffed.
It's totally
okay,
fine
Whale.
though. Like it's
a low
off cooldown. Like he doesn't mind using that one. So Beyond Gaming are in a very tough spot right now because I don't think Minji is going to get to 100% crit on the next team fight. And if you look at Taco, he's already 2.5 items. So I don't see how they kill Taco. By the time the next team fight runs around, you can see Minji's charging for the Infinity Edge, but I just don't see him being able to complete that item before the Dragon Soul comes into play. And that's a fight they have to take. So how are they going to actually execute it? I guess that leaves that the only way you could actually win this is if you catch someone out from MFT before they get into the Drake pick. If Taco is in the Drake pick, you've lost already.
I agree. I think Husha has to be the hero here, right? Like his Diana play has been the saving grace here. If he can set up a massive wombo combo, maybe they pick off a priority target early. But you're right. If Taco's there, yeah, it's going to be tough. So if they can find a pick early, if they can get Husha to find a couple of squishies and set up for the play to where they can just collapse on the Darius, that might be the opener. But Beyond Gaming know that this isn't going to be easy. They do have Husha on the flank. Still 22 seconds before Drake spawn.
This could be absolutely huge for them. They really need to target out Whale at this point. Whale needs to die first. They can kite out Taco afterwards, but the Jinx right now does way too much damage, and the rest of the targets, you don't really want to wombo combo into them anyway.
No.
Oh, but MFT!
They are going to find the opener, force the flash out of the Alistar, and they don't know where they are. Dragon has started here, or no, not started. It's just a turnaround, as that's one ultimate burned for a flash by Kino. And I don't think that was what they wanted. Oh, they do zone Likai out. But this is going to have to be a steal.
The Flame Chomper goes down, and he's not going to be able to do anything. Here we go.
You know, with the knockup, that's going to be the windfall, pulling in multiples, but they do have the second wind here, and look at Whale running wild. Wako does take out 665, but will it be enough target selection? They needed to get a bit more than that. They do get the shutdown. Renhao manages to find it. Whale running wild to get excited procs, and now looking for more onto Lee Kai. They're just going to settle for zoning him off without junglers on either side. This one is going to be a lock for Meta Falcon team.
Woo! And there goes the Mountain Soul against a Wombo combo team composition. I think Whale could actually just survive the burst at this point. So this is getting from bad to worse for MFT. Bad to worse for Beyond Gaming. Sure, MFT might be...
He's going to do it.
Lee Kai.
Oh, so close.
Oh, boy. Just one more auto attack. I feel like Willie actually should have gone for that. He would have had to get excited to get out, but didn't want to keep his flash. So we're gonna watch this again. The most important thing here is Beyond Gaming. They have to start on the Jinx. If they don't start there, they're not going to get the kills down. 665 actually survived for a very long time into this one. Taco is pretty much unharmed and he's still willing to go forward. And most importantly, Whale also gets excited without losing any HP into this team fight. So Beyond Gaming, they have to have better target selection around the area, and I don't think they can actually give up the right side of the mid lane in that sort of a team fight scenario. Once they gave that one up, there wasn't an angle for them to go into the backline anymore. They couldn't get a good pincer off. They had to take a full frontal assault there, and that just spelled doom for Beyond Gaming. I will say we have seen Beyond Gaming do even more ridiculous comebacks, especially their game against CFO. They were down 6,000 gold. It looked completely hopeless, and they still were somehow able to get a team fight in. They will get a chance now. Just a reminder, they have really good scaling champions in both the Yone and the Diana, but their target selection has to be on point.
Yeah, that Yone going to have a big crit stack now that the Infinity Edge has been finished up. But contending against some strong front line here, and really just good positioning on the side of MFT. I also think the Renhao, a bit of an unsung hero there, as Husha goes in and gets immediately exhausted down. Renhao doing a great job of body blocking and Whale getting into good position. I think MFT's coordination in team fights has just been better, and it has resulted in some big wins for them. With the Drake stack, with the Soul, it's going to be hard for Beyond to fight it back. We'll see if they can do it. Scaling might be the name of the game, and you said at the beginning, Clement, this could be a long one. I think you may be right.
It definitely looks like that one. Beyond Gaming, surprisingly enough, I thought that they would be further away in gold, but looking down the line, they're actually been very, very close. Only 1,000 gold apart. I'm kind of baffled at how they're so close, despite the
Yeah,
despite
that
the
is
numerous
curious.
losses that they have taken here. I guess they've just taken a lot more turret plates,
Oh.
and here comes the engage.
Oh! Oh, Whale with the clutch flash. A little dangerous position there, but he does move away from it. Yeah, to talk about that gold, I do want to look at like the difference. If there's anything happening in the farm game, it's not really the case. So I am a little curious here. Maybe it's just on tower diff, but Taco's about to even those odds.
I will say this is one of the things I really dislike about MFT is like some of their mid-game shot calling is so solo queue-esque and opportunistic. They sent 2-man to the top lane to push a top tower, while the enemy team was 3-man in mid already. Like they're basically gambling that someone, a stray Graves, is going to suddenly appear in the middle of the map. And to be honest, at this point in the game, the flash on Whale is probably more important than that top lane tower in itself. So this is kind of we have seen this before from MFT. They had winning games where they just kind of throw back, and here Husha goes in for the full combo.
Wen takes a dangerous path here, and I think he is a dead man. Husha finds the pick on that. Let's see if MFT can find a response, knowing that there are 2 bottom. They're going to go into the mid lane, try to zone Wako and Kino out of it. Good 2-stepping to dodge some damage. Down go the Flame Chompers, but they can't quite get any more for it. And that's going to be the end of that. So Beyond Gaming finding an opening.
MFT should still be pretty happy to establish vision right here. Both of the main ultimates from Beyond Gaming are gone, so there really is no threat on this Beyond Gaming team. If I'm MFT, I'm super happy to set up Siege here. I'm going to use the Jinx rockets. I'm just going to continue harassing you down.
Yeah, they know that Husha can't go in for the counter engage. Meanwhile, though, no one's defending this Yone down bottom, so with all the chip damage on the outer, it's kind of free real estate for Minji on bot.
This is looking a little bit dicey here. I feel like a couple of mistakes from MFT, and suddenly Beyond Gaming are 100 gold apart from the enemy team. So
I don't know what's happening.
Still got a
the
game.
gold math.
We still got a game.
little sus on the gold math, I feel. I don't know what that is, but it's going to be an outer tower after all of that effort expended. MFT do open up the map a little bit more, keeping in mind Baron is on the Rift, and they do have a pretty good damage-dealing team for it. I mean, anytime you have a Jinx, I feel like you got the opportunity. But the problem is, now the gold's so even, it's dicey.
Yeah, and if you look at the summoners, I feel like MFT are actually in a disadvantage here because Husha and Minji both have Flash. Whale does not. So they can simply Flash Moonfall on top of him. You don't even have to land any skill shots. And this is why
this is a free Baron.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Oh, but we've seen this before, haven't we?
Yeah. It's the slow throw.
Yeah.
You just make lots of little macro mistakes, and all of a sudden the enemy team just gets ahead of you. Beyond Gaming are just snatching it right back.
So,
despite the Drake stack.
I just want to clarify, MFT, the way they should play this is they should just group for 5, do not trade any towers whatsoever, and definitely do not throw away a Baron, and do
They are absolutely looking to set this one up. Deathbrush a little bit impatient, but they might have the opener. I think Beyond are not going to give them the 5v5 they want, though. Okay, there we go. Paranoia on. That's actually the chance. Do they have the opening? Lee Kai, he turns, but they turn for him. In fact, they're able to stiff arm the MFT side, and ooh, it's denied. But look what's on the Rift here. We've got ourselves a Elder Dragon that is going to force the response from Beyond.
This is always for both of the teams. Well, to Beyond Gaming find this, still turn this one.
Oh, it's dangerous. And MFT know it. Oh, they get cold feet here. They do not want to get into the 50-50. They're going to pull it out of the pit. Husha's here, still aggroed. Watch Minji. He's around the side, looking for the opportunity to get that big Fate Sealed into the Wombo combo. Dragon turns over to Beyond Gaming. Keep your eyes on Wen as well. He's kind of zoned a little bit away from this one. And oh, this is such a dicey Dragon dance.
Let's see who gets a scuttle here. It is going to be Beyond Gaming. Honestly, for MF, they will look for a teamfight scenario. They are cutting enemy teams, so the only way they get out is by fighting through. Don't want to aggro the Drake. Instead, they could shift back to their own side of them and just fight.
Yeah, God, this is a long one. It's just both teams staring each other down. Jinx Rocket going to clip a little bit, and they want to find an opportunity to open up. This is going to be Beyond Gaming aggroing the dragon once again. They've actually sent Wen down to deal with the minion wave, which is almost done. He does have teleport available, and they're going to start this one up. Here comes the Paranoia on to round number 2. Dragon is flipped. Here comes Wen on the Realm Warp into this one, but they're not aggroing it. They actually just let the Nocturne ultimate expire. This is so tense.
I'm not sure if MFT really know what they want to do. They should not be starting this Elder. They don't need to use this Elder to actually force a strong win here. They should be looking for decisive team fight while keeping Wells safe.
Make the call.
All right, letting it reset is a smart thing to do. Walk away, walk away. Bot lane is open to push. If Beyond Gaming go in, then you can swoop in.
How many times are we going to see this dance back and forth? Beyond keep this one live. Kino hitting him with the old dog emote. This is down. Once again, a reset. Oh my god. Even the Gromp wants to get it on. Even the Gromp says, hey, guys, do something.
Yeah, this is really smart from MFT. They're letting it reset just a little bit and then pulling back when Beyond Gaming are out of position. Now Minji is really low.
Minji's tagged. Rocket there, but that's going to be coming through. They do find Kino on the Flame Chompers. He goes, does get the knockup, but maybe they can find the damage. They want the fight. They want the chase down, but Beyond will not give it to them. Here comes Husha. Big Moonfall. What is the follow-up there? Minji trying to save the day. They do get a shutdown under right now, but look at those health bars dropping like nothing into the dunk, but Taco is denied. Meanwhile, in the back, Whale's going to pick this one up. I didn't even see who got the dragon as Taco helps to clean things up. Big shutdowns, and they're going to teleport up for the top.
It is MFT that took that Elder Drake at the very end. Once again, the Wombo combo does not touch Whale in the backline. He's 6-0-5 with 3 crit items completed already. MFT are trying to look for the end right here, but with Kino up in 12, I don't think they can take it all the way. If they find a kill, that calculus could change, though. Can Kino actually keep Beyond Gaming alive right here? We're going to see Well is already getting excited. This is going to come down to the wire.
Meta Falcon team, they can see the better seed in their sights right now and Beyond. They be seeing this one going away as Kino trying to stop them, but that is a bare nexus. They're looking for it. Husha trying, but the Jinx damage, it's just going to be too much. They're going to take it. No! Taco is denied! They managed to hang on. Mega Bank Beyond Gaming are not done yet.
Alright, but the timers are still okay for MFT. There is no Baron on the map to take. Taco will die here most likely. But that should still mean that he gets the reset. That was so close. One more.
Darius, man. Look at how close that Nexus is. How many hit points does that thing have? I want to see.
That was about 1k HP. So 2 auto attacks down, and that game would have been over. So we're going to watch the replay of this one. MFT, very critically, they do come back and only let the reset come a little bit. They force Minji forward. He's already low on health. And you see Kino, he actually needs to flash out of this one just to keep himself alive. So the Wombo combo is not going through. Beyond Gaming, they're only playing for steal right here, but it's going a little bit too fast. Another great exhaust on the Husha. Moonfall doesn't go down, and Whale walks slightly towards the bottom side of the map, dodges out on the Wombo combo. 665 wins the Smite War. Actually, there was no Smite at that point, and it's just a pure cleanup from that point onward. So very well done by MFT. I felt like they didn't fully retreat. They kept Beyond Gaming interested, and they were able to just deal so much chip damage before Beyond Gaming could even pull the trigger.
So that was just a absolute bonkers couple of minutes, Clement. But you know what the craziest thing of that is?
What?
After all that, Meta Falcon team are still down in gold.
Oh, they are? What? I just don't get it.
I don't understand this game.
Gold from?
Yeah, it's going to be Baron, though. There's really not much that Beyond can do to stop this. They certainly will try, but this is starting to shred. Down to 6,000, down to 5, down to 4. Yeah, that's the best you can do, unfortunately. So no Nexus turrets. Top lane needs to be defended very well, but MFT, I think they were listening to you, Clement. They're going as 5. They're looking to try and push this one in, and we have had one heck of a game here.
MFT at this point, they're really past the threshold of Wombo combo actually killing anyone. So it's better to just walk as 5, not get caught out, and give Beyond Gaming any chances of a comeback here. Look at Whale's positioning. This is absolutely beautiful. I just wish 665 would not be going so far into this one.
I think they want to pick Minji.
Here's the wrong one.
Okay, they got the fear down, and they've brought a couple people in. Minji's taken down to half health. They just need to buy a bit more time. There's a big minion wave building on the bot. They can add to the one in the mid. Meta Falcon team, they are on the cusp of getting the 2-0 over Beyond Gaming in this round robin, and it would mean so much for them, Clement. They can still contest for a 6th seed.
And honestly, if they do that, there's a very real possibility that they could just face Beyond Gaming in the first round as well. So we have to keep that
not if they lose this one.
That's true. Not if they lose this one.
Yeah, it's close, but the math doesn't quite work out on that. But MFT, I mean, they're only splitting as far as Wen can go to take that bottom turret. So now, after at long last, Clement, they finally have the gold lead.
Okay, so they are pushing onto the base at this point, and this is really smart. Taco just wants to keep Beyond Gaming split. At this point, they will need the collateral damage even just to finish off the targets. Here we go, Paranoia.
Paranoia is on. Taco has him locked up. In fact, they actually go straight to the base, and are they just... No, they want to turn the fight for a second. It looked like they were just going for the Nexus, but the team was not on the same page.
Smart.
Do they have enough time in the stasis? Wako taking a little bit low in this one. 665 to 9 hit, but Minji is the one who opens up with the shutdown on Taco. Whale is going to be caught here. Minji going into the back. Do they have enough to take him down? They can't quite do it. Into the GA he goes, and it's just a little bit too much.
When is
a little bit too late. Whale gets knocked away by Kino. That's got to be it. The rockets, the excitement, and the RNGs flashing for the team. At 37 minutes, Meta Falcon team defeat Beyond Gaming.
I guess it worked. That's what I'm gonna say. That was probably the worst way to try and finish the game right there. They had full minion push on the top lane. All Taco needs to do is actually walk towards the middle of the map. They paranoia the front line, and that's a 5v4. That's GG. But instead, they actually go inside of the enemy team, take the 2v5, and nearly throw it. But at the end of the day, Whale and Wen still too far ahead. I hope this is a learning experience from MFT because they definitely tried their best to make this game entertaining.
Yeah, I don't know how it worked, but it did. And yeah, MFT. Hey man, they got the win.
They did.
That was a game. You know what? I have something to say. Whale has good positioning.
That's true. That's true.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
I watched the Jinx.
I think you
also,
could
Kino
tell by
saved him.
665's face right there that he knew that probably wasn't a good call, but it worked out in the very end. His face was like, yeah.
The moment Taco died, I thought that was turning. I really did. And then Husha goes in. He gets the GA, which keeps the Jinx alive long enough to come back up, get excited all over again, and at that point, there are no more carries left on the side of Beyond Gaming. So they end up 0-2 in that round robin. Crucially, that makes it a little bit harder for Beyond Gaming. I believe with that one, I need to double check the math. I believe that should lock them in to 5th place now. So CFO are going to be pretty happy about that opportunity because now the worst that they can do is 4th.
Yeah, so Beyond Gaming lose a chance to go 3rd, which means that they do have to play either CFO or DCG in the first round. And that is a lot tougher than what they would have wanted to be facing up. Also, with that match, Frank Esports 2 improved to MFT improved to 8 wins, which just means that if Frank can't beat CFO, they just sit pretty in the upper bracket.
Yeah. We've definitely had a lot of bracketology coming in right now, and it's been interesting to see how things shape up and the number of tiebreakers we'll be looking at. Also, shout out to Youngblood for putting that one out on Twitter earlier today to give us a clear picture of how it all worked out. But yeah, I mean, this is one of those upset results, and maybe we should have seen it coming because it happened before. But Beyond Gaming, showing that the weakness in the laning phase or the lack of aggression in the laning phase that can be punished. MFT, sometimes they just need to get out of the lane unscathed, and, well, they did a lot more than that. Taco carried the torch to the early game, and this whole thing started with a quadra kill at 9 minutes, so...
I'm really surprised that they ran Likai in the last game, in a game that actually matters a lot for them in terms of the standings, so I feel like they might be regretting that mistake. Liang has actually been their best performing laner throughout the entire split, and in a opportunity where they could still have risen to 3rd place, they run Likai, which frankly didn't have much of a game. He got solo killed early on, and then the Nocturne was on him 24/7. Not much he could do after that point, and I just feel like Beyond Gaming kind of fumbled in the most important critical stretch down the line right here. I like their team composition, but MFT, the 4 and 5 pick right there, the Nocturne, tank Nocturne into Darius. Oh, that was just so beautiful. That was like the cherry on top of a good sundae there.
Yeah, and I love the build that Taco went. He gets all that kill, and he doesn't let it go to his head and say, no, I'm going to be the main damage dealer. He knows he's going to fall off, so he just goes for the sustain, and he just becomes a massive damage soak and absolutely earns the MVP. I think in the first 9 minutes of the game, man, it was all from the solo kill to the turn in the jungle skirmish, and man, I think after today, Beyond Gaming will fear the name of Taco.
They definitely
will never be able to go get Mexican food. It's just going to be haunting them forever.
If I'm looking at the standings, I feel like, okay, MFT also beat Hurricane 2-0, but, you know, if you think about the teams that they've beaten 2-0, they're Beyond Gaming, Sem9, and Hurricane, and just like, what? That
Wait, what?
Sound right?
One of these things is not like the other. I mean, this is a team, I really feel like it's hard to see where MFT are. Like, they're a little inconsistent, and they have some clear weaknesses, especially in the laning phase, but they just have a unique style, man, and I'm here for it. I'm really loving what they can bring to the PCS here and prove that a collegiate team can graduate and hang with the big boys.
To me, they feel like a stronger impunity in some senses, stronger in the mid-jungle in terms of impunity. They have the same level of creativity, but this one is slightly more consistent, and they get out of laning phase more often, so they allow their actually 5v5 compositions to shine, and I just can't be more excited for this team. Like, this team, everyone expected them to be a bottom feeder. A lot of the lists I saw at the start of Split were putting them 9th or 10th. They came over Sem9, they crushed Hurricane Gaming, and now they're actually starting in the upper, starting in the upper bracket. That's huge, coming in from a team that essentially was playing at collegiate level only one split ago.
Yeah, I mean, this is massive for them. I'm excited to see how far they can go. But we've got one more game before we close out today. It will be Frank Esports versus CFO for big playoff implications on that one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family. did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
All right, welcome everybody back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We got one more game to go. Well, that's actually a lie because technically there's going to be at least a tiebreaker, and actually at this point, guaranteed one tiebreaker as of tomorrow. But this one does allow us to tell which one it's going to be, and I'll get into that in a minute. Before I do want to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, for Frank Esports and CFO, both of these teams have a very simple goal for their respective brackets. Seeding, aspirations. If Frankie Sports win, they get a chance to contest for 6th place up against MFT, who just won their last bout. But if CFO win, they get a chance to contest with for third with Deep Cross Gaming and have a little bit of an intra-J team battle there. So this game means a lot to both of those teams.
Definitely, if CFO win here, that means that they will be playing Meta Falcon team in the bracket later on. And if Frank Esports win, I feel like both of these opponents are pretty tough, depending on DCG or CFO. It's kind of a toss-up. But for CFO, I think there's actually a bit of a drop-off between Frank and the rest of the teams. I would definitely consider MFT to be a much easier opponent from their vantage point. So Frank have a lot riding on their plate here. I feel like this is a team that, they had a lot of struggles, but we've also seen some glimpses, some strong performances from them, especially when Kurt actually gets a winning lane. They look like a completely different team.
It's a massive difference, and it's allowed them to do things like, net a win over DCG earlier this week. I think Holo's also finally found a bit of a groove. I was really criticizing him a lot this split because he just hadn't been extremely effective compared to his time on Boom Esports last summer. He's definitely improved. I think there's still some throwing issues. I think Pretenders had some problems, but we'll see if they can clean things up for today against the likes of CTBC, Flying Oyster, They Are Rest, Gemini Mission, Shun, and of course down there in the bottom side, Koala. So Shun's kind of been the guy, and I think this has made CFO honestly look better because he does more of what they need in the early game, which is kind of lane dominance.
I would actually say the team fights are where it really looks super different. Before, I feel like CFO didn't really have a center of gravity when they were playing the 5v5s, but now since Shun has joined, they can very reliably count on him to dish out damage. He is more of your hyper carry, much more than I would say Alan is. Alan, surprisingly enough, this split has had a very good laning phase. But for Shun, I feel like he gives a lot more oomph in terms of the 5v5. His positioning, his daringness, I think are still a cut above Alan, and I really think this is the player for the future for CFO. The big problem that has been holding CTBC back and why their games have looked very dicey in the last couple of weeks has just been that composition issue. They don't seem to have a very clear picture of what they want to do with Rest. A lot of times, if Rest is something like a Jace or a Graves, and if they don't play around him, then it kind of feels like they have no 5v5 identity. So CFO, that is the most important thing for them, and a lot of it does come down to the mid lane as well. I feel like Mission has actually been improving on his Galio over the last 2 weeks. His first couple of tries were kind of disastrous, but in the past few games, I feel like his Galio has been picking up a notch here, and that has allowed them to play a lot more different compositions. They can go with the Camille Galio composition. They can go with a little bit more roaming and more dynamic comps to go into the bot lane as well.
Yeah, and I think for Pretender, it's been a little bit 50-50, a little up and down. I really like when we get to see him on Vex. I think it's kind of unfortunate to look at the Vex win rate because he has some really incredible games on this champion, and then they just sort of throw a little bit at the end. But yeah, both these teams are going to rely quite a lot on their mid laners. We'll see in Picks and Ban what comes up. The Syndra removed makes a lot of sense. It has been one of Mission's most successful champions, and the Gwen off the board against Rest. Also, Hecarim banned away from Holo, and the Zeri, which is pretty much stock standard.
Yep, we expect that to come through all the time. For Frank Esports, they still very much are a top lane utility focused and have your bot lane as your major carry in the 5v5 scenarios. So I think for Frank Esports, the most important thing for them is probably limiting the champion picks out of Rest. He is going to get a counter pick out here, but we have seen if Frank fall too far behind on Kurt's side, there's just no coming back. And for Kurt, everyone knows this, he's kind of the weak point on the team right now. He hasn't had great performances on split pushing, so he has to just blind pick utility in most scenarios. And I feel like for Frank, they have to throw a lot of bans into the top lane to just make sure that he can still stay relevant throughout this. For CFO, I would be very comfortable for them to just go with the Xayah in this situation. We've seen Shun pick the champion multiple times. It does have a good laning phase against the Jinx. You don't want to wait until second rotation, so they are going to do that. Now, they also ban out the Gnar, which I think is really smart.
Yeah. For Gemini, he gets his hands on Lee Sin for the 9th time this split. He's been able to play it for half of his games. But Holo's going to go for a bit more damage here on this Viego. He has had some mixed success with it. We'll see what the answer is. Pretender, are you going to give us a assassin play? I mean, well, the Ahri, we've seen that before, so that's coming into play as well. And that is a fair amount of damage and a lot of reset potential coming in the Frank Esports side. Could be makings of, I don't know, maybe a pick composition from Mission. Going to try to play it back, play it a little safe. We've seen a Victor game from him before. With a number of bans thrown his way, I wouldn't be too surprised to see it come in, and it is.
Yep, this is the big standard coming in from Mission here. We did see them have a very good game earlier against PSG. That was kind of the comeback hail of CFO in the second split so far. And what we have from the both sides is CFO, they are playing for a lot of zone control, but they don't have the range just yet. So I would expect them to go for the Jace in the top lane. I feel like that is kind of the most obvious pick right here. You have the poke comp in. You force Frank Esports to actually run into the gravity field and the blade collar to slow things down. And for Frank Esports, you know, Renata ban.
Okay. I mean, Koala's got a game on it, but I think you were correct in thinking they should be focusing on rest. Maybe the plan of action is, all right, well, Rest will at least get something that he can be at least somewhat comfortable on, even if it's not Gnar. I don't know. We'll see if the bans continue to be focused towards the bottom side. No, it's a Tryndamere ban out. Interesting. On the CFO side. And for Frank, there's the Jace ban.
Yeah, the Jace is definitely the most obvious ban out of any of the champions that Rest plays here. He can probably still go for the Gangplank. It has a bit of the same effect, but obviously Jace is a little bit more consistent with his range in that regard. So now CFO, they should be going for a top lane and a support here. Rakan,
all right,
surprisingly,
all right,
still
Kurt.
open.
Kurt, now is your time. Go Darius.
I don't think he plays Darius.
I don't think so either. I mean, Camille isn't terrible. I think it fits this comp really well because it does give them a lot of chase down, and he doesn't have to rely on winning the lane. So I don't believe he's actually had a Camille game in this split, so this would be a first for Kurt.
Yeah, but it is a champion that has been around a lot, so I do expect Kurt to at least have some solo queue game experience on this one. And for Frank Esports, they just need a big engaged support, and I think they're pretty much set and done here. Very good composition across the board. Most likely still going. Yep, exactly. I think Nautilus, Leona's fine as well. A little bit more catch potential, and a little bit stronger in lane if the Rakan does go through. And for CFO, this is a weird comp. I don't like this composition from CFO whatsoever. It has a lot of potential when enemies are trying to kite into you, but I think for Frank, their strikes are going to be so fast that I don't think the counter engage actually matters. For most of the part, Frank Esports should be doing silence catches. And if I'm just looking down the draft right here, I actually feel like Frank won.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I think they have a very clear win condition. They have power picks in the hands of the players that can execute them. And they have a lot of utility on low cooldown, right? For CFO, I feel like they're going to rely pretty heavily on Shun and Koala winning lane. And if not, Mission kind of has to be the one to hard carry it. You know, I think you talked about how this team doesn't always know what they want to do with Rest. I think we got a very clear example in this pick ban.
Yeah, the Graves will have some push against Camille, but post level 6, he's just kind of a sitting duck. That's why I have not been a huge fan of Graves in most situations. I feel like Graves is better used as a flex pick, or when you already see the tank coming out on the other side, so you can go Hullbreaker into it. This Graves it's very awkward. It's neither there nor here. Like if you think about the situation that CFR are going to be facing on the map, it's going to be a super fast dive in with Camille and just to follow up with everyone there. Leona also has that sort of split second engage that you want from a pick composition. And if you think about the tools on the side of CFO, they're relying on things like gravity fields to be set down, for people to be walking over to join the rest of this the map here. So CFO, I feel like they have forced themselves into playing 5v5 throughout the majority of the time. They cannot split up whatsoever, and what that means is basically Rest has to stay ahead of Camille all of the time. Camille, if she gets ahead, if Kurt somehow finds a lead in this lane, it's split push into pick, into pick, into pick.
Well, Kurt has been one of the weak links in the Frank chain, but he has been showing up in recent weeks, and now he has a champion that can enable him to hookshot into a lead. We'll see if he's going to be able to pull it off against the likes of CFO. Remember the stakes on the line here. Both these teams vying for a better playoff pole position, as Frank Esports can hope to get a 6th place seed and keep themselves out of the lower bracket to start. On the CFO side, they can go as high as 3. And if they win this one, they force a tiebreaker against the other J team, the other non-named J team, Deep Cross Gaming. But Deep Cross is going to be Frank fans this game for sure.
Obviously, everyone wants to be at least the second best J team now that the original J team has come out and locked in their slot.
They claim the title.
I guess I'm not too surprised.
What a saga!
Yeah,
what a saga it's been this split. I mean, we've really had quite a rotation. Like, looking back on this split, as this is the last game of the regular season, we will have a tiebreaker one way or the other. Like, it is incredible to think, like, where we all started. Like, PSG opened the split with a loss. We wondered, is the era of dominance over? Is it no longer going to happen without Maple and River? These new squads, Deep Cross showing up, deleting J Team in game 1, showing off the swag with all of their the dog tags of when they were on the J Team roster. CFO finding a dominating streak in the early part of the split, and Atlan showing up, and all these other teams really finding their place. But things have settled into an interesting pattern. It's not entirely familiar. There's a lot more competition up at the top, but at the very tippity top, it is PSG Talent again. So it's certainly been a spring split to remember.
I wholeheartedly agree with that assessment. This split has just been so weird because I feel like the lessons that each team is teaching us is so different. Like, for CFO, the clear lesson was laning strength just isn't enough to rely on solely. At the start of the split, when most of the rest of the field hadn't gelled together as a 5v5 team, CFO was hands down just the best squad over because they had the most notable raw talent. But as the split went on and most of the teams found their identity, knew where to improve, CFO steadily fell behind. We just didn't see a very strong understanding of what their compositions were supposed to do. They didn't react to enemy comps well, and they often fell into the trap of relying too much on laning phase and not having enough teamfight prowess to get them through the games. I feel like CFO, even at the end of the split, they didn't really come back from this fault. I feel like this draft is a little bit of a head scratcher, and especially from the top lane position. And, the best wins that CFO has still managed to pull off, especially against PSG, has just been lane dominance. So I'm not sure CFO have actually, picked up the right lessons here or what their playoff run will look like, but they definitely need to showcase more of an understanding of a 5v5 grouping together. Koala needs to step up for sure. Rest needs to have a more stable identity on what he's doing on this team. That being said, though, they still are the heavy favorites going up against Kurt and Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. Kurt and Frank, there we go. There's our nickname for the squad. Frank Esports have, they've had a very interesting story as well because, we look back to the beginning of the split, and this was a team that got put together at the last minute. They got Pretender, previously known as Kana, over from the PSG bench to give him some experience. He has definitely been a highlight of this team as he goes in and gets a bit of a trade on, already a little bit low against Mission. But this team has taken a while to find their identity as well because they didn't have a lot of time together, and I think they finally found it, right? I mean, Eminem and Pretender certainly are the big carries. Holo, in this game, he possibly going to be rolling off as well, but he's been a little bit more of an engager. Kurt's been more utility. K2 has kind of been there to do a little bit of everything, and Frank have managed to honestly scrape together a very respectable record, as that's a nice charm combo. Mission going to be zoned out of lane there.
Yep.
Maybe not quite.
Throughout all of those trades, it was consistently Mission that was chucking more potions. So even though the HP bars might look like Pretender was behind, Mission actually was losing out a little bit on the sustained field. And that is going to be pretty massive here, as Pretender will get that level 6 roam. Victor can't really follow the Ahri around the map. So there is potential for playmaking there, especially in the bottom side. That's where I would see a potential for Frank Esports to really throw
Speaking
out
of.
their marbles.
There's Gemini on the level 3 gank. No ward coverage. We'll see how safe they can play this. It's going to be a bit of a wraparound. Actually, might just be going for a bit of counter jungling. Well, we'll see. K2 should spot this out on the Krugs. And the game is up.
I don't really see a dive potential incoming right here, so just should be some counter jungle like you mentioned, and some tower taking. Eminem already hitting level 3 makes that dive pretty much nigh impossible at this point.
Yeah.
So they're just going to
sitting
back
mid.
off.
Let's see if Pretender can bait this one out. Not going to be the easiest.
The wave is pushing
Diego on
towards him.
4. Ooh, if they landed the charm, that's a difference. Now Gemini and Koala coming up to mid lane. Things flying quickly, and Pretender is going to back away. They do get the stun into a combo, but they stayed a little bit longer than they should have. Forces the flash out, and Holo says, whew, that was close.
Yeah, big win right here, and Gemini is going to catch Holo out again, gets the drop.
Oh dear. He did not expect that one. The Ruined King getting a little ruined on that. Now, meanwhile, Kurt going in onto rest at level 6 for the engage trade, but he runs out of steam pretty quickly. I think he might have miscalculated on that. Let's see if he can keep this going. No into the minion wave tack sweep. And that's going to be the end of it. Kurt, got to be careful there, buddy.
Yeah, he didn't really have the tactical sweep prepared right there, and Russ, even though he takes a stun to the face, he's so far behind his own minion line, he actually gets a lot of trading power from those ranged minions there as well, and he's also able to kite away through most of the auto attacks just with the fleet footwork. So unfortunately, even though Kurt started that trade, he actually ends up a lot worse for it. Before that, he was almost even on CS, but afterwards, you can tell he's getting pushed back complete to his own tower.
Oh yeah, Kurt stays in lane here to try and finish off the minion wave, but not having a great time. Rest should be the one to hit level 6 there, so he can breathe a sigh of relief that this lane's not going too shabby for him. Check in with the state of the rest of it. Gold leads for CFO, as expected. Tender, a little bit of damage taken there, and Olo wrapping around. There's the Harrowed Path, and into the stun, the combo. He's got no mana and forced to flash away.
Wow, what a great find through the minion wave right there. Able to tag Mission out with the stun, with the Spectral Maw. But Pretender's getting really low.
Okay, they split, but that's the stun, the flash, the follow. Gemini secures himself first blood, was looking for more. Frank, they stayed a little too long, a little too greedy.
And Kurt did not manage to finish his TP right here. He actually gets stopped by Rest, so again, Rest, this is going to be a massive win and most likely going to result into a turret plate, as Kurt does have to walk back, or at least Holo will have to help him reset here.
Yeah, Rest is doing a great job at just keeping this one in line. Kurt going to be backing now, but he's going to be losing a lot of plates on the tower. So that's a big ups here as CFO. You know, their strategy, lane dominance, well, it's working. It's at least working up there, and it looks like they're ahead in the bot too.
It always feels bad to kind of lose lane this hard to small tricks by the enemy opponent. That was just kind of a smoke screen into a delayed back, and he gets a free turret plating. Oh, it doesn't get the turret plating, but it gets very close to it off of that. And I do want to remind everyone that top lane, in my eyes, is the most important lane for CFO to work. If Graves doesn't push, he really doesn't contribute that much to the rest of the entire team, and he also allows Camille to roam across the map and create picks if he doesn't win the lane. So Rest has to stay on top of this 24/7. I do expect Gemini to actually shadow this lane quite frequently whenever it's pushing out.
For the time being, he's shadowing on the mid and looking for another opening, but Pretender, let's see if he takes the bait. No, the long range Q does result in a point-blank charms. Pretender zones away. He's forced to use an ult charge to make it happen, though, and Holo finally on level 6 has access to the Heartbreaker.
Channeling.
Looking for Gemini himself. Oh, he misses, tries to predict out on the Spectral Maw, and Gemini just holds the line.
A pretty cool move by Holo. He charges a Spectral Maw before he even gets vision of Gemini, and here we go again.
Hey, that's going to be the 3v3 right now into the Chaos Storm, but Pretender opens up hostilities as they manage to take down 2, and it's Pretender that picks up all the gold. Nice collapse there from Frank Esports.
Great stuff coming in from K2. CFO were shoving in the minion wave in the bottom side, but their mistake was assuming that K2 would be their bot lane as well. He didn't need to be there. He was already roaming top lane. And CFO, after chunking out Holo, just got a little bit too complacent. Pretender, also, you have to remember this, can leave lane, and Mission cannot follow. he cannot go and face check against a charm. So Frank Esports win out huge on the skirmish right here, and that is going to be very detrimental as a fed Ari going towards the top lane could mean that Rest just can't push as hard anymore.
Yeah, Pretender has definitely been one of the better players when he gets his hands on this type of champion. Really love to see his development as a player, and it's going to be trouble for CFO. Even though Kurt has been struggling a little bit in this top side, Olo's going to be coming here for some relief. That is going to be a control ward, spotting it out, so he'll stay safe. But I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a Pretender roam up top. Meanwhile, though, Eminem got to contend with the push from Shun and Koala that has been pretty relentless, and it's going to finally result in a turret plate.
Yeah, this is what we expect out of the Xayah versus Jinx matchup. You get the serrated Dirk power spike right there, do a lot more damage. You also start building in the tier so you can constantly just throw out your Qs. It's been very powerful of a build here, and you know, I've been really surprised, but Xayah has actually taken over in priority compared to something like Aphelios, which has been a mainstay in the meta for such a long time.
And hey, you know what? Shun's played 4 games now of Xayah. 0 games of Aphelios.
Yeah.
Guess how many Aphelios games Atlan has?
7, I think.
Yes, you are correct. Ooh, congratulations.
Yeah, he does play a lot of Aphelios. I think that's the main issue with Atlan is that he's not great on the Jinx necessarily.
Ooh, okay. All right, that's going to be the smite down. And can they get him out there? Gemini going to get locked up in the Hextech ultimatum. So Kurt's utility comes up huge as Holo claims the kill. Oh no, and Rest is going to give away the double kill here. Ooh, what a massive turn for Frank. They may have given up the Herald, but they do get Holo a double kill.
Yeah, and that's absolutely massive here because there are a lot of assists going over to Kurt. He didn't die there. Rest gives up his life, loses his flash, and now the top side is squarely in Frank Esports' favor. That just means no more pushing for you, Rest, and we get to decide when these fights happen. So we're going to watch this again. It was a good move by Gemini, but unfortunately you just can't get away from Camille. There's nothing you can do in this situation. Rest, I think, overstays his welcome. He still had collateral damage. He wanted to put a little bit more onto Gemini's attackers. He should have just let Gemini die.
Yeah, I think he should have. He also, it looks like he was on the wrong side of the blast cone too, but he was already nailed by the charm. Backtimers do mean that CFO can start off on this first dragon. A bit of a late start. We've got a lot of spicy dragons this game, or this day of play, I should say. It looks like Cloud Rift isn't going to be on the table as this is the first one. Does get secured there. Rocket kind of sniffs forward a little bit. Eminem is looking. Meanwhile, in the mid, Pretender's sitting right in the middle of a Chaos Storm and Mission trying to chase him down. He should be able to walk away from it, though.
Oh, the second explosion of the death ray doesn't land right there, and Mission is willing to play super aggressive. He knows that the Spirit Rush is down. And meanwhile, we do get a full charge onto the bottom side here.
Yeah, they're looking to open up first brick, I think.
Yeah, they could defend this quite easily.
They will. All the plates taken at least, but you know, that's kind of what you have to hope for at the least if you're CFO. Try to get something back for that Herald. But the game's definitely swung in terms of tempo and gold as well. Frank with a 500 gold advantage off those skirmishes they managed to get for themselves. And he carries with the kills. Kurt going to have a much better game at this point. And Holo just completes the Divine Sunderer.
Oh boy, that's... Before 12 minutes, Divine Sunder. I feel like Rest is just a sitting duck here. Like, once Holo gets to the scene, Rest is just kind of dead. So he can't overpush without getting vision into the jungle at this point.
They're pinging it.
The question is, the pinks are from Frank. I don't think Rest plans on doing much about this.
I think we got a dive coming. All right, they're gonna see this. Okay, back away.
Yeah,
but it's happening. Rest days are numbered.
Yeah, there's not much he can do in this lane. It's a very unfortunate scenario. He actually played his laning phase super well. It's just small fundamentals that allowed him to kind of outplay his opponent in this situation, get the extra backs in. He will be sitting on a mythic here, but like we've just seen, whenever Pretender roams top lane, there's not much you can do. I feel like CFO's strategy now has to shift towards Shun, and getting Shun just as massively fed ahead as possible.
He's a bit blind right now, and does use the Featherstorm, but nowhere to go. Isolated here. That's going to be the flash and hit into the cleanse, but Shun is walking away. Zenith Blade comes right back up. Full investment to get this Xayah, and Eminem is going to clean that one up.
I love what K2 was doing right there. He was inching in and trying to detect where the vision actually was. You could see him in around the tri-brush area. He just walked forward a little bit, and he was paying attention to Shun if he would react. And once he saw that Shun didn't do anything, he knew that there wasn't vision. So it was kind of like using your own presence as a scryer to kind of detect if there was actually, if you were being spotted. And, you know, he was able to do the full loop around, lull Shun into a false sense of security, and they might be able to even take first break before rest in this one.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we got a spicy play here. In comes Koala, does get one knock up on this one. Kurt gonna be moved away, and just in time, Gemini to kick back, and everybody's hitting the ringers and the ropes as Mission opens up onto Kurt, but they answer back onto Gemini right away. Rest is gonna be able to get first brick as Eminem is forced to back away. Does get a Gale Force for his troubles, though, and woo! We've had some fights this day.
Yeah, I would say that this is a fairly even fight, but Pretender, once again, is just running away with the kills in this situation. Kurt, for them, doesn't matter as much. Kurt is just kind of a, you take your towers and you're fine. But CFO, in the meantime, they will take more immediate gold because of both of these side lane towers. Frank Esports, I'm sure that they wanted a little bit more out of that fight. They definitely were expecting to try and get at least 2 kills and snowball more off of this tower. But CFO were in position already to counter here. Really nicely done on the side of Gemini to make sure that Kurt wasn't going to escape that play. He also just disables the Hextech ultimatum by kicking Kurt outside of his own ultimate.
Yeah, it was a really nice move by Gemini. It still ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but Frank Esports getting something out of it, even if it wasn't all that they wanted. Not being able to knock out any towers just yet, as the side lanes are open for CFO. So let's see what they can make do here, as you have Eminem and K2 on defense mode for the mid. Holo coming in. Channeling on the Spectral Maw doesn't quite find anything here, as Shun and Koala are playing pretty safe.
A lot of abilities used right there. The ultimate even dropped here. And this is kind of the problem with your prior plays, is that Russ has a solid lead. Up. Ooh. That still does hurt quite a lot. He even dropped
Yeah, Pretenders, he wants that kill. He's smelling it. Yeah, Rest has got to back up. Oh, the rocket. Hey, you know what, Eminem, you got to try. There have been so many cross-map rockets today. I respect it.
Kurt is in such an awkward spot because he just can't leave his lane at this point. So they have to swap Pretender into Rest. And because Kurt just died on the previous gank, I think he gave up most of his early game lead. So he's really far behind at this point. And Mission, you know, one thing about Mission's play is that he's very willing to split push on mages. So we could see a situation where I feel like Frank Esports, they need to be... They're going to be losing out on tempo on a lot of these trades just because it's 2 split push lanes versus 1.
Yeah, you could see it right there, an inner versus an outer. At least Frank gets some standing gold, but they lose out a lot of map control as well, as it's just a absolute Christmas tree worth of lights down there for CFO in Frank Esports jungle. Allows them to continue their Drake stack easily. Holo can flip this on the Herald at least, but still, we got ourselves another Mountain Rift as well.
Yeah, so the dynamics in the early game is like, I feel like each team got what they wanted out, a fed Pretender, but Rest still in control of the side lane split push. So what this means basically is that CFO, they will continue to just play 4-1 completely. They have very good wave clear in the mid lane. So if they sit 4-man mid, I don't really see Frank having a good opportunity to engage on them because Camille is going to get tied up by Rest. I feel like if CFO just maintain their lane allocations, they can just easily shift this game into Baron stages of the game and force it into a straight-up 5v5, which Frank Esports don't really have a superior composition in that scenario. For Frank Esports, I need to see some picks going on to Restway. He cannot be allowed to split push and pin Kurt down. You have to kill him.
Well, Frank has got to know that they need to make a few moves here. Otherwise, they could just keep falling further behind. Despite having a lot of kills early on in this game, they haven't really been able to control the tempo because CFO have just been a little bit better at it. Rest, decent lead for him. Pretty big CS lead as well, keeping that in mind, out of this lane.
Yep. We had a lot of roams coming in from Kurt where he didn't find the assist, so naturally he will fall behind after the roams. And this is an interesting look by CFO. They're basically artificially creating a winning lane by just shadowing Lee Sin 24/7 around Mission. And meantime, they already have a naturally winning one with Rest. Well, it should be completely fine here. But we are starting to go into those more 5v5 oriented scenarios. And unless Frank can find a good charm, I don't think the stun is enough. You really want the walk back effect from the charm in order to find those kills.
Yeah, that's going to be big. And if they can chain it, that's one thing. But you do see that Holo is definitely got that win condition on his mind. He's charging those up, not necessarily knowing that there's somebody right there. And then the moment anyone gets within sight, he goes for it. Spectrum Ball doesn't quite reach far enough, unfortunately, so he's not going to be able to find it. And yeah, I mean, this holding pattern favors CFO. They're perfectly happy to just keep farming up the side lanes. And Frank, they're going to get spotted on that ward. Good coverage here by CTBC Flying Oyster.
This is exactly what we need to see from Frank, but really good outplay here by Rest. He charges onto Kurt directly.
Holo tanking a couple of tower shots, looks for the Heartbreaker, and oh no! He's got one! And they're gonna get two. Mission cleans it up. Oh, that was disastrous for Frank Esports. Pretender looking for an opportunistic snipe, completely whiffs the charm, and that'll be the end of that.
Rest just outplayed that so damn hard. Frank had the right idea there, but if you look at Rest, he's going for the full sustain, full side lane split push build. He has so much extra HP by dealing damage, by getting the Immortal Shield both and the Bloodthirster Shield through, that Frank just couldn't punch through. Like, they didn't even really need the Victor to come down. That was just a straight up 1v2 that Rest was able to handle.
Oh yeah. So, CFO very much in the driver's seat this game with a 4,000 or 3,500, I should say, gold lead. Controlling a lot of the jungle, lots of vision invested there for them. Let's see this replay again, because it starts with Rest going on to Kurt, but he takes it immediately with a level disadvantage, and then Holo just runs through tower range and goes for an early Heartbreaker, and Rest just blows him away.
Yeah, he needed to go in with the Heartbreaker just to get across the minions for the stun. But even when the stun landed, it wasn't enough. He was tanking tower shots, he was tanking minions, and just the build from Rest is extremely tanky. Like, he's getting true grit by starting the fight early there as well. Really smart move, a good understanding of Graves' mechanics to make that happen. He kites back to tower afterwards. He just played that like a pro. It's a straight 1v2 outplay here, and he also just wastes the timing window for the Herald to actually take any effect from Frank Esports. So, as I was saying, top lane is the most important, and they really need to think about what to do with Rest. I think their answer is, hey, we can play 4-1 compositions and have Rest build solely for the side lane split push.
Yeah, and it's working out. Kurt will be able to finally take down the tower in the top, and look at this, CFO trying for a cheeky, sneaky Baron, I should say. With only 2 members, do they have enough damage to do it? They're really showing face. This is actually not been sniffed out by Frank. They have to know something is up by not seeing the jungler. The spidey senses are tingling here. Gemini going to wrap out and around, but actually Rest is still doing it. Oh man, give these guys an Oscar for this performance.
Gemini acts like he's caught red-handed, but I feel like Frank have to know that something is up. There's no way that Gemini alone was taking the Baron. Okay, now they figure it out. This is going to be a full
turn. It's down to 4,000. Do they commit?
They have to.
No, they don't. No, they're out. They're out.
Oh, sorry. I meant Frank. Yeah, good point.
Yeah. Very fair. I mean, that was almost brilliant, but they're going to get something for it all the same. Kurt, Hextech Ultimatum, but will he be able to walk it out here? Body blocking, and ooh, so close, he limps away. I can't believe Frank didn't lose a man there.
Yeah, that was pretty aggressive from Shun as well, but also quite smart, because once they get to 5v4, this Drake is up for the taking, and they can force CFO into a definitive Dragon Soul fight before Kurt even gets the 3 items. Like, Camille, before she gets the 3 items, it's not really reaching her full potential.
No, not at all. Ooh, Eminem. Thanks to Laser. Frank now are the ones looking at Baron. They already spent a couple of teleports just to get into position, but this is pretty heavily telegraphed, and in fact, it's not even being started as they just look to secure vision. CFO aren't biting.
Nope. Yeah, they know this one isn't really going to go down, and to be honest, I think if you've seen Frank games, they typically do play in a very careful manner, so I wouldn't expect them to chance a 50-50. Like, if this was in the LPL, I'd say, oh, you have to have a word in there. Against Frank, I think it's okay.
Yeah. So CFO get completely unpunished for all of the shenanigans. They also managed to get almost a kill, and definitely 2 teleports and a dragon. So Drake stack is another thing that Frank have to keep in mind right now, is it'll be a 27 and a half minute soul that they have to fight for. Mountain Soul won't help their chances in this game if it's on the enemy team. Ooh, Charm almost connects, but Pretender is gonna get booted back. Let's see if he's got fancy enough feet to dodge the damage of the rest of this one. Koala looking for a chase. Gemini low, staying alive. I don't believe it. Rest is able to take down Holo. Holy moly.
Oh, such a beautiful outplay coming in from Gemini right there. He gets out of the Everfrost, gets the kick back in, forces the flash. Pretender survives, but Holo isn't so lucky as he tries to save the rest of the team. Now there's only 3 members around with no smite, so CFO take this one for sure. This is kind of crazy. Despite how good of a start Frank Esports actually got, I felt like they made a lot of mistakes and just not playing greedily enough for Kurt. Like, they should have hard focused Kurt, make sure that he could leave his lane whenever he wants to, make sure that he could win his lane. But they didn't do so. They actually just kind of fell for the tower trades that CFO lulled them in. We're going to watch this play again. Gemini, most critically, goes in with the Ward Hop before the Everfrost can even land. Takes a bit of seconds right there. Gets the slowdown and nearly jumps in for the kill as he also finds a second Q. Fortunately enough for Gemini, he also gets out because Rest Body blocks and Koala gets the knock up in.
Yeah, that was a brilliant team play here, and Pretender, man, the moment he got Insect, I'm like, oh, he's a dead man. He somehow gets away from it, but only just. And CFO with the Baron on 5 cleanly here can just start to march down mid lane, push this one in. It's going to be hard for Frank to find a counter engage.
Yeah, Frank still do have another card to play, and that is their Jinx. She does have more range than the enemy AD carry on a consistent point with the fish bones right there, but she really needs to be at 3 items for that range advantage to actually be felt in most of these times, and Frank don't have the time. They have to go into the Mountain Soul sooner rather than later, as we do have it up in less than 2 minutes here. So we'll see if Eminem can critically get that Infinity Edge before he has to walk into the Drake pit.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rest is just pushing freely up topside, so this 4-1 is working wonders for CFO at the moment, and not a lot Frank can do. They haven't really been able to peel CFO off this mid tower, and nobody's going to contest in the top. Backing away, oh, just a little bit of threat. You can see Pretender was getting completely zoned away. His charms were nowhere near landing, so they just lose both inners, and we're not done yet.
Yeah, no
Charm lands on Koala. Slow walk on this one. They don't find an answer. Gotta look for a pick. Shun slowed. That's it. That's all they got right now. This is looking dicey.
That was the last engage before Shun's flash even comes up. So I feel like CFO, they just maintain their position. And once Frank tried to charge at them, they'll likely win that fight and turn for the Dragon Soul.
Pretender and Holo just a little bit too low on the trade with Gemini. That's going to be the tower. Are they're just gonna lose out on an inhib here, and there's nothing they can do.
Frank, they actually need to pick their fights full back into full fight. They kind of thrown out ultimates piecemeal, and now they just put themselves into an ever worsening position. They just keep on giving things up. You really can't afford to do this.
Yeah, CFO just walk in and take both sides of the base. This is a free back. It'll turn into the Dragon Soul, and Frank need to fight. Otherwise, the game's just going to end. Infinity Edge does come up. This is the best chance they're going to have.
So what Frank needs to do in these situations is you need to make a big fight, and if you have surviving members, you're much closer to your own base, so you can still come back and defend. But if you just keep on taking steps back and you never try to put a front foot forward, then CFO will just take everything. So I'm a little bit disappointed. I feel like Frank Esports played way too passively, and sometimes being too passive can actually hurt you greatly in these types of situations.
As we saw, Kurt getting zoned out by Rest right now. He's already down to half his health bar, and oh dear, Rest is chasing on the side. Can they actually turn it around? They do find a Hextech ultimate, but look, and suddenly CFO just open on the opposite side. It's all a misdirect, and Frank are losing health bars and losing members fast. Kurt and Holo have already fallen, and the dragon was just a bait.
Rest doesn't need any cigar. He's still going to charge you down. Face plants into 2, doesn't matter. Has a sustain to cut through everything here. And there was an anti-heal coming on the build from Kurt here. CFO just charged down into the base. The draft was a little bit weird. The early game was super rough, but Rest simply outplays it all. He doesn't care. He's making a statement game here as the best top laner that we have in the PCS, and him alone can win you games.
And that has been proven true today. CFO take the win and give themselves a tie-break matchup for the 3rd seed in the PCS up against Deep Cross Gaming tomorrow. That will be our one and only tiebreaker, as with that loss, Frank will drop down into a locked 7th seed.
We do have our entire playoff bracket decided outside of CFO versus TCG. That'll be coming up tomorrow. Just once again, I feel like CFO, they have matured. They have found that, hey, maybe we cannot incorporate Rest into the rest of the team comp, but maybe that doesn't matter. We can still play around him through a remote fashion. Yeah. This team composition
why not,
was
right?
just last pick for Rest, and the rest of the team, you just pick a lot of safe champions with a ton of wave clear and let Rest do his thing.
Yeah, I really liked the build. I mean, you talked about it a lot, but it gave him a lot of sustain. I think there needed to be so much more pressure on him up top. We did see Holo making trips up there, but not nearly enough. There was really good vision, and one thing CFO did incredibly well this game was just invest in wards and get them all over the map. Everywhere there was a fight, they put down a ward to commemorate it, and they just never got caught sleeping.
Yeah, true. I feel like Koala did a really good job this game as well. He blocked multiple engages by Pretender to try snowball the game even further. But the most critical play for me was definitely the Kurt engage in the mid lane, where they only traded 1-for-1 but lost both side lane towers. That was a huge loss of tempo. They weren't able to pressure Rest anymore off of that play, and the gold swing into Shun also meant that he could just safely wave clear throughout the rest of the game. And another huge play was the 2-man dive onto Rest. Rest just he basically just stands his ground and like executes them point blank with his massive shotgun.
I mean, yeah, clearly Frank didn't learn the lesson of like, you don't run into the guy with the big shotgun. I mean, that was a lot of damage on the collateral, and Holo had to tank a few tower shots. It was kind of a bit of a wonky setup too. Like again, the right idea, very wrong execution. Unfortunately, Frank still have a few kinks to work out. But they are still locked into playoffs. This new squad that had been cobbled together are going to get a chance to prove themselves. Unfortunately, they just have to do it from the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, and coming into this split, we did have high expectations for Frank because they did have 2 carriers we thought pretty highly of. I would say that they ended up slightly below our expectations overall. I feel like they didn't get the boost they needed out of some of their lesser known players, especially from the top side. I feel like Kurt and Holo, they were about average, but not exactly as exceptional. So Frank, they do end up their first split in 7th place. They still do make playoffs though. Congratulations. And in the PCS, we have a saying, if you make playoffs, anything is possible.
That's true. So anything's possible for 8 out of the 10 teams, for sure. With the 7th seed, they will start and face off in that lower bracket up against the likes of, I believe it'll be
Impunity.
Well, we'll get into that in a little bit later. Yeah. But for CFO, I mean, this is a big boost, right? Because they did have some struggles in this split. They were looking very dominant for a while. Things started to fall apart a little bit. They lost some games. Then they made the roster swap, and would you look at that? They've been looking very, very good with Shun in the roster because he complements the preferred playstyle for this team. And it hasn't just been about laning phase wins. I mean, this was some comeback mechanics, you have to say, after that early game, and now they get a chance to prove themselves against Deep Cross. I do really like that. It's gonna be a fun rematch too, because these two teams have a 1-1 record. So there isn't, the gifted side selection on either side, and Gemini will earn the MVP. He was all over the place. I honestly think he had quite the Oscar-worthy performance at the Baron Pit, and for that alone, I think he earns this.
I'm still surprised that they actually got tricked on that Baron play because there's no way that Gemini is actually doing Baron himself. Like, there has to be another suspect there at the scene, but they are able to get away with that. And honestly, Gemini, this game was just really terrific in keeping Rest alive. He shadowed him a lot of the times, made sure that he wasn't going to get ganked. The vision game was also on point. As a Lee Sin, you're naturally going to be dropping a lot more vision, but the degree to which they had the map lit up compared to their opponents was absolutely staggering. And we are going to be taking a look at today's results right here. So today was kind of expected. All of your top 5 teams did manage to win their respective games, and we do go into a scenario. MFT.
With one notable exception, yeah.
Yes, with one notable exception of MFT taking down Beyond Gaming. So congratulations to MFT, congratulations to Frank, making it into playoffs in their first split of PCS.
And with our final standings of the regular split, PSG Talon stand alone atop with a number 1 position. J-Team locked into number 2, so those 2 seeds are spent. But we do still have a question to answer: is which of the second J-Team squads is the stronger one? CFO and Deep Cross will face off tomorrow. Megabank Beyond Gaming, they're locked into that 5th. And yeah, this is our upcoming. We got one more game for y'all before the playoffs start and our week break in between. But I feel like this is going to be an interesting one, Clement. Any predictions based on what we saw today?
So I actually still favor DCG a little bit in this matchup, and I will explain my reasonings why. I feel like CFO have figured out that they're actually not a very good teamfight team. Their engages are super sus, and their positioning to defend is not very good. So they've settled on a 4-1 strategy. But guess who is the other top laner on the other side? It's Leaky. And honestly, Leaky is no Kurt. So he's statistically the best top laner we have in the PCS. And I may have sung the praises of Rest this split, but Leaky has been the one that has stolen the show in my eyes with his champion picks, with his coordination with Hana. And I actually think like DCG, despite all of their flaws and all of their wonky compositions, if they play a standard game, I still think their team fight looks a little bit better than the side coming out from CFO. So I'm going to come up with a bold prediction, and I feel like DCG is still going to end up as our 3rd seed.
All right. I think it could be very interesting. I think those matchups are going to be a lot of fun. That top lane looks fantastic, but we're going to have to wait one day to see the results. Thank you all so much for watching. We got one tie break and then a break till playoffs, but for now, signing off in the PCS. See you next time.